back, specifically for the United States to leave Afghanistan. That was
Right.
Donald Trump
That's
who set
why
that
he
up.
recruited our army, our Air Force, everybody from Afghanistan. He recruited them back to the United States.
Recruited them back? No, what? What do you mean recruited them back to the United States?
Okay, when you're a part of any branch of the military, recruiting back to your station position, let's say Afghanistan, Israel, Ukraine, Russia, Japan, China, Africa, Uganda, anywhere. If you get that command to come back, you're being recruited back to where you belong. So anybody
I don't know
who's
what you
in
mean by
Afghanistan,
recruited.
I just don't think that you've made one coherent statement since you joined Alive. I'm not lying. Like, just like the likelihood of you making so many completely gibberish statements is like very low. So
I
this point, like,
I have a good idea.
at this point, like, I'm questioning myself. Like, at this point, I'm like, I must be the problem here, because there's no way that you've just made so many statements that have just managed to be like completely incoherent.
Yeah, Dean,
So,
I think you are the
the
problem.
main
I got this.
reason
I got
why
this. Hold up, I have a question. Let's see if I can bring us back into reality for a second. Could you name a single policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
let's see. The transgender reversal would have to be my biggest thing.
What?
There's only two genders, and he made that self clear.
Wait. I'm sorry. What do you mean? What do you mean the quote unquote transgender reversal? What are you referencing? What policy is that?
Okay, so you know the LGBT community,
Yeah.
correct? So he shut all of it down. He put out the words, there are only two genders, female
Wait,
and
you
male.
think that he
Which
shut
aren't
down
genders.
the LG? Wait. So he
No, the
shut down.
transgender reversal. He shut that down first, and now he's
shut down
working.
the LGBTQ plus community. That's got to be the first time I've heard that one. He just shut it down.
He shut it down
So,
just by
like,
saying
guess
there's
what?
two genders.
He passed an EO, and now all of a sudden, trans people just don't even exist anymore. Yes,
Is
right?
that your view?
Is he gonna like sign in another EO, and like all of a sudden, like gay people won't either? Everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, I like the opposite. I like the opposite gender now. Like, it's just like poof, magic. Gay people are gone. Type shit. Is that like your view here?
So when he signed that there is only the transgender reversal, which is female and male, he's basically saying that there are only going to be two genders in the United States. Now, yes, the LGBT community is still here, but at the same time, they're not allowed to do what they want. They're not allowed to go out in public like they used to.
They're not allowed to
because
go out in
Trump-
public. What?
What?
You think?
Trump
wait.
doesn't want that.
Wait.
but the
Wait. I have a question.
LGBTQ
You don't think people in the LGBTQ community can go out in public?
Like
No,
like,
I think so. But that's one of the things that I don't like about
this
Trump.
this is like the most okay. This is bigotry.
Listen,
but-
I used
but
to
the
be a
bigotry-
part of the
listen- What
is going
LGBT.
on?
I knew what he was doing.
I'm lost.
Wait. What do you mean you used to be a part of the LGBTQ plus?
I used
Oh,
to
I didn't
be
hear this.
LGBTQ.
What? Wait.
I was a lesbian until
Okay, can I
my
ask you a question?
fiance.
So you were a lesbian. Okay, how did you go from being a lesbian to a non-lesbian?
So when I was with my ex, I realized that I was losing everything that I wanted, like feeling wise. I realized that female wasn't my go-to anymore. Because when I met my fiance, it was like something in my mind said, okay,
So you're
you don't like-
bisexual? So you're bisexual?
So what you
no,
are
I'm not.
you're likely bisexual.
No. I
But
dropped the LGBTQ because I
B.
So you
what
used
does
to be-
B stand for?
So you used to be attracted to women, and now you're no longer attracted to women.
right, I'm only attracted to men, which is
do
my
you-
fiance.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. Do you like genuinely believe this? Do you genuinely believe that you've gone from existing in a point of your life where you're only attracted to women and now you're existing in a point in your life where you're only attracted to men. Do you like
Yes,
genuinely believe
because in the
that?
process of
That
me,
is
listen,
that is a interesting thing. Go ahead.
may I say something?
Yeah.
The reason why I realized I am no longer into women and I'm only into men was because last year at the end of July, I figured out I was pregnant with my daughter. And that's when I realized I I like men.
Can I ask you a
My
question?
fiance.
Is there any woman on the planet to you that is sexually attractive?
No,
No, not a single woman.
not a single woman.
When prior that
What
was the
the
case.
fuck?
When did that
When
change?
prior that was the case,
What?
it
So
changed.
okay, name like a conventionally attractive woman that you used to be attracted to.
Yeah,
Like famous or non-famous?
someone we
Famous,
know.
famous.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Doja Cat.
So you used to find Doja Cat attractive.
Right.
So when you look at Doja Cat today, you just no longer find her attractive.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Okay.
So
I'm
partially.
gonna be I'm
No,
gonna be
I just say
I'm gonna
pretty
be
much as a small answer because, like, I
I'm
don't
gonna
want to
be
go into
honest.
detail.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. So A, that doesn't happen. Just medically speaking, scientifically speaking, biologically speaking, humans can't change their sexual orientations.
No,
Okay?
it's
Because
mental.
will you listen to me?
Yes.
Because our sexual orientations are hard coded into us, like the color of our eyes are hard coded into us. And we have so much scientific evidence to back this. There was a study done on 400,000 people, all men, some gay, some straight. There was different associations along their genome, their genetic code, based upon their sexual orientations. For instance, gay men have a association on their genome on the XQ23 chromosome that straight men don't. Okay, and then there's also some facts of difference on one's neuroanatomy. Gay men have larger anterior curvatures, varying traits of the AINH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, even different levels of neurohormones like FSH, which you can't change, right? Now, I say all this just to prove that no, the idea that you could change your sexual orientation is a myth. But I'm very interested in what's going on with you because you genuinely believe that you've changed your sexual orientation. I want to ask you a couple questions here.
Okay.
Did you start going to church?
Yes.
In that church, did you start to talk to people? And was it publicly known that you were attracted to women and people
Yes.
talk to you? Would people talk to you about that and tell you that it's wrong?
They told me that even though that it was wrong, God would still love me for who I was. But when I talked to my preacher about it, he told me that if it's what I choose, it's what I choose. If it's what I want, it's what I want.
Have you talked to any like quote unquote professionals about this? Like, did you go anybody to help to try to find help because you're attracted to women?
No.
You didn't do that. What about like family members? Did you just go to
Mm,
anybody for help? Or did anybody in your church try to offer you help?
no. The only hope that I got was from one of my uncles who's gay. He's married to my other uncle and they've been married for 35 years.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I say this with love. Um, so this has happened forever. The people perpetuate the idea that being gay, being lesbian is wrong. Okay, and what happens to some gay individuals or some lesbian individuals is that they accept that as a fundamental truth, and then they try to change their reality based upon what they view as a fundamental truth. And in many circumstances, this could lead to misperceptions about your own self and almost like a sense of like brainwashing or gaslighting driven by like your engagements in society at a place like a church or the people in the church and what they might tell you. I think the best analogy I could give, now I forget its name. I think it may be Stockholm syndrome. somebody will get kidnapped, and the best way, instrumentally speaking, for them to have a higher quality of life than they would otherwise is to accept that their kidnapper is good and that they like being kidnapped, and that they enjoy existing in the setting where they're
Okay, but can I say
controlled by
something?
another individual without consent. Yes, you can. But before you do, the only reason I bring this up is because I find it to be more probable that that is what you're experiencing than an actual change in your sexual orientation. And it would be very worth it for you to explore that possibility.
Now, can I say something?
Yes.
The reason why I changed was because my mind told me, not anybody else, not the church, not my uncles, not my friends, not my family. I realized in my mind, okay, you're losing feelings for this chick. Do you want to stay with her? Do you find any other chicks attractive? Do you find any other males attractive? Every female I knew, I looked back in my history. I was trying to figure out who I was in the end. I tried being bisexual. I tried being pansexual. I tried being lesbian. I tried being freaking polyamorous, for crying out loud. None of that worked for me. When I met my fiance, he was one of the people I could always go to, who I found attractive physically, emotionally, before you say anything. When he helped me survive without going homeless after my ex and her parents kicked me out of their house after they abused me for what I did. Oh, well, you break up with her, now I'm going to hurt you because you hurt her. He came to my rescue. I didn't even want to be rescued, but I realized that I found him attractive. I loved him for who he was, and we have been together since that situation.
Okay, I'm going to say
In
one more
the
thing.
end-
I'm going to say one more thing, then I'm probably going to move on. Before I met my current girlfriend, that I love very much, I tried to find somebody that I was genuinely interested in on such a fundamental level. Brittany, it didn't work out. You know, what's another random woman name? Amanda. We just didn't click. I couldn't. I couldn't connect with Amanda on a very on an instrumental level. Or what about Luna? Just didn't work out. But my current girlfriend, okay, I met her and we really connected, and I love her so deeply. Now, why am I sharing this information with you? Because it serves as an analogy about how somebody could be bisexual, not really hit it off with a large group of the people that they'll meet throughout their life, and then hit it off really strong with the one, right? And maybe it just so happens that a lot of the individuals that you haven't hit it off with on that deep level have been women, and the one that you really hit it off with has been a man. But all I'm going to say, because, I don't want you to share your super personal facts of your life in front of over 10,000 people on a live stream. My one recommendation to you is to go to therapy. Okay? And don't take that as a diss. Don't take that as Dean being an ass. Don't take that as an insult. It would genuinely benefit you.
Honey, I've been to therapy about 7 different times for 4 different reasons, and that being one of them. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to sit in therapy. I don't know.
Listen, I hope that you live a happy life, and I mean that genuinely. I'm going to go to move on to the next guest and have a good rest of your night.
You too.
We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. What a guest, guys. Let's go and get that next guest up, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. Hello, Evan. How old are you?
Yeah.
I'm 19.
Well, welcome people joining in. Can I say thank you to some people real quick?
Yeah.
There's a few people I need to say thank you to. Alexandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $35 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Samantha, with the $1. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them. Louise, thank you so much for the $5 and the $10. And Ali, thank you for the $5. Again, W's for Alexandra and Ashley in the comment section. Thank you so much, y'all.
As well as Bald Batty, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying it's a shame how little people are informed, but hopefully they could learn from this. I have a lot of respect for you both. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Bald Batty. As well as Tiger, thank you for the $20 as well. Amber with a 5, Anna with a 2, Jenny with a 25 Norwegian dollars. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. A couple more here. Kimberly, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kimberly. And I read your message there. I won't say that publicly, but I'm so sorry that happened to you. As well as Gabriella, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, "Hey, Dean, really appreciate your life so much." Thank you, Gabriella. Shout out to Gabriella down below in the chat. Show them some love. As well as Sophia. Sorry. Wow. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Everybody, let's get 500 Sophia W's down below in that chat. I'm a 19-year-old college student, and it's awesome to hear you debate. I'd honestly love sometime to have a private conversation with you just to understand your ideas to become more educated myself. Well, I mean, it may not be private, but it's more private than a live stream. I'm in my Discord a lot, conversing with people in the chats over there. Join the Discord. You might run into me. As well as Audrey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Show some love to Audrey. I've never heard a better argument for undocumented immigrant policy. Please keep it up. Love your work so much. Yeah, I will say that's probably my strongest argument is on immigration. It's so obvious to me now, but it took a while to come to those conclusions. As well as Christina, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, y'all. And then Iris, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Guys, this is probably my very last debate of the evening. I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We have another 20 minutes to go. Renee, thank you for the Galaxy. I will say, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, everybody. I get 100% of all the proceeds donated to me over on those two platforms, as well as you will get a shout out with your name, as well as any and all attached messages. And if you're watching over on YouTube, you can also find the Venmo and the PayPal in the pin message, as well as they're linked in the description of the video. But let's move on to Evan. Evan, how old did you say you are?
Yo,
I'm
Sid,
19.
thank
I
you for
go
the
on live.
$100. Thank
I
you so much,
verified. I'm
Sid.
19
Can we get
years
some
old. I was
W's
born
for
in
Sid in the comment
2005,
section?
December
Thank you
24th.
so much. Yo, Sid,
Sweet.
it's always
You're
good to see
MAGA?
you. Can we get some W's for Sid in the
Yes.
comment section right now? Thank
Oh,
you,
man,
Sid.
why?
W's
I
for
support
Sid,
Trump because I
seriously.
do believe in his heart. Actually, I know in his heart he's trying his best to do the right thing. It's just very hard when everyone's against him.
Dude, I'm sorry. I want to laugh, but I will reserve that. Why do you think that Donald Trump is genuinely trying to do what's best for America?
Because he's made a great impact in Black communities and many communities actually. But despite all that, his second term hasn't been
Whoa,
going
come
as
on.
well.
We can't just move past that. Explain to me how Donald Trump has made a great impact and really helped Black Americans.
Well, if you look at that culture, the whole thing, they didn't
That
have that many
culture?
finances. Culture, yeah.
Okay. I'll let you finish your sentence before I
Okay.
begin.
So there's a lot of financial problems. I know there's like redlining or all that stuff, and the gas prices help them. They the lowering of housing, the increase of jobs and hiring people. And he also believes in family values, staying there for your kids, and he also does believe in
So
loyalty.
can I get a clear answer on how you think Trump has helped Black Americans?
Unemployment
By
has
being
gone
the
up.
embodiment of the type of thing he wants to fix and fixing the economy.
Unemployment,
fixing the
unemployment has
economy.
gone up. GDP has
Or
gone down.
worse.
What are you talking about?
So can I share a very specific fact to dispute what you're saying?
Yes, 13% of the population
Do you know-
contributes to. Oh, okay.
Oh no, go ahead.
13, or actually now it's 14.4% of Americans contribute to most of violent crime.
Really? So I'm gonna prove that
It has
wrong, but
nothing to do with color. It's all
I'm
culture.
gonna prove that wrong. But before I do,
Okay.
you're obviously yielding a conclusion from the statement in which you see as a fact.
I am not.
Conclusion do you? Then why bring it up? What? Tell me. Why did you just say that?
I am saying that the behaviors of people lead to that, and the people they surround themselves around, white, black, any race could be in that culture, right?
So I'm confused. You told us that Black people commit most violent crimes. Why did you say that?
I said that?
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, you did. You gave the
That's what you just
1355
I said
stat.
14.4% of the population contributes to most of the
Yeah,
crime.
yeah,
Why do you
yeah,
think that's
the
black people?
Because that 14.4% of the population is referring to Black people.
How do you know?
Because
That's like
what?
the most typical
Okay.
racist argument known
All
to
right.
mankind.
Well, I'm wondering what you're trying to load this at me for.
1350
if
is like
anything-
the racist argument. Like that's a known racist argument.
Racist argument?
Yeah,
what
racist
How do I
elites
see
use the
anyone
argument.
differently?
What 13% of the population are you referring to, sir?
14.4%.
Yeah,
What 14.4% of the population are you referring to, sir?
What do you think I'm referring to?
I think you're referring to black people.
Okay, why?
So why? Because they constitute 14.4% of the population.
Okay, and what's
and
wrong
a very
with that?
common racist dog whistle is the 1350
That makes me
statistic.
think that makes
So once
me
again, before
racist?
we move on, I just need to know who you're referencing. What 14.4% of the population are you referring to?
Again, I want to know how that makes me racist. I think you find a way to try to kick me off the live
Can you,
for stating
can you
a
answer my
fact.
question?
Why do I support Trump is the question, right?
No, the
He's not
question is
answering the
when you say
question.
that
All right.
14.4% of the population have committed 55% of violent crimes,
I'm,
which percentage of the population are you referring to?
I'm referring to colored people. Nothing
Colored,
racist.
okay.
No racist
Well,
feelings.
first of all, the term colored on its own is racist.
Dude, what that is? You are absolutely a racist. Like,
So
don't
Evan-
even act like you aren't.
So
I'm
Evan,
not.
So I
If
find
I
it, I would appreciate if you listen to what I'm saying while I'm speaking to you. So the term colored is a racist way to refer to black people. I'll tell you why. It's because that term was used to systemically dehumanize black individuals since American slavery. And there was a preface on the usage of said term during Jim Crow era segregation. Right? So during segregation, guess what? You had white people and colored people. And if you were a colored person, you had no access to majority of all public resources, and the access to resources that you did have were significantly worse than others. So when you refer to black individuals as colored today, right, you're just perpetuating the same racist term, which has been used to impact real material harm on black individuals historically. So that's why it's wrong to refer to black individuals with the use of that term.
I agree with that. Okay.
So great. So now that you've agreed to that, now let's dispute that fact. First of all, I found it incredibly dishonest of you to try to paint me to be a bad guy when I said that you were very obviously referring to black people when you said that 14%.
I was wondering why you thought
commits
that.
50. Because that's the argument. And you admitted to it. You said, yes, Dean, I am referring to black people.
It is.
Right. However, what you failed to account for when you give us a statistic is exonerations. So black individuals account for 45% of all exonerations inside of the American criminal justice system. So the idea that they commit 55% of all violent crimes is false. That is arrest rates. And when you factor in for that disproportionate rate of exoneration, we find that stat to be false. Now, I don't know why you said that Donald Trump is helping black Americans. It is a case that his big, beautiful bill redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich and disproportionately impacts you negatively the less money you make. According...
He's way too rich to need more money, man.
One moment, sir. According to the...
Evan, can you just tell
Center
me?
on... sorry, one second, Parker. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the bottom 80% of American income earners will have their after-tax income reduced by Donald Trump's economic policy, with it hurting you more the less you make. For instance, the bottom 20% of income earners in America will lose $2,200 in after-tax income per year because of the wealth redistribution onset by his policy. And the reason why this disproportionately hurts Black Americans is because Black Americans have a lower income on average compared to white Americans due to systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath, alongside a lack of generational wealth and a lack of legal equality until today, but predominantly expressed.
Do they have privileges that we don't have, Dean?
Would you mind re-asking your question and telling me how it responds to what I just said?
You were saying disproportionately they're having income, this, that,
Lower.
using a lot of smart words. And I agree, you know a lot of stuff, but intellect and knowing a lot of stuff are actually different.
So what's your question, rebuttal, statement? What is it? Because
My
all I did
question-
was I just described to you
My
how Black
question is,
individuals
do
are
Black
disproportionately
Americans...
harmed by
Yeah.
Donald Trump's policy.
You wanted me to re-ask my question?
I mean, so I said that Black individuals were disproportionately harmed by Donald Trump's policy, and I proved it. What's your response?
How did you prove it?
Yeah, by telling you how Donald Trump's economic policy
Okay.
regressively.
Hey, you win.
negatively
I
impacts
can't
the
beat you
less money
there. If
make,
you believe you
according
proved
to
it,
the
I
Center on
can't.
Budget and Policy Priorities. So
All
what's
right.
your response?
My response is you win since you proved it. But you didn't win the whole debate. Because listen,
So
if
what are
you
we
think
debating? Because
we
I thought we
have
were
the
debating your
privilege-
claim that Donald Trump helps Black Americans.
I do believe he does. I do believe he's a great person and he loves all people.
So what has he done to help Black Americans? Because
I
as
already
far as I'm
told you.
concerned, his economic policy disproportionately takes more money out of their pockets, right? Then not to mention his social policy, like blaming every bad thing that's ever happened on DEI. Okay, yeah, you know that helicopter crash in DC. Guess what? It was caused by DEI. Oh my God! And how is the term DEI used in America today? It's just used to shit on people because they're Black. I'm not even joking. Okay, like I'm so fucking for real. Like you call people on the right will call Kamala Harris a DI candidate. That in other words, that's just saying that she's Black. Okay. People just assume that any Black person with a job is automatically underqualified and called.
No, I don't assume that.
Same thing applies to women and basically anybody that isn't a straight white guy. And this is a social
I have
way.
a cut on my eye
measure
actually for my Black roommate
Americans.
that I love. He hit me with a bat, broke my glasses, and he has to be. So why are you saying I'm racist if I'm giving shelter to people who need it?
What?
You said we assume that all Black people can't be at the job because we assume they can't, right?
I'm so confused.
Anyways, you win
say
that
that you're
point
not
and you
racist
proved
because
it.
you provide housing.
Didn't say that. I said I'm providing shelter to someone that I love and care about, regardless of what race they are, regardless of how they act and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yo, this dude's fucking
cool.
weird.
I'm confused how that would
Wait,
make you not
are you saying that you
racist.
have a Black friend, therefore everything I'm saying is false?
Didn't say that. Anyways, you proved it. You
That's
said you had the proof.
essentially the reduction.
Since you said the proof, can I move on to my next question?
Ah, well, Dean, I have a Black friend, therefore you're wrong.
Didn't say that. I did not even say friend. I didn't say that. I said, well, I may have said friend, but I didn't say that was my point.
Oh, now you're saying that your Black roommate isn't your friend?
Oh, okay. All right. Anyways, Dean, here's the thing, all right? I have another question. You win that take, okay? You said you want it. There's nothing I can do when you've made up your mind you want it, you know? So my next take is a question I have for you on what privileges do Black Americans have? If you don't think they have any, I think that's ridiculous.
What do you mean by privileges?
Well, first of all, they can say whatever they want and not get held accountable the same degree as us because of something not everyone was alive for. By the
Bro,
way,
society
I'm
like
different.
automatically assumes that like Black individuals are bad and evil. Okay, like let me tell you a fact. So when you're a white person in America, right, you have to prove that you're a bad person. When you're a Black person in America, you have to prove that you're a good person. Right? So when you say that Black people could just say whatever they want and they're not held accountable, okay. Well, no, actually the opposite is true. When you're white, you got to prove that you're bad. When you're Black, you have to prove that you're good.
That's racist.
It is racist. Congratulations.
I agree. That's racist that you
Right?
think that.
Oh, it's racist that I
No.
think that. No, it's racist that it is that way. It's racist that society functions in such a way where Black individuals have to prove that they're good. In fact, you've
I have
even
to prove that I'm
perpetuated
good
myths
every
in which
time.
in which demonstrate that point to be true, such as earlier when you said, "Oh, the quote unquote colored people commit 55% of crimes." Like, dude, that alone was the racist shit I'm talking about. One of the many racist things about
How is
America
that
today,
racist?
and which indicate a society where Black individuals have to prove that they're good, meanwhile white individuals have to prove that they're bad.
There he is, actually. There's my roommate. I'm going to let him in. Hold on. I'm right here. Okay. So, back to my point. If I have all this privilege, why are all of my hobbies that I want to enjoy and pursue, I cannot make it anywhere because I'm judged because of the color of my skin? I get called a crackhead, white cracker almost every day of my life.
I gotta kick you because you said CRACKHEAD. You get called a cracker every day of your life. I mean, it sounds like honestly, you probably like say this shit that you were saying on live, like to the face of people that aren't white in your day-to-day life. And you know what? Good for them. Yeah, you go get bullied.
Yeah,
buddy.
dude. Like, seriously, he wants people to whine for him because he got called the cracker. That's diabolical.
Yeah,
That's like diabolical, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
go get bullied, kid. Sucks to suck, dude. Maybe just be a better person. I don't know what to tell you. All right, last guess since we have a little bit more time. We have 8 more minutes. And while we're getting the next guest up here, Brianna, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Brianna W's down below in that chat. Brianna says, hope you're having a great day, Dean. Also, I have a MAGA pastor dad, and I think I might be able to convince him to join one of the lives. Brianna, please get your MAGA pastor dad up in here. Literally whenever. I'd love to have a discussion with him. As well as Vinny, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Then Brenna, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much.
How much more time do you have
Alright.
left?
Like 7 minutes.
7 minutes, everyone, to debate Dean fucking Withers. Okay, 7 minutes, everyone.
Yo nah.
Dean fucking Withers, I tell you.
I dropped that. I dropped the whole Dean fucking Withers thing. Kind
You
of
did?
cringe.
Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to be a
Now
better
he
person.
thinks it's cringe. So are you calling
Well,
yourself
okay.
cringe?
Listen. I've seen a lot of people like on these lives. I can definitely run with some pretty. Okay, let me rephrase what I want to say. I basically mog the Trump supporters that come into this live. Sometimes when they're extra annoying, I'm an asshole. I really am. I am truly a fucking asshole. And sometimes that can make me look like an asshole. It can make me look like a very egotistical person. Like, fuck, I saw a clip on my For You page earlier this morning of some Trump supporter coming up and being like, oh, Dean, you're ugly. And then I'm like, oh no, I'm so fucking fine. Have you ever looked at me before? And like,
Okay,
and,
yeah, that's Dean, dude.
but like, listen. You know, like, I don't actually think that about myself. I'm not like the most insecure person ever, but I'm also not the most confident person ever. But you look at that clip and you're like, oh, like this dude is self-glazing to the max. And I'm sure that comes out in many other ways too. And then the takeaway, even from a lot of liberals, is, oh, that Dean guy sucks. He's so egotistical. So now I'm like calming down a little bit, if that makes any sense.
You've been very calm today.
I've been putting a conscious effort into it. I've been putting a conscious effort into being a little bit more calm today than I usually am. What's going on, DV? Do you support Trump?
A little bit.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You said 17. Get out of here. While we move on to the next guest on draft, we're in that queue. Make sure that we're MAGA, everybody. Coral, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love, Coral. What's up, Andre? You support Trump? Andre's not even here. Somebody in the comment section said, gotta fix the teeth, though. Yo, I'll get braces one day. Trust. I'll get braces one day. Trust.
That's rough.
What's going on?
Like, bro, what?
No, my teeth are fucked. Have you, like, my bottom teeth? They're fucked. I'll admit it. What's up, Whitney? You support Trump?
Yes,
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 38.
Are you driving?
No, I'm sitting outside. I'm at the beach.
Kate?
I'm at the beach.
I didn't say Kay. I said Kate.
Huh?
Is your name Katie?
No.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, no, I just was going to tell you, like, I see what you're doing when you put your hand to your mouth. Like, you should really stop that habit.
It's an anxiety pen.
No, I know what it is, but like, it's really bad. Like,
Okay.
it's bad for you.
Okay. Tell me.
No, like, seriously.
On these lives. Okay. I get anxious.
Well, I know you do, but
So I have a lavender and caramel pin to make me less anxious. It's an anxiety.
it's bad for your health.
It's an anxiety pen. It seems
Do-
like it's good
do
for
my-
his anxiety. That's good for his mental health.
But my cousin used to do it, and then he got
No,
really sick
no,
with like a
listen.
bronchitis
No,
infection.
listen. On a real note,
It was bad.
I
It
joke.
just-
Listen. On a real note, I do genuinely joke about it being an anxiety pin. I'm gonna mute you. You just have a lot of background noise. On a real note, the reason why I joke about it being an anxiety pin is because I don't want to glorify the usage of what it actually is. Because I agree, it's a bad thing. Okay, it's a habit I gotta kick. It's bad. I just
I just lost my dad. No, that's all I was going to tell you. Like, I just lost my dad in January to like COPD, and he's smoked cigarettes for years, but like that can cause it. And that is a terrible, like COPD in the final stages. It's like a terrible up and down for your family, like emotional roller coaster that I would not want to. I
appreciate you for your input. I can acknowledge it's a bad thing. That's why I call it an anxiety pin, not to glorify. You know, the only people who actually believe it's an anxiety pin are like the children, in which it would be damaging to glorify the usage of it too. So in my mind, it works out.
I know.
But I agree. I shouldn't
find another one. Like work on something else.
Well, I appreciate you for your input on my personal life. Let me ask you a question. Why do you support Trump?
I don't really like. I mean, I didn't vote for him, but I don't really like. I just.
All right, moving on. By the way, it's an anxiety pin. I was just trolling. It's actually an anxiety pin. Like
It's actually an anxiety pin. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's actually an anxiety pin, everybody. Yo, who the fuck is this? Somebody in the request, their name is Diddy Sisson. Bro.
That's a troll. It's a troll you've known for a long time.
No. But I didn't bring him up. Hello, Death. How old are you?
He's a
Oh, hey. Oh my gosh. Hey, Dean.
Wait, is Death a groiper?
No, the other guy.
What the fuck?
What?
I'll tell you after I kick them. Okay, now I'll tell you. That guest had like a post that was just like a baby wearing a diaper from the back.
What?
Like, that's all it was. Like no context. That was really weird. That was really fucking weird, dude. That like give me I want to give you some strange vibes right there, man. Let me tell you. Yeah, I kicked them. I kicked them before I told you guys, so you didn't go look at the page and be like, "What? Oh my god, I gotta go look at what it is." All right, guess what? Now you can't because he's gone. That's what I wanted. Moving on. What's going on, English? You support Trump?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
All right. I'm a veteran, and I'm a male transgender.
Okay.
And Trump is restructuring. The truth is, he's restructuring the care that we receive at the VA as transgenders. No, we do not like being misgendered. Don't call me a woman, okay? Call us man or woman. That's what we want. We don't even like that T in that circle. I don't consider myself a trans man. I consider myself a full-grown man, okay? And that's who Trump is only interested in taking care of. People come in there and they think, oh, wow, it's so expensive. I think I'll join the military. And I can get that real care.
Okay.
So that was me. I used to look like Angela Davis back in high school. But that's how good the best care that I'm getting there. But Trump is doing that one thing. And you know, something else too. I am a Black man. I was also escorted to school by the National Guard back when Martin Luther King was murdered. Let me say this. I don't care if he is racist. I'm not going to judge him. I don't care. I really don't. Okay.
Why?
Why would you not care if he's racist?
Because it's not in my. I don't care what he does. As long as in the military, we didn't care who was in command. As long as they did their job.
What? Wouldn't doing his job include like you do want them to like not be racist?
Some
like,
things he's not. Some things he's not doing right. Yes. Okay. That's why I say yes and no.
Bro, you got to be like, trolling,
right?
But
like, if you know that Kamala Harris isn't racist and Donald Trump is racist, why would you support the racist over the non-racist?
Okay, well, let me tell you something else too. I'm also a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, and we do not judge. Hello. Now you got that? We don't judge, and we are there, and they do not. They know that this is a gender dysphoria. Even they know it.
So then why don't you support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
I
If you
didn't know
don't
who the
judge.
I didn't even care at that point. I mean, hey, I'm retired. I don't care what they do now. As long as I live my life happy. That's all I care about. But it's getting better only
So,
for
so,
that
so then why
reason.
don't you support Kamala Harris
Why don't I? I
Yeah.
do support her.
over
I'm
Donald
all for women's
Trump?
rights. Excuse me?
Over Donald Trump.
No, I'm not over Donald Trump. Okay, I am for human rights. That's what Kamala Harris is about. I don't care what Trump is doing with that. It's
Yo,
not
you're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Yeah.
Well, you
yeah,
don't understand because
yeah,
you're
yeah,
younger.
yeah. No, 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 no,
You're
no.
a
You're
younger
trolling, buddy.
generation. Okay,
You're
okay.
you're trolling, buddy. You're
I know
trolling,
you
buddy.
too. You
one
are.
of one of your posts, one of your reposts is literally about how articles of impeachment against Trump are here. Another one of your reposts is AI Trump.
Broken dreams, make America poor again. From the Oval Office to cleaning the Oval Bowl. Funny how history flushes you down. They said I couldn't run a country. Well, look at me now, running an empire of empty cans and broken dreams.
Like, dude, you're trolling. You're trolling. Admit it.
No, I don't know how that got there. Honestly, I'm telling you. The truth.
What?
I don't know. That might have been happening at 3:00 in the morning.
yeah. Wait, look at this one.
34 felony charges once again spread the vicious lie about white farmers being slaughtered in South Africa. What we witnessed was not just the ravings of a racist.
I don't care about that.
Oh, it's a repost about how he's racist.
Hold on, let me tell you something else too.
You're trolling.
Right. Okay. Listen. You ready for this? I have dual citizenship in Africa because I'm a descendant from slavery. I don't have to be in this poor country. It's broke. Over there, I'm a wealthy king. Now I got a choice. Now if Trump wants to get stupid, I can go. Yeah, ain't no troll. I'm telling the truth. That's what I'm doing. I don't need America. America needs us.
I'm gonna kick you now because you're.
Thank you. Goodbye.
God damn it, bro. Okay.
The thank you at the end got me.
What a troll. What a troll, man. What a troll. What a troll. What a troll, man. Okay. Yo, Stefan, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Stefan says, keep giving them hell, bro. I'll never stop. I guess I actually am about to literally stop, and I will not keep giving him help because I'm going to end the stream. But Stefan, I will pick it up tomorrow for another 4 hours on air. That's right. Thank you for the $25, Stefan, as well as Talua with the $5. Saying, hey, Dean, I love that you're educating idiots. I've also been watching you for so long and genuinely thought it was an anxiety pin. That's because it is an anxiety pin. As well as Brianna, thank you for the... Oh, I already thanked Brianna. Okay. All right, everybody.
You
As well,
thought correctly,
Serenity.
it is an anxiety pin.
It is an anxiety pin. That's so true. As well as Serenity, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, Caramile. That's right, Serenity. W Serenity. Thank you for the $20. Anyways, everybody that is listening in, I'm going to go ahead and end my stream, but this does not mean that debates are over for the day. Is Mr. PJ down here, Mr. Parker? He's gonna be
PJ?
going live. PJ, short for Parker?
Parker, get a job.
Yeah. PGJ. Parker, you know?
PGJ.
PGJ, Mr. PGJ, Parker down here is going to be going live on TikTok. Are you going live on TikTok?
Yeah. Hopefully I don't experience lag today. I probably will. So I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. Parker, get a job.
Yeah, honestly, all right. If you're still in the mood for some debates, go to Parker's YouTube. Okay. At Parker, get a job. His streams have been laggy. Now I love you all. Before you head out on the YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It'll really help in the performance once the stream ends. If you're on TikTok, make sure to drop a follow button. YouTube, drop a sub. I love you all. I will see you all tomorrow. Go follow and raid Parker. The Mammoth Egos Lives. But Parker, hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. I'm gonna go ahead.
Good night, man.
And for now, good night.
Peace. All right, I'm gonna go live. Let's start the live. All right. Thank you, Tris. Thank you for the $5 for WPJ. Thank you. Robert, thank you for the $2. Hype, thank you for the $5. I saw the Jubilee debate with Jordan Peterson via Secular Talk. I saw that. I watched that right before I went live. I was so cool. It was so cool to see him react to it. Bannovator, thank you for the $5. Tris, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna get some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It should help get it out to more people. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Christian? How you doing? How you doing? Everyone on the YouTube stream, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. I really appreciate y'all. Did you get to talk to Jordan Peterson outside of that? Nope, I didn't. I didn't. Very unfortunately, didn't get to have a longer conversation with him. Only the one I had with him. What's up, everyone? Again, I recommend if there is going to be any lag at at any certain point during the live, I recommend going over to the YouTube. But we'll see if we can get some debates and everything will be fine. Hopefully, I would really appreciate it if you do that. If you do that, we're gonna start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Is this Evil Dean?
Oh, bro.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I had a feeling before. That's so funny. That's so funny. All right, we're gonna get some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, you already know what to do. Coral, think of the $10. Thank you. Day's going well so far. So far. Let's get some people up here. All right. All right. Yeah, what's up? Weren't you just debating us?
Yeah, why did your boy Dean drop me when I had the remittances evidence and he pretended that I left?
He didn't pretend that you left.
He did. He said I dropped off. He dropped me.
You just like left the live randomly.
I did not leave the live. I had the information for you. The wacky lady came up.
He was dog walking you.
He was not dog walking me.
Yeah, he was.
You know he wasn't. Would you like to hear how he was dog walking? How immigrants
for like how long did he talk? How long did he
100
talk? Hold up. How long did he talk to you?
It was maybe 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes, really?
Right. Yeah, so the remittances that you never
it's because you said a specific term that you can't say on the live. That's why. Just letting you know. Which, I mean, would that affect my account? What's up, how old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just want to say you beat Jordan Peterson. Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck Donald Trump, period. Let's go, Parker.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to get some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. It was a solid 17, 20 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's not much. I mean, if I don't have a debate, I'll debate him.
Hi, Parker. I'm really, really sorry. I actually love your stuff. Thank you so much for everything you do. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, how old are you?
Maybe not the right age. I don't know, but I would support him.
You would, meaning I'm guessing that means you didn't vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. What's up, how old are you? Hello? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, how old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes,
And why'd you do that?
because I think he's a good president.
Why so?
Economically,
Okay. How is he economically good for the country when GDP has gone down in the first quarter of 2025 and unemployment has gone up since Trump came into office?
inflation went down.
Inflation went down which is just the rate of price increases has gone down, but that's because we saw GDP go down. That's because we saw GDP go down.
But the policies he passed made the economic rise.
Make the economic rise? What are you talking
Yeah.
about? What was that nonsense that just came out of your mouth? Made the economic rise. What indicator? He left. It made the economic rise. Okay, everyone? Get it right. Trump made economic rise. Okay? He did it. His policies, they did it by decreasing the size of the GDP, dude. That's how they did it. I'm telling you. I'm right. I'm telling you. Economic has risen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker from Australia. Much love.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Yo,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did
Why so?
because I like his stance on abortion.
Okay. What about his stance on abortion?
Really that he's pro-life, and yeah, that's about it.
Really? Just that he's pro-life? Are you?
Well, I mean,
okay. Go ahead.
sorry, what'd you say?
Just that he's pro-life?
Yeah.
Are you in support of vaccine mandates, COVID vaccines, for example?
Yes, I'm really only I lean more left on every issue but abortion. But
Oh.
abortion is so important to me that I support Trump because of that.
Okay, so because of abortion, right? Because he wants
Yeah.
to leave it up to the states, right? You specifically are willing to vote against all of your interests and the country's interests.
Well, I'm more centrist on all things. I say left leaning because I believe like the country's Overton window leans left, but on abortion, yeah, I'm pro-life, so that's really a swaying thing for me.
Yeah, so again, you don't care about the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, released criminals into the country who beat police officers on January
I do, but
6th.
I separate. So as like, I would separate from an artist like Michael Jackson. I separate what he did from his art. So
I don't think you should do that.
Really?
Yeah. Would you support Hitler's art if it was good under your view?
That is a good point, but I mean, yeah, that's pretty hard to argue against. Okay, but I feel like there's a difference.
Yeah, I
between
would say
killing
I would
3
say
million
it
people.
wouldn't.
There's a
I
line.
would say it
There's
would
a
be
line.
good, and I wouldn't support it.
Okay, yeah, but there's I believe like there's a line. Like I wouldn't support like.
And what's
feel like-
so the line isn't met with Donald Trump, who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Who said he would
Okay,
date a 10-year-old
these
girl
are-
in 10
these are
years?
all good
who
points.
who literally said he had sex in common with his daughter? Who said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass? Who said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter? Like this guy has a very long history of engaging in horrible behavior.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. To me, saving a lot of lives a year makes that. I don't know. It doesn't even it out, but it's like worth supporting him for me to save all those people.
Really, because like he advocates for like paid for IVF, which is going to kill more lives under your view, zygotes and embryos.
So, sorry, I'm unclear on what paid IVF is. What's that?
Well, he said he wanted to pay for IVF. I don't know if he'll follow
Yeah.
through with that, but that would specifically be paying for people to be able to get in vitro fertilization treatment, which would increase the amount of zygotes and embryos that were discarded based upon the use of that process.
Really? Okay, I'm being swayed right now. Yeah, that was very eye-opening. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna leave because that was all good points.
All right, appreciate you
Might
coming up.
vote right next.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. March 25th, 2005.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why
So I just wanted to ask, not necessarily Trump, but I saw that Peyton TikTok. You know Peyton? I don't know his last name. You know who I'm
Cap,
talking about?
Do you want to debate about the topic?
No, but I want
No?
you to.
Okay. Well,
I want you to clarify the NF America tour because I heard some things that would make me think that maybe you're for Trump since he's such a bad guy. Seeing as I've heard some things that you might have not clarified that you're doing some pretty racist and awful things.
Go ahead.
Fraudulent.
Bring up what you think I need to clarify.
Well, I mean, that whole NF America tour was pretty fraudulent and kind of sounds like you guys don't stand for anything that you say you stand for.
How so?
How so? I'm sure you've seen the video.
Yeah, like I'm asking, like what, because there are plenty of people with different ideological.
I don't know you guys
So I'm
doing
asking
all
you,
this
what's your
for a
perspective?
paycheck.
What?
You sitting here on this live, you don't actually believe anything that you spout. You're doing it all for a paycheck.
Okay. What makes you think that I'm not doing anything that I say here, or I don't believe anything that I'm saying here?
Because the NF America tour is full of lies and it's full of fraudulence.
What lie did I engage in?
What lie did you engage in? You didn't educate your audience, your very large audience, on the racist and fraudulent things on the NF America tour. Like thousands of dollars going missing and that group of black women that you guys patronized.
Well, that I paid. I didn't do anything specifically myself. So
You didn't fight against it. Bystander.
So
bystanders are just as worse as the bullies.
Okay, so again, I did address this and take accountability for this. I do think that like I should have addressed it quicker, like and faster, and holding like her to like take accountability publicly, like in addressing it prior, as I thought like she was privately taking accountability, which was not actually happening. But like
Yeah.
if we want to talk specifically about those set of conditions, we can talk about that. But it doesn't seem like you're coming from that perspective, right? So like again, what specifically about what I did do you like find issue with? Given like what I've acknowledged.
You took too long. You took too long to educate your audience.
Okay, well I would agree with that point. What's your point of addressing this again?
I mean, I haven't seen Dean address it at all. I've been on all
He's addressed it countless times.
Where has he addressed it?
In the Discord, on live streams. You can check out videos, right? Like
I haven't seen any videos. I'm not in his Discord, and I don't see his live stream.
There are people who screen record things and post them on TikTok. Those are the videos I'm referencing.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like I would have seen it. I'm pretty active on TikTok. If he's gonna post it in private forums where.
Do you just want me to tell you where you can go find this information?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go onto my YouTube specifically, right? And you can watch it. There's a live stream titled specifically at the beginning where I address things specifically, right? There's live stream video. If you just look up specifically like us addressing it on the context of TikTok, you will be able to find it. There are many screen recordings of us on these specific videos addressing them and like talking about these types of things. We've been very clear with our addressing here. You can also join the Discord. There's a specific hobbies aspect of the Discord where we can specifically look into this. You can see it and you can like read into the information yourself. There's plenty of information. You can find that there. So did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Well, then do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
I do not.
So you think that...
Here, one moment.
Okay, let's clarify this. Do you think it's racist to not rent to black people explicitly?
Yeah, but it's proven that he's never done that. You know, he dated a black woman.
It is proven that he did specifically not rent to black people, and that's why there were testers specifically that tested his businesses, right? Like they did demonstrate this. He would put specifically on applications of non-white individuals the letter C, right, to indicate that they shouldn't like to rent to them. So like there's
he did date a woman of color. Sorry, the comments there. He didn't.
Someone dating a woman of color is not evidence that they're not racist.
Yeah, but I mean, an intimate relationship with a person of color, and then you say you.
What? That doesn't mean that he's not racist.
I mean, yeah, but
even if that is true, I don't even know what relationship you're referencing. I'm not familiar with his relationship history, right? But like again, that doesn't mean he's not racist.
One moment.
How does that mean he's not racist?
I mean, why would you engage with an intimate relationship if you hate somebody based solely on their color?
So are you saying that someone who has a partner who's black means that they're never going to be considered racist?
I never said that. I'm just saying
So there are people that can have partners who are black that can still be racist.
Yeah, but
so
my
the white
point is-
so the white person is so Donald Trump is still racist even if he had a partner that was a person of color.
But I don't think he is.
Okay, well then we address this. One specifically, right? He didn't rent to black people. Two, he called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even given the DNA exoneration. Right. We can also point to the fact that he called. He said that he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Right, literally to undermine him being president of the United States. He said that Kamala
Okay.
Harris turned black. He said specifically that Haitian immigrants, right, because assuming that a woman who is black from Canton, Ohio, who was a U.S. citizen, was like a Haitian immigrant, because he assumed that was eating,
Yeah.
were eating. He said Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs without any good evidence indicating that to be the case. There's plenty of examples of Donald Trump being very racist. So the fact that you don't acknowledge that, I think, is very concerning in of itself.
But I don't think you're acknowledging that two wrongs don't make a right necessarily.
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, you were with this like whole big scandal, racist organization.
Wait. Like specifically, again, Z engaged in racist actions. We've addressed that and acknowledged that that's horrible and bad.
Yeah.
Right? You acknowledge that that's horrible and bad. Why can't you acknowledge that with Donald Trump?
Can he not acknowledge that? I don't think he's racist. I really don't.
Okay, so then all the behaviors I brought up, how are they not racist? Explain.
Can we talk about policy?
I want you to address specifically. No, you're not going to pivot after you just brought this specifically up and tried to hold me to specifically addressing
Well, you
that.
brought it up.
How about you address the same things that you brought up
You
specifically
you
and address the
pivoted
fact
this
that
to
what Donald
Trump
Trump did is
versus
racist. Do you agree that
supporting a
do you
racist
agree
organization?
those things are racist?
I do.
Okay, so specifically, can you tell me what you think isn't racist that Donald Trump did with the things that I brought up?
What's not racist?
Yeah.
I don't think it was a matter of skin color when KB's deep in the Kool-Aid. I don't think it was a matter of skin color when he was talking about Haitians eating dogs and cats.
Really, when he assumed that someone on a video who was black, who was a U.S. citizen from Canton, Ohio, was a Haitian immigrant, right? Specifically, that was here illegally, right? And saying that they were eating cats and dogs, that's not a racist assumption.
No, I don't know how that has
Especially
to do
because of the
anything.
harm that it caused towards the Haitian community, right, in the United States.
Yeah, but it wasn't because they were Haitian. It's because they were causing problems.
One, that they weren't a Haitian immigrant.
Okay.
Two, Haitian immigrants weren't eating cats and dogs. Three, in Springfield, Ohio, Haitian immigrants were invited.
Yeah. Say that again.
Haitian immigrants were invited and under legal protected status.
A refugee status from the Biden administration?
Legal protected status.
Yeah, refugee status from the Biden administration.
What's wrong with
they
that?
shouldn't have been given. Sorry.
What's wrong with that?
What's
It's
wrong
still
with
legal.
refugee
It's still
status?
legal status.
They don't need the whole reason they were giving refugee status was to
Oh, how about we address even more? How about the fact that we address that there's now allowed for segregation in the context of federal aspects of the military, right?
There is?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
Do you want me to send you that? We can also reference his harm or his tried to address against getting rid of DEI within the context of the military, where he's literally destroying accomplishments of people who are black, right, within the context of the military, getting rid of things specifically that relate to like accomplishments and medals, right, and achievements, right, because he considers them quote unquote DEI.
I think part of that's wrong. I think part of it's correct.
Part of it's wrong, part of it's correct. Tell me what part is correct.
Okay, no, let me just say, I've experienced not DEI firsthand, but secondhand. I've seen employers often, I've had discussions with employers, like friends that employ people. They find it they find it looks better when they hire someone that is of color. They look better, especially in these more liberal
person of color. So again, when you say appreciate the hand hearts, when you say that doesn't at all go against anything that I'm saying. Are you saying that like it would specifically look better because they are going to come off as less racist?
I'm saying a lot of these achievements probably
that's like you assuming that women are in businesses because like people who are in the context of the businesses leading it want to come off as less misogynistic.
I don't think so.
Okay, well then I'm confused, right? Like, why are you only doing this with people who are black?
What do you mean?
Why are you only doing this with people who are black?
Doing what?
DEI isn't just applicable to people who are black, right?
Yeah,
DEI
it's
is
not.
also applicable in the context of situations we're referencing gender,
Of
in
yeah, women.
situations we're
There's
referencing veterans,
plenty of ethnic
situations
groups. Yeah.
referencing disabled people, right? Like
And
DEI is very vast in its application, right? And people,
Yeah.
for some reason, are trying to think that like DEI means like didn't earn it, like what Charlie Kirk brings up. But really, the only
Mhm.
people who didn't earn it in reference to getting DEI are people like Donald Trump that literally are DEI candidates because of the fact of the Electoral College. He literally lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton, but still won because of the Electoral College. So he's a DEI candidate by definition. But
I'm
apparently
confused. How
DEI
is
is he's also unqualified, incredibly unqualified comparative to Hillary Clinton, if you want to reference her.
Okay.
If you guys care about qualifications
I
as well,
don't-
if you care about merit and meritocracy, it wouldn't make sense for you to support Donald Trump, who has the least possible merit you could possibly establish, and a presidential candidate with literally no history within being able to get people to work together to be able to get policies passed on the table. His history specifically indicates massive debt added, which he's specifically doing through his big beautiful bill. $3.8 trillion are going to be added to the debt, which is literally more than the entirety of
Offset by
non-COVID related
tariffs.
spending of the Biden-Harris administration when they were in office. Donald
O-
Trump,
off-
through one bill,
offset by funding cuts in the
Medicaid,
capital and
cutting
tariffs.
Medicaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, cutting Medicaid, cutting people's life-saving medical care.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think that's totally okay to
And
give
cutting-
massive tax
cutting-
breaks to millionaires and billionaires and adding massive levels to the debt? And also the 3.8 trillion is in debt. That's factoring in the cuts. That's factoring in everything that you're referencing. So even considering the cuts, right, to Medicaid, even considering the cuts to food stamps, even considering the cuts to people's social services, you still are adding multiple trillions of dollars to the debt, giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, and giving massive contracts to defense contractors so that they can kill more people around the world and establish what's it called, military dominance around the world, right, specifically for their profited interest.
Okay, let me just, because you kind of rambled on a little bit.
That's
There's a
not
lot to touch
ramble.
on. Yeah, it kind of was.
Address anything I said. Impossible challenge.
Okay, so offset by tariffs, he pretty much won a trade war against China. They're
No, he
bowing
didn't.
down and agreeing to things that they never would have agreed
What
with.
did they
He
agree
just
to?
went on a tour in the Middle East for a week.
What did China agree to?
Secured trillions of dollars worth
What
of
did China
investments
agree to?
invested in Middle Eastern countries.
What did China agree to?
Can I finish?
What did China agree to?
What did China agree to? One sec. They agreed to lower tariffs on both sides.
No, so that's a pause on tariffs.
Yeah.
And it was not lower tariffs than what originally existed. It was literally just lower than what
Yeah,
Trump
but
brought it
they're
up to.
agreeing. He's dethroning the manufacturing.
That's not an
capital.
agreement. That's literally just they're going to negotiate.
Yeah, they're negotiating. They never would have negotiated. No, would they?
This trade war didn't exist under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, he created it so that they would, listen.
So the only reason the tariffs were that high in the first place is because of Donald Trump.
No,
Yes.
we've been
Wrong.
tariffed. We've been tariffed crazy for the past 20
No,
years.
we haven't.
Yes, we have.
We've had way higher percentage tariffs now than we have had then.
And your headphones not on, we need to have a little.
In trouble. Bro got in trouble. All right, we're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Madison, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's actually crazy that he had that view. Linda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Danny, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you. Sophia with the $200. Thank you so much, Sophia, on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now for, hey, I'm the person who sent Dean to it, and I want to do the same for you. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Holy shit. W's for them in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen, everyone. You already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm going to be 39 next week.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to say it's really nice here.
Hey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know you're going to say something really nice. I appreciate it so much. I am just looking for some debates right now, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did you want to get up a debate right now? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He's trying to go on TikTok right now.
For the next person, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. Speak, leave the live or mute yourself.
Why did you get dog?
Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy. Sorry, I had to do that, everyone. If you don't know who that is Liam. He's absolutely insane. He's really fucked up as a person. And we always troll him by calling him good boy on the stream. If you don't know already. That is what happens. Landon, did you vote for Donald Trump? What is going on with the guest request right now? Everyone say good boy Liam in the comment section, everyone. It always helps out, you know, the push of the stream. I would really appreciate it. Just make sure to put good boy Liam in the comment section. Really helps push it out to more people. All right, let's get this next person up here. Good boy Dean. Good boy Dean. That's fucked. Good boy Liam. Jeez. Yo, what's how old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Actually, I have the
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You what's how old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Do you think Dylan Mulvaney is attractive?
No, not necessarily. But can you like give me a reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Not really.
Okay, why so?
I don't even know how to
Do
get
you
off
wanna
this.
do you wanna debate? No? Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm like, what is going on with people today? People are just not wanting to debate. Are they scared of debating? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
Well, I think that he's restoring prosperity to America, right, in many ways. My favorite policy of his, and I promise this is not a troll comment, is the American government will only recognize two genders, male and female. That's my favorite policy implemented. I also love the reciprocal tariffs. I think those are very good as well. I love Doge. I love RFK. I just love everything about Trump's administration. Now, what exactly don't you like about that?
Okay. Fuck, I got my notes put in right after. So male female is a great policy for you. So male and female is just relating to sex, not gender. I'm really confused what your point is with that, but like I don't know why that's like a policy you're so happy of. That doesn't change anything.
Because it will prevent my future daughters from being in the same bathroom with a biological male pretending to be a female.
Really? Because Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. So the reality of the United States and America today, and it's been throughout the past many decades, is that that cis men who are straight don't have to pretend or do anything to be able to take advantage of women. They just take advantage of women, right, in those particular type of ways, okay? And that's what Donald Trump has done, and that is normalized to a greater extent when you vote for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. When you undermine victims, people who are assaulted, right? Because you want to believe the guy that assaulted them, right? That also creates a greater culture where people are more likely to be assaulted. So if you actually meaningfully cared about any of these issues that you're bringing up, specifically about caring about the effect that it's going to have on women or people who are assaulted or people who are negatively impacted, you wouldn't have voted for such a candidate who actively, literally normalizes such behavior.
Is he normalizing those policies?
He's normalizing that behavior.
How so? Elaborate.
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and even though he was held
No,
civilly
he
liable
wasn't.
of, yes, he was. You want to bet?
No, he wasn't.
You want to bet?
Why is he president then?
Want to bet?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, how much?
We're not going to bet money.
Because you know you're wrong.
No, because I don't have money to bet, bro.
Okay. Fair. Trump is doing horrible things to the economy. So like if you want to address this, you know that you're wrong on that point. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Look up Trump libel essay AP News. Okay. You can find this specifically from New York Times. You can look specifically at the verdict form from the jury, where the jury said that he forcibly penetrated her against her will. Right. So that's determined by a unanimous decision by a jury. And when you go against that and you don't believe the jury, right, you undermine not only the American court system and our rule of law, but you also are undermining victims who have held their abusers accountable in court. Because not only will you not believe someone who will told you that like they were assaulted, you won't believe someone if someone tells you that they've been assaulted. If they hold their abuser accountable in a court with a jury of 9 people who unanimously decided that that person assaulted them, you still won't believe them in that circumstance. So after what point of evidence would you then decide to believe them? Literally, it seems like never.
Well, it seems like most of the country didn't believe that, right? Because he won
most
in
of the
a
country didn't know
landslide
about
victory.
It was not a landslide. All right, Biden by a greater margin, won by a greater margin. But it is the case that if you want to reference like the country still voting for him, that's because right the country oftentimes didn't know about this. Right on Jubilee, right in front of like 30 people, I asked them the question: would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Most people said they wouldn't, but they still ended up supporting him because they just didn't put 2 and 2 together. That held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman indicates that Donald Trump's a horrible guy. Because people needed to sit down and have these conversations. No, it's because people needed to sit down and have these conversations. How is it fallacious?
It's fallacious because he's not actually guilty of that.
He is. He was held civilly liable. Tell me, how is he not guilty?
Is it always the case that if you're found civilly liable that you're guilty?
Most times you're guilty.
Most times. Okay, sure. But I don't think Donald Trump was guilty. And I think that if he was guilty, he would not be the president of the United States right now.
Okay, so you're saying presidents of the United States couldn't be guilty?
No, that's not what I'm
saying. That's what you just argued. So then what are you arguing?
Well, fair enough. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay, so then what's the point? So do you know her name? Who was assaulted?
Stormy Daniels or something like that?
Nope. Her name is E. Jean Carroll. Do you know what city she was assaulted in? Or no, state. We'll go state. What state was she assaulted in?
I don't know, dude.
You don't even know the state.
New York?
Yes, there you go. What store was she assaulted in?
I don't know.
Bergdorf Goodman.
I don't think she was assaulted.
What decade was she? What decade was she assaulted in?
Well, can you retroactively revoke consent?
Yes.
What?
Wait.
Really?
Hold on. I misunderstood. I apologize. Can you revoke here? I misunderstood. Can you revoke consent at any time? I'm not saying you can go back in time and revoke. That's not what I meant to say.
At any time in the moment where you're with the person. Yes.
Yes. When you're engaging in the act, you can at any point in time you can do that. That's the way I originally interpreted it, even though that's not what retroactive means. I apologize.
Yeah, you can do that. But years after the fact, you cannot decide that you're no longer okay with what happened. You can't do that.
That's not what she did. Donald Trump said that he never met her. Donald Trump
why
said
was
that.
It years after the fact then?
Wait, she came out years after the fact. She told her friends at that time that she was assaulted, and her friends corroborated this and talked about this in the court case.
I imagine they probably would.
Yeah. Well, so like I don't know what you're talking about. So like this idea that like she just right now said that is ridiculous. She said that she was assaulted from day one, and Donald Trump said that he never met her and that he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's quote unquote not his type. But in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that either both Eugene Carroll and his ex-wife are both his type or both not his type, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way.
What?
What's confusing about that? I'll explain it.
He would have essayed her anyway.
Yes, because he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, indicating one, he would have sexually abused people if they were his type, and two, specifically indicating that like if he lied and said that he or if he said that if he mistook Eugene Carroll with his ex-wife, that it would indicate that they're either both his type or both not his type. So if he would have got with his ex-wife still as a person, he was in a relationship with her, right? That indicates that under his standard, he still would have sexually abused her.
Well, but that's not what that means, though. When I say I wouldn't have done it because she's not my type, that doesn't mean that if she was my type, I would have done that. That's not what he actually
That is
means,
absolutely what it means. So then why would you even say that? You would just say that you wouldn't do it, period. It doesn't matter if someone's your type or not your type. You wouldn't do it, period. Why the hell would you say you wouldn't do it because she's not your type? That's so fucking weird to say. You wouldn't do it, period.
No, that's actually it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, because you would make that claim, like, I wouldn't touch this girl, she's not even my type, right? Like that's a very normal thing to say. That's like
wait, even if that was considered quote unquote normal to say, does not mean it's a justified thing to say. That's a horrible, disgusting, and despicable thing to say. What are you talking about?
No, he's saying like, I wouldn't touch this girl, she's not even my type. Right?
No, you're saying you wouldn't have essayed her because she's quote unquote not your type. You should say you wouldn't essay someone, period. Why does it have to be specifically that you wouldn't
Is
essay
that
them
what you should say? Yes.
just because they're not your type?
Is that what you should say? Yes. But it would make a lot of sense. I could see myself making the same argument, right? Like
You could see yourself saying that. You could see yourself saying that you wouldn't have sexually abused someone because she's quote unquote not your type.
Okay, let's clarify. I would never essay anyone. That's what I should say, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. But I could see myself in the moment, right, saying something like what he said, right? Like, she's not even my type. I would never touch her. I would never do that because she's not my type.
Why wouldn't you just say I wouldn't have touched her against her will, no matter what?
Well, perhaps because you didn't have the foresight.
You don't need foresight in order to understand consent. Like, you should, as a man, as an adult, understand consent.
Yeah, I do understand consent. I don't think you understand consent.
What do I not understand about consent?
Well, do you think that every time that someone has a sexual interaction that it's implicitly like verbalized the consent, right? Like, oh, can I touch you
Boundaries
here?
need to be established, yes, very clearly.
No, that would be a turnoff, bro. If you're
What
with
are you
a girl
talking about?
and-
Wait, listen. If you're in the context of a relationship, right, those boundaries have been established and you have very clear indicators of communication that are constant and ongoing at all points in time. That should exist if you're also talking to people who are literally you're not in a relationship with as well. You have got to establish those types of things. And if you don't establish those types of things, people are going to be harmed. Absolutely. The norm should be to be very clear with it. Very clear with what it is. Very clear with what you're going to be doing.
Parker, here's what happens in application, right? If you're with a woman, you're on the couch with her, right? And you say, you start leaning in and you say, can I kiss you? Like, she's, bro, that's not how humans work. That's not how that goes. You say, can I touch you there? You're like, no.
Because in the context of a relationship,
you don't ask that.
Shower.
You don't verbalize that. There's context.
Listen, when you are first establishing these types of engagements and engaging with that person, yes, you fucking establish that. What the hell is wrong with you? Now, if I'm in a relationship, I'm with my girlfriend. I've been with her for a year and a half. We've already verbalized these types of consent, what our boundaries are. We're very understanding and knowledgeable about what we are okay with, right? In that type of context, we'll kiss each other all the time, specifically without verbalizing it before, right? Those types of things are normal to do in that type of context, right? Because we are very clear. We have open and honest communication, and revoking consent can happen at any point in time. and everyone will be understanding in that context. That is very clear. Those boundaries have been established, right? You need to be very clear when you're engaging with people who are new that you have not engaged with before. Boundaries and consent, that needs to be very clear. And when you don't establish boundaries and consent, sometimes you might be okay because that person might have been okay with it, right? And it is the case that you just didn't verbally like consent to that, and you might be okay, be able to get away with it because they were okay with it and consenting. But what about if it is the case that you didn't verbally address those types of things, you didn't address those type of things in any meaningful way to establish it, and it is the case that they just didn't feel okay to speak up about it? You want to be very clear, especially with people that you are just meeting, that you have not established these specific boundaries with already. Does that make sense?
Wait,
Like,
so
I think
Parker,
that should be very
does
clear.
body language? No, well, it actually does make sense, but does body language not exist?
Obviously, body language exists. No one disputes that. But you
Right,
should not. You
of
should not,
course. So,
especially when
and
you're
is
just.
it-
You should not, when you're just meeting someone, right? Determine the communication of someone just based upon body language. I do not think that is a reliable standard, especially when you're just meeting someone, to determine consent. I just don't.
Just meeting someone. Well, I didn't say you're just meeting someone, but you wanted to be clear, right? You're saying, well, you have a high value on the word clear, right? You want to be clear. So let's be clear. Is every relationship that has not been explicitly verbalized that there's consent to do something,
If there is
does
not,
that mean that?
hold up, let me just clarify. If there is not established consent, then I think that there is something wrong.
If there's
about how
not,
there
if
was
there's not
established-
vocalized,
I think
if there's not vocalized consent and you kiss a girl, she didn't vocalize that you can kiss her, but she was very receptive to the kiss. She wanted it more than you did, right? And she was very happy with it. She was not
So in that
objected.
context, listen, in that context, that was a consensual circumstance, right? There isn't an issue with there being a consensual circumstance. What I'm saying is that on a rule basis, right, you shouldn't engage in stuff without clarifying with people before, because it is the case that it can be the case that someone doesn't have that same type of response, right, or isn't okay with that type of communication, right? So you need to be very clear with establishing communication prior. It's very important.
But don't you think you could read the context clues with the body language?
I think that you need a little bit more oftentimes than just quote
Do
unquote
you
body
think that
language.
Many people.
Okay, you watch movies, right? In the movies, do they ever say, "Can I kiss you"? Except for these
really.
like boy,
Movies
like,
do not
modern
establish what
Gen
ethical
Z movies.
movies do not establish what ethical character is. In plenty of movies,
Okay, sure.
in plenty
Fine,
of movies,
fine.
it is the case that they have horrible behavior, right? And we are not using that as an example for good behavior.
Okay, fine.
Matt,
So movies
I'm
do
pretty-
not.
Matt wanted to say something, so let's let Matt speak real quick.
Oh no, I just wanted to bring up because we talk about this, and you're not like understanding kind of it from like the woman's point of view. So maybe you would understand like a man's point of view, because I had my consent taken away from me by a woman. When I was in college, and I guarantee you that my body language told the person that I did not want to do this. This was not like what I wanted to do, and they didn't give a shit, right? And so I'm not really sure that you're understanding that it's not about like body language, because even when you vocalize, even when you tell somebody, unless you do that and they say no, I don't want this to happen, then that's where it stops, and it can be revoked at all times. So I'm not really understanding what you're not getting about. This is where consent lies, that it has to be active, vocal, and enthusiastic, and freely given, and all these things. So I don't know like what you're not understanding about that kind of whole consent game.
Well, can we just get a very clear answer on this? Do you think that every single time that men and women kiss for the first time, that it's vocalized that this is okay, we're gonna kiss? Like, wouldn't that be a turnoff? Like, don't you think that would kind of be weird? Don't you think that would kind of be weird to say, can I kiss you? Or do they just lean in and kiss?
Body language itself is a type of vocalization, right? You can tell by someone's body language whether or not they are interested in doing something going forward, right? But many people still should say, leading up to that point, whether or not they want to engage in that action. No man should just go up to a woman and just immediately start kissing them, right? There's a whole story.
Not what I said.
That's
not what I said.
You're making it seem like a man is just walking up to a woman and all of a sudden it's like,
Showers. I'll give you an example. The first time I kissed my girlfriend, right, I asked before, do you think that's fucking weird? Because she didn't.
I
Think
do
it's
think
weird.
that's a little weird.
Why? Why do you think that's weird?
She didn't think it's well. I think
Throughout
she
prescription.
was probably turned off by that.
Well,
I think she was
not.
probably.
She was not.
That's a descriptive claim, not a prescriptive claim.
I said she was not.
How do you know?
I know because she's my girlfriend, and I've had conversations with her, and we've deeply.
Do you think
emotionally
maybe
connected.
she's your girlfriend because you have a social media status?
Okay, bro, are you really you're gonna say that? I appreciate the scripted. Thank you so much for the 12-month subscription. Right? No, I don't think she's with me just because of my social media.
Well, I think that would largely be a part of why she's attracted to you.
Really? Why that? Why so? Like, do you know
I mean,
who my
don't you
girlfriend
think that-
is? Do you know what her motivations are? Have you had a conversation with her? Have you ever sat down and been with her, around her at all? No, you're just assuming these things because of me, because you've engaged in a debate with me. You have never met her in your life. You have no clue who she is. You know none of her desires of what she is motivating her, yet you know specifically what she's going to be intending to do. That's interesting.
So I can't say with certainty, right, that she would not be with you if you did not have your social media presence, right? But don't you think that your
you're
social media
assuming that
presence-
woman. You're assuming
don't you
woman
think that
wants
that's
money.
valuable?
You're just assuming every woman wants just money and only wants to be with men.
It's not about
because
the
of,
money. It's
That's what it
actually
is.
about the status. It's
Oh,
actually
status.
about the
Okay.
status.
Oh, same thing. Money status. That's meeting in the same sort of like misogynistic argument all the time that women are only trying to get in relationships specifically because of money and status. Sure, there are people like that, with
Again-
men and women. That's not specific to just women.
So you don't
But
think
no, my
you don't think
girlfriend is
your
not like
social
that. And you
media-
just assuming that is really weird.
You wait. You don't think your status has any value on the dating market?
I don't think that
You think that is completely irrelevant?
I don't think my girlfriend took that into account when dating me.
Okay, fine. But answer the question though. Don't pivot. Do you think that it has any value or stake in the dating market?
There are more people that would be able to know who I am because of the attention and status that I have. Sure.
Okay.
But that
well,
doesn't
that
change
wasn't
anything.
that wasn't exactly a yes or a no,
But also,
I'll take it.
You met your girlfriend prior to you blowing up anyway. Like you weren't like super huge at the time.
Yeah, I wasn't like.
you met her.
I mean, I had a platform. Don't get me wrong. And
Were you
the
on
platform
Jubilee?
was
We're not on
relatively
this
big,
stage, no.
but it was
Were
like
you on
my
Jubilee?
platform is bigger now.
Were you on Jubilee?
Before that, I was on Jubilee. Yes. Not the Charlie
But
Kirk
before
one.
before you had your girlfriend?
Before I was in a relationship with my girlfriend, I had not been on the Charlie Kirk Jubilee, but I had been on a different Jubilee episode. 2 different Jubilee episodes.
Okay, well, I think I've watched you multiple times on Jubilee. Sorry, I got kind of said multiple and Jubilee in the same word.
Yeah.
But-
But again, even if it is the case that I met my girlfriend after I was already having a platform, I was already successful, that doesn't change anything at all. That doesn't change whether or not her motivations are specifically to be with me because of that. You literally are assuming because she's a woman that her motivations were that. And that's why I was saying it was misogynistic, is because you don't know anything about her except the fact that she's a woman and that she's in a relationship with me. And that's it.
Yeah, but I know about feminine nature, right? And I know,
You know
that
about
women
feminine. This
are,
is what I mean. This is what I
Feminine
mean.
nature.
This is
Wait,
this
my
I proved.
girlfriend-
You just proved it.
Well,
women
my girlfriend
are attracted
met
to
me
status.
here on this platform. She reached out to me. I have nothing on this platform. Like I'm not at Parker's level, Dean's level. I'm not anything. And yet all of my partners that I've met have been on TikTok. So maybe you know, consider the fact that maybe they like reach out to us because they find us attractive and they find us interesting and intelligent and that's what they're interested in. Not the fact that like I am not like famous at all. Right? I mean, maybe that's a possibility.
Yeah, so I'm not saying she doesn't find him attractive. She very well might do so, but I'm just saying that his status is not irrelevant.
I don't know why you felt the need to say that. I mean, is it just
Maybe
because
to you.
you don't feel that sense of status, so you just felt like saying that because you feel like lonely because of that? No, it's because of your beliefs. Right? Seriously.
Yeah,
Like,
right,
if you
so-
get yourself out there, if you have good beliefs, right, it is the case that you're going to be able to maintain relationships, right? People will want to be around you.
Good beliefs.
Who are
That's
good
going to get
people.
me relationship. Good beliefs.
Yeah, good
Really? You
beliefs,
think that?
right? Good behaviors are going to get you in good relationships. Absolutely. That is actually the most fundamentally important aspect of a relationship, is treating people very nicely, your behaviors, right? It's your mentality, it's your motivations, it's your communication. Those things are the most fundamental aspects of relationships, right? Alongside, obviously, having financial stability, being okay, right? Up to the point of being able to take care of yourself. You know what I mean? On a
Bro,
financial
how many
basis.
Disney movies do you watch or not?
What are you talking
No,
about?
this is so blue pill. It's just nonsense.
Me believing
It's
that
nonsense.
me believing in non-toxic relationships is bad.
Non-toxic relationships.
Why there's
what?
a quote unquote
So if a girl is
epidemic,
if she's
it's because
attracted
of
to your
you.
status, if you happen to be really tall, right, and she was attracted to that, that's toxic. And if she was attracted to your status, that's toxic. If she was attracted to your financial position, that's toxic. That's just inherently toxic, right?
Being attracted to those things aren't necessarily bad things, right? It is the case that you specifically, right, saying you will only date people within those criteria is specifically when people start to have issues. No one has an issue specifically with people being attracted, right, to tall people. No one has an issue specifically with people being attracted, right, to the ability for people to be able to provide things that they see to be fun, right? No one's seeing an issue with that specifically. It's when you specifically won't engage with people otherwise, and when you have that sort of egotistical mentality, specifically when people start to have an issue with it. Everyone specifically, right, would be okay with saying that they have a desire to be able to go everywhere around the world, do whatever they would want, right, be able to have everything taken care of for themselves, right? No one in the world is going to say no to that. Seriously, no one will, okay? But it's obviously going to be in the context of certain conditions. You're not going to be willing to give up your ethics in order to be able to do that. You're not going to only be talking to people that way. You're not going to not talk to someone because they don't have that. You know what I mean? Like, but like if you end up meeting someone and it ends up being a probabilistic circumstance where you meet someone and that ends up being the case, well, then obviously that would be something that you consider desirable.
If you're broke and you're 5'3",
I am 5'3", and guess what? I've had many women in my life. What's your point? What do you mean, sure? You want me to like name names? Because I'll name names. I got no problem doing that. Like that's why
You don't have to name
like
names.
the people that bring up, well, no, the very people that bring up height are the men. Why are you bringing up height as if that's a bad thing? Why is my being?
It's a descriptive claim.
No. But you brought it up as if that's a negative.
I'm describing reality.
No, it's a reality for some women, but the women in my life have no problem with it.
He's rage baiting. He's seriously just rage baiting.
No,
seriously,
okay,
bro.
because the reason why
Parker, do you really think
the reason why? Hold on. The reason why this animates me is because I hear so many people on the right claim that we need to be nicer to men, that men need help, right? That we need to do. But then you go about and you say things like this. You degrade men who happen to not be 6 foot tall. The fact that I'm 5'3" means nothing to anybody unless they want to use that characteristic to like demean me. But I have actually nothing. Like it matters not to me, right? The only people that I've met that it actually matters to are men.
So in general, right, women are attracted to men that they look up to. They're not attracted to men who they have to look down at. And I'm not, listen, this is not a
Showers. How are you going to say what women find attractive? You could say some women in your life have found those certain things attractive. That does not mean every woman is like that, dude.
I said in general. I didn't say every woman, but I said in general.
Showers.
This is a descriptive truth of feminine nature, right? They want a man who is a protector and a provider. This is their biological imperative. This is their biological imperative.
Is it your biological imperative to be this stupid?
I would argue that the height preference is not biological. It's all sociological, because you can go to other cultures where men are either at the same height or even shorter, and they have no problem getting women. It's entirely sociological, because we have this dumb idea where tall or being tall means that you're more masculine and you're more the thing. Whereas I consider myself very masculine. Like if you look at me, I look very masculine. It just so happens that I'm 5'3".
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just describing feminine nature, right? Most women want a man who's taller than them. They want a man who makes more money than them. They want a man who can protect and provide for them. They want a man who they believe that if a thief comes into the house at night, right, that the man is going to step up and take care of that thief. He's going to protect them. He's going to give them a child that they'll be proud of.
Nice
and he's going to
red
protect
pill
that child.
podcast explanation of what women want. Why the hell are you fucking the one that's able to explain what women want? Please explain that to me. Why are you the one to be able to
Well,
determine
the
what
red
women
pill,
want in a relationship?
I'm not sure.
How are you going to be able to
I'm
identify?
not sure
Are you
if
in a
it's ever
relationship
been
yourself?
described to you before, but
Showers. Are you in a relationship yourself?
the red pill, fallacious appeal to personal experience.
Are you in a relationship yourself?
Fallacious appeal to personal experience.
So no, you're not.
Is that what I said?
I'm just asking, are you or are you not?
Fallacious appeal to personal experience.
So no? Lyle, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the
Is
9
that
months.
what I said? Is that what I said?
I will then answer the question.
No, but you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying
I'm asking you a question. I'm not putting any words. I'm not putting any words in your mouth. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I'm refusing to answer the question because it wouldn't actually matter. If we're speaking in general, my personal experience would not matter on the general average of things, right? Like that would be independent of me and my personal experience. And it would also be independent of you and your personal experience.
I'm just saying
the red pill is a packet. The red pill is a packet of descriptive claims.
Okay, well then do you have any studies to justify these descriptive claims if you don't have the experience?
Yeah, I mean, just look at dating apps.
Dating apps are not studies, right? You can have a study based upon a certain dating app, but that's going to have certain flaws based upon
Would you
whether or
study
not
dating
people are
apps?
certain likely. I've looked at certain studies on certain dating apps. What dating apps specifically are you referencing?
I mean, Tinder, Bumble.
If you're going to determine the entirety of relationships based upon Tinder and Bumble, I'm sorry, but you have no clue how relationships function.
I would argue that.
Don't you think that
those
what
apps bring up
women
the worst in people.
statistically select for on those apps might extrapolate to what they select for in real life?
Wait, say that one more time.
Do you think that what women select for on those apps might extrapolate to what they select for in real life, in reality?
So I think that what's selected on apps can relate to, right, and be associated with what happens in real life, but it's not an accurate description because of who is going to be the set of population that goes on the apps in the first place. It's not representative of the overall population.
You don't think that there's enough? Because a study, right? You don't have to have everyone in the population. You have a certain amount, right? You have enough of them to discern what they're likely to do.
Okay, I don't even know what the hell you're saying at this point. Can you restate
Do you
that?
not? So studies, you don't have the entire population. You take a subsect, right? You take a certain amount of people and you study them. If it's a study including people and their behaviors, right, you don't need the whole population to figure out that they're going to do X or Y.
Okay.
You could extrapolate.
Yeah.
You could take from that study the findings of that study, and you could largely apply that to general population.
So I just
Now,
want to
this-
say, because I'm running out of battery before I get off real quick, but you're telling what women want. I tell you right now that I make more than all of my exes. And I don't go after the job or how much he's making. I go after his personality. And your idea that it's a turnoff for women getting asked about consent is like absolutely absurd.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I've never had a turnoff from my boyfriend asking me if he can kiss me.
Yeah,
So
you
I think
have.
that's in your head specifically.
You're just saying what sounds good to the most amount of people. That's what women do.
Oh, because that's what
What?
it is, right? For you.
That's what
For
women
you.
do.
So you're going to victim blame yourself.
A victim blame myself? What? How'd you get there?
That it's all the women, but not you, right?
No,
And
it's not me because I'm not a woman. I'm not a part of that group. I'm sorry.
You lack intellect. Oh my god.
No, you're just not saying anything of substance.
What? That came out of your mouth?
Us saying, so women saying that we see men asking for consent as a turn on rather than a turn off, right? And you would tell
No, they
women that that's not true.
Okay, if it's a turn on for you, then sure. I'll just take your word for it. I'll grant that. Let's just say that it is a turn on for you. Do you think that that would largely apply to most women?
Do you want to ask the overwhelming
Yes.
majority of women in the chat?
You should look at the
No,
chat.
but
yeah.
this is a very specific chat, though, Parker. You know that.
So you're not willing to accept anything
All
from
of
women, only himself who's a man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
No, that's
I have
not
to ask.
that's
I have
not
to ask
actually
you,
what I'm saying.
do you have
It's
a
just that
girlfriend
the people
right
in this
now?
chat, the people in this chat they're all of the same ideology that you're a part of.
no,
Right?
they're
These
not.
are your
No, they're not.
followers.
No, they're not.
They're going
Plenty
to
of people
largely
Is that
disagree.
why-
believe what you believe.
Plenty of people disagree.
Right. Well, you will have a few haters in here, but you have what, 227,000 followers? Yeah. So most of these people in this live, what do we have? 3.2K. Most of them are going to be your followers. They're going to be people who think like you think. So that would not be accurate. If I asked them, yes, of course, they're overwhelmingly going to agree with you and her. They're not going to agree with me. However, if we went into like fresh and fit and we asked this
I
question,
think about consent.
what do you think the
yes.
answer would be?
Because
So
you're
would be the
asking
same
a bunch of red
difference.
pill men. We're asking women, and you're
Right,
asking a bunch of
but-
red pill
but
men.
Here I'm asking a bunch of liberals.
Wait, women. You're asking women, not just liberals. Women,
Liberal women. Yeah. So the answer I'm going to get
which is most
is going to
women.
be
So I'm not a
dependent
liberal.
on the platform
I'm
that
not a
I'm
liberal.
asking the question on, right?
Actually, you want to know there are a lot of leftists in my chat who aren't liberals. So what are you talking about?
Okay, leftists. Let's play semantics. Leftists.
Well, it's not just leftists. There's also like moderates, right, who are women in my chat. There's also
Oh,
Republican
okay.
women in my chat. I've debated a lot of the Republican women
So
in my
yeah,
chat.
so if it's only liberal women, that's when you don't care at all, just because they're liberal.
No, again, I'm saying that if I ask this question on this chat, right? And I mean, sure, we can do it. I don't care. But I already know what the answer is going to be, of course, because this chat is curated, right, for the same belief that Parker has. And if I ask the same question on something like Fresh and Fit, which is an extreme red pill podcast,
You just said the
right?
same thing I
It's
just
like
responded
the whole
to.
other spectrum.
Just responded to this. Showers, are you going to say the same thing after I already respond to it? What did I say?
Bro, I don't even know, man. Like, I'm just saying it would depend like this question, the answer to this question would depend on the platform that I'm asking the question on. You would get a different result. If you're
understand,
playing with
I understand.
extremes.
So then why don't you say that you're going to get like a heavily biased result when referencing what's coming from yourself about what women want?
Dude, these are descriptive claims on female nature. This is just what you
Yeah,
observe
and you think
in
that
reality.
you are better at determining
know?
women's nature than women themselves.
Right. How do you know
Actually,
what
yeah.
I want?
You don't do what women say, right? You don't listen to what women say. You listen to what they do.
Oh,
What they actually do in
this
the
is
world.
so fucking disgusting. This is exactly what perpetuates rape culture in this country, because it is the case that you don't listen.
Bro, come on,
Listen to
man.
what I'm
This
saying
is not
before you
what I-
fucking respond with absolute dumb shit.
Yo.
Listen to what's coming out of my mouth before you respond with absolute dumb shit. It's because when you don't specifically listen to what women have to say, you don't take into account the concerns of women, what harms women, you're inevitably going to harm women and hurt them, right? You understand that, right? And violate their consent. Because you're not listening to them, you're not taking into account what they have to say, and that's not even a concern for you. Your concern is what you specifically think women are going to do and what women are likely to do. You're not going to consider what women specifically tell you about that. You're just concerning what you say yourself. That's a male supremacist ideology right there, where you don't even take into account the concerns of women. That's the reality.
So see, but you know you're being bad faith.
I'm not being
You
bad
know
faith.
that.
No, I'm not.
You know you are. You know that's not what I said.
That is exactly what you're doing.
No,
I
that's
will
not
say,
what I
though,
said. That's not what I said.
So, show, I will say, I used to think somewhat like you because I will admit in my youth, right, growing up, back to like the height thing, like as like a 5'3" guy, it was very rough trying to date, mainly because I was young and stupid, and other people were young and stupid, right? And I got into kind of that red pill mentality that women didn't like me because of all these external factors and that they just hated me, and I thought that I knew better. And it wasn't actually until I actually listened to what women wanted and actually listened to like what they actually needed that I realized all those beliefs were wrong, and that many women don't care about those things. What they care about is what you believe in, how you act, things like that. And that's actually where I have had most of my success. I believe greatly that many of these incel type of guys who all they do is bitch and moan and just complain all the time, if they just changed one aspect of their life, their way of thinking, right, they would not have this issue, because it all stems from the way of thinking. Because once you go down that rabbit hole, it becomes very, very enticing to somebody, right? Because it's a loop, right? But like once you actually get out of it and you realize and you talk to actual humans, because most of these people are not like talking to people, they're just in like this whole like loop of themselves, right? Then that actually helps them to break out of that mold, and you realize that people have preferences, and that's okay. But there are many more people who will find you attractive as long as you're not like a really bad piece of shit or something.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to what women tell you, right? And again, bro, please don't take this where I know you would love to take this. You know that's bad faith. You know that's not what I'm saying. If you listen to what women tell you in regard, if you listen to what women tell you in regard to dating women and attracting women, they're going to give you overwhelmingly bad advice. You don't
He's
listen to
assuming
what
women's advice is bad.
You observe what they do.
That is
you
not.
observe what.
Do not
actually
listen to
happens in
shower.
reality.
Do
How
not listen
many-
to shower. Hold up. I'm just gonna
How many
stop.
times-
Stop. I'm actually stop. You're in front of like 5,000 people right now. Stop. This is ridiculous, right? You are not going to give better, right, advice to the audience than women are. Women are typically going to give better advice with dating with women, because specifically of a lot of the blind spots that you have as a man. And I tell you a hell of a lot of blind spots that you have because I've been in a long-term relationship and I know what it's like figuring out these blind spots, right, and being able to identify them, right, because oftentimes I just don't see them myself. Okay. And that's a normal thing for you to be able to identify as a person, right? And to be able to do. But like you have to be able to talk to people, to be able to listen to the concerns of women. You have to be able to like get out of your own comfort bubble that you're creating, an echo chamber that you're creating where you only listen to the concerns of men. Because when you do that, you're not going to have long-term, right, actually sustainable relationships. And if you actually did listen to the concerns of women, right, you are going to be able to figure out that that's going to provide a long-term stability for relationships. Because if you listen to your partner, to the concerns that they have, you're going to be able to actively address those concerns.
These are not concerns of men. These are descriptions of reality. This is what you see females doing in the real world.
Women.
Oh, did Nina leave? And some people are saying there's crazy lag. Is there lag on YouTube, everyone?
It's very blurry.
Oh God, I don't
It
want
is
this thing
blurry.
to happen again. What is this happening again, dude? Hold up. Oh, 1 second. Let me check.
Since when is it bad to say females?
Not bad to say females if you're talking about males and females, but men and women. Like people say men and females. That's bad. You're reducing them down to their biology.
All right, here. Maybe it will fix over time, everyone.
Well,
it's just like, dude, why is my internet doing that? I don't want to restart it midway through the live because I'm like literally already in the live, you know? Now it's causing a lot of people to like. Is it better now? Because my internet is like definitely not.
It's not lagging on my end.
No, the guests don't have the problem. Just the viewers.
Okay. All right. Well, continue. Just go with what you were saying.
No, so I mean, this is one of the problems, right? It's about the language that you use. Women don't want to be talked down to. And people they always say men, and then they say females, right? That is degrading because you're reducing them down to their pure biology. If you were talking about males and females, then fine, great, that's wonderful. But when you're talking about men, then you're also talking about women, right? So that's why language here matters, because these people in these circles, they talk about women in such a way that I don't even think they like notice it, but they talk about it in such a way that is degrading to them.
Well, a man is an adult male human, and a female, or a woman actually rather, is an adult female human. They're the same thing. They're synonymous terms, female and woman, and man
you're
and
not
male.
understanding. It's about the intent. When you intentionally say men and females, you're reducing one group of people down to their biology. You would never say males and women, right? You don't say that, right? No one in the community. I have never heard someone come on this live and say males and women. They only say men and females.
True.
Why? Because it reduces them down beyond what they are. You say men and women, males
They're interchangeable
and females.
terms.
They're not.
There's no reduction.
They're not,
here.
because
They're
people
interchangeable
use
terms.
it.
They're
No,
synonymous.
because people use it in such a way to demean and to bring them down. That's why language matters. It's because you might not think that that's the case, but in the community where that type of language is used, men and women, it is used to bring them down.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Just for the sake of your feelings, right? I'll say women. Just for the sake of
my
your
feelings don't really matter here. It's about trying to change the language and the culture, because I don't want men, especially young men, to make these mistakes, because all it does is create that doom loop where women don't want to talk to them. Women do not like being referred to as females, because once again, you would know that if you actually spoke to women. They will tell you, don't call us females. It's not that
I would never
hard.
call a woman a female to her face. That would be
No,
just as ridiculous
you
as
just do it like
asking her if it's
indirectly,
okay
right?
if I kiss
Yeah,
her.
like you just do it
But it's like
indirectly.
clearly obvious that she wants me to kiss her, right? Like that would
No. You just
it'd be just as ridiculous, right?
No. So what you do is you just degrade them indirectly, right? Like you don't care if it's like in their face. It just as long as it's like indirectly, then it doesn't matter. No, it matters greatly, because other people are listening to you and they think that that's the correct language to use, and it's not the correct language. Once again, men, women, males, females. It's not that hard to get. And I correct people that say men and woman too. Like, just like learn the fucking language.
Are we good now, everyone? I just want to.
Well,
make
I
sure.
have to point out,
Can you hear me? Hold up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay? I just want to hit a restart on my internet real quick, everyone. Give me a second. I turned it to my hotspot, so we're fine. So give it a second. I'm just gonna hit a restart. Matt, you can keep talking. Give me 1 sec.
All right, cool. And I only get animated like this. It's because I see men. Doom loop to where they think that they can talk like this, and then they wonder why they aren't talking to women, and they wonder why, and it's like plain right in front of them. That's because of the way that you are talking about them.
The red pill has facilitated more relationships than you could possibly conceive of.
Sure,
the blue
which
pill,
is why there's still a so-called male loneliness epidemic, right? Because because that pill has worked so well that like dozens and dozens of men are still like single well into their 30s and 40s, right? Because all I hear is like people complaining about that.
The red pill is a descriptive packet, right, of things that are observed. None of it's actually prescriptive. It's all descriptive.
It's observed by men. Yes. It's observed by men
observed
who don't
by
actually
anyone.
speak to women.
It's
like the
observed
very
by
people.
anyone who has the ability to behold it.
No,
right?
the very
It's a
people,
descriptive
the
package.
very people who are describing it are people who don't talk to women. Why would I take the opinions of people who don't speak to women on their opinions just about women? When you don't speak to women, when you have a hatred for women, or when you think down to women, why would I take your opinion?
I don't have a
at
hatred
all?
for women. When did I ever say I had a hatred for
I
women?
didn't. I wasn't talking about you. I said incels. Are you an
Did
incel?
I say I'm an incel?
No. So why do you think I'm talking about you? Did I hit a spot?
Well,
or
I mean,
something?
it sounded like you were saying I had a hatred for women, which I don't.
No, I actually said in these incel spaces, there are men who don't talk to women and have a hatred for women, and then they wonder why they can't talk to women. It's because of the way that they speak to them. I didn't say your name. I said incels.
No one's
and
wondering
so
why they can't talk to women.
they are very much like part of the whole problem is like they're like, why aren't women talking to men? And then
So
it's clear as day to
these
me.
things you're saying, they would more apply to the black pill, right? This really doesn't apply to the red pill.
I think it's all bullshit. Like frankly, I don't like pills, like pills and anything. I was not like raised in like this like internet age where like we have like these different pills and shit. All I know is about incels and like how they talk about women and how some of these podcasters talk about women, and I just don't think it's right. I just don't agree with it at all, and I think that all they're doing is making the problem worse. So black pill, red pill, blue pill,
whatever the fuck
it
you're
doesn't matter to me.
Well, the black pill is.
You're just cringing
Sorry,
me
Parker.
out. It's just really cringe.
It's really cringe.
Yeah, like the fact that you want to like hold to the red pill. It's
Okay.
really weird. Really weird. Can I ask you a question? Do you have would you support a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Sorry, what? Say that again. I didn't.
Yeah, like would you support a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's not what he said.
That is exactly what he said.
No. He said if she wasn't my daughter, I'd date her myself. That's what he said.
That's a
which
different
is weird.
incident.
You're talking about a
Which is
different
weird.
incident.
That's
There's
a different incident.
So many fucked up things he's done that you're thinking of a different incident.
Okay, so what's the incident you're referring to?
There was a 10-year-old girl that was going up an escalator. He said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years."
Do you think he meant that?
Yes, that's what he said.
He sounded like he did.
Do you think that he's going to date her in 10 years? Or try to?
Again, does that matter? He's still engaged in a P3DO joke.
You said it's a joke, though.
Does that change anything?
I don't think it's okay to be making those jokes.
Wait, someone in the chat.
Hold up, chat. Are we good
Wait,
on the
what?
audio? On YouTube, is YouTube fine, everyone? And what the fuck?
hold
You think
on.
that's okay? You think it's acceptable?
No. No, actually, I think it's kind of weird. I think it's just as weird
YouTube
as when he
audio is
said,
good.
if she wasn't my daughter, I'd date her myself. Like, these are weird things to say. I have
I'm gonna
to
fix it on
concede
TikTok.
on that, right?
Wait, okay, yeah, but
All right, give it 1 second, chat. It's loading on my iPad. We should be fine. We should be fine. It's better now. I needed to hit a quick restart.
a young girl.
Do you hear me?
Are you good? Yeah.
Yeah, so like this is very clear. Like Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. It's on audio recording, and you still support him?
If he actually did it, no, I wouldn't support him.
Did what?
I do think it's weird. I disavow what he said. I don't support that. I would never say something like that myself. Could never imagine myself saying anything like that ever. And I think that is very weird that he said that. I have to say that there's no way I could defend that.
So then why do you? So then you
But
do,
I
do
do
you
s-
regret voting for him?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then you,
The
you don't
opposition,
actually really care about it. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about,
the opposition was far worse.
dude? I'm gonna kick him. All right.
Sexualizing
I'm
a
gonna
child.
say some thank you to some people, and then we'll go on to the next person here. I have a few people to say thank you to. Again, Tris, thank you so much. Coral, thank you for the $10. Hype, thank you for the $10. SML, thank you so much for the $2. Kaya, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And Kaya, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Color was disgusting. Nurse Susan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely do. It does show respect. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nurse Susan. Kato, thank you so much. I appreciate the £5. Thank you. Thank you. Vissy, thank you so much for the 5 Australian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They're saying to vote for someone in the Democratic primary for the mayoral election. Nice, nice. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely, see as an equal. Literally, like I'm so weird. It's so weird why they don't acknowledge that. Lexi, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the 5 Canadian. Erupting, thank you for the $5. Vivid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Akoro, thank you so much for the $5. Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Welcome. No, that's a joke.
Erupting, thank you for the $5. Sam with the $5. Thank you. Carlo with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said it's not that female is degrading. It's just that woman is not synonymous with female, and they are different and mean different things. From a fellow librarian, Matt, specializing in gender and women's studies. That's great, Carla. That's great.
Yeah.
Amazing to hear. And Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for just saw the Peterson debate. He got cooked. Now he knows what it's like to be the lobster. That's diabolical. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Emily, I got you on the next one. I actually, like, if I would have seen you, I would have added you in this time. Chris, thank you for the $3.33. All right, let's get this next person up. I recommend going over to my YouTube, everyone, liking the stream. Help send it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You know what's up? How old are you?
What up, little bro? 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's that?
I feel like the majority of the left have stupid ideologies that they prescribe to, and I think the right has a more conservative and traditional ideologies that co-align with my belief system.
Like what specifically? Like, what do you believe in?
Damn, Parker. I believe in a lot. I would let's pick abortion for the time being.
Okay. Like every other man. Go for
it. So you believe like the potentiality, basically, from my understanding, from like seeing you just a little bit, you believe the potentiality is not enough for you to give value to it, right? Like the 6 week period, like, yeah, whatever. Pretty much.
Yeah, potentiality alone is not enough.
So can you think of any other instance inside of your life where you value potentiality to that kind of minute level, but you don't value like human life to that certain potentiality?
Again, not potentiality alone. I care about potentiality or future insofar as there's a past or a present established.
Yeah. So like there's like, would you say that you like value different instances like within your like lifetime that are not gave you potential, but like things that held potential value that you valued, but for some reason you don't value the potential human life?
Wait, restate that. I didn't really understand what you're trying to say.
So I would think that you agree most people or majority of someone who's like a smart person, right, values potentiality in every other aspect, but for some reason you don't value it in this aspect.
There's some situations where I value potentiality. I don't know why that means I have to value potentiality alone for like a zygote.
Yeah. So, but like, why do you value potentiality from different respects and different regards, but you don't respect potentiality in this regard?
Because there's a past or a present established.
So like, if you were able to wait, so okay, do you like scientists and philosophers?
Do I like
Just an easy
scientists
question.
and philosophers?
Yeah, do you like the idea of scientists being able to discover new things?
I like scientists being able to discover new things. Yes. Shin,
Yeah,
thank
do
you
you
for
think
the
that's like, do you
$50
like
on
innovative
YouTube.
engineers?
Shin, thank you for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much.
So what you
Give the
mean is-
W's for Shin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Shin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you, Shin.
What he's asking is, do you like science?
Yeah, do you like science, big bro?
Do you?
right.
You voted for Donald Trump, who said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet.
No, I think he's grotesque, but the only thing that I like necessarily agree with him on is abortion because I value human life. That's the only instance. Every other regard, kind of a piece of shit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, so wait, to clarify, you disagree with Trump basically in every respect but abortion?
Yeah.
Okay, so to clarify, what's the distinction in the amount of abortions that will happen given that it's left up to the states versus not left up to the states?
On a federal, it's putting it up to a federal level. By definition, it will take down like majority of the. Are we allowed to say? Am I doing like
Yeah.
TikTok TOS? Okay, yeah. Sorry, the majority, like the federal. Sorry, I didn't want to get your shit taken down. Basically, like the federal, like from the federal level, just putting it at the federal level brings everything down.
I'm confused what you mean. So again, you were specifically arguing that Donald Trump's position is so much better because it leaves it up to the states, right? And it is the case that there'll be less abortions that occur. But what I'm arguing is that the distinction in the amount of abortions that occur is actually going to be smaller, right? On a legal basis, right? When it comes to abortion, than the amount of people that will die extra due to lack of access to healthcare, due to the lack of funding for USAID, due to the lack of funding for social services and the cutting of Medicaid. More people are going to die because of that.
Yeah, I think it needs to be reformed, but I still think the 6-week ban should be in place.
Federally?
There's a federal 6-week ban. So you think
Yeah.
abortion should be allowed at 5 weeks?
Yeah.
Yep. Why so? That's life.
Because I'm not gonna sit here and disregard from the fact that people actually need it. So I think a good time span, like a healthy amount of time span, whatever it needs, like medical procedures, life at risk, like anything that the doctors can do to deduce that the said persons are going to have like mental, not mental, but what is the word? Medical, like get medically fucked over, basically. That they have time, yeah, complications. They have time to deduce those certain things and then be able to give the proper care to the said woman.
So then why don't you only allow it in medical
In 6
circumstances?
weeks?
Yeah, because 6 weeks, most people don't know, right?
Well, I feel like am I mistaken, or did I not read like a study saying that doctors can deduce whether they're going to have medical
Only
complications
in
within-
very certain. So for some syndromes and abnormalities, they can know very early. But there's many
Right.
conditions that can happen later in the pregnancy that doctors can't predict for.
Yeah, so like if they're medically like if there's going to be medical complications when it comes to like the woman's personhood or the woman's liveliness, then yes, I agree. Then you need to extend the healthcare.
Well, but answer me this question.
Yeah.
Any federal legislation that
Mhm.
that bans an abortion at a certain point and or grants personhood, right, would come under the 14th Amendment. So how is it that in those cases you balance the personhood of the woman over the fetus? Like, why are you prioritizing the woman over the fetus? Because the 14th Amendment says all must be the same.
Yeah.
So why is it then that you grant the woman more, but the fetus less?
So the reason why, right, is just because of the fact that the quote unquote past experiences. So I will agree with Parker on this standpoint, but only on this standpoint because I'm allowed to use nuanced thinking in different situations and different types of prescriptions. But what I'm saying is just because I'm valuing that the fact that the personhood has had personhood for a set amount of time, and this is not happening for that said fetus, then I can deduce that in that certain implication, right? And I can use that nuanced thinking to deduce whether who is valued more in that instance.
So I'm not talking about a value judgment. I'm talking about under the law, because when the law is written, it has to say something about who gets the priority here, right? And I'm saying under the law, what under the 14th Amendment makes it so that the woman is prioritized over the fetus? Because under the 14th Amendment, it says that once you grant personhood, then they all deserve due process and they all deserve the same type of rights. And so where is it that you're going to grant under law some kind of value fact here when both of them under law now are exactly the same?
Well, I think you could honestly put a piece of legislation in that would kind of amend that for that specific instance. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and say like I know the entirety legislative process and like due process and
amend the 14th Amendment,
orders, but I'm assuming that that's able to happen for that.
Amend the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, you can.
So you're saying that they would need to pass an amendment to amend the 14th Amendment?
Whatever legislative process that allows for that specific instance.
Yeah. So. Do you know what the process is to amend the Constitution?
Vaguely.
It's a lot. Like a lot. Like it's almost damn near impossible.
Why can't we do it? Why are you acting as if this is something that?
Why can't we? Because it requires three quarters of the states to say yes, and right now there's no fucking way that we're getting to that.
Do you think that we should be able to advocate for that though?
People do advocate for it, but it's not going to happen.
Are you advocating for it though?
Because I don't want to change the 14th Amendment.
You don't want to change the 14th Amendment, so you're just going to let the mother die?
No, because I don't think that should be under law anyway. I think that under law, all abortions should be allowed.
But why can't you advocate for the same amendment? So basically, even though I'm giving you the opportunity to save that mother's life, you're just going to say nah because I don't want to change the 14th Amendment.
No, because we already saved the mother's life as it is right now. That's already the law. I'm saying under your framework, how do we even come to that conclusion? Because under your framework,
exactly how I just said.
No, because that's damn near impossible. You can't get the majority in the House, a supermajority in the Senate, and then 3/4 of all states to vote for that amendment. It's just not going to happen. Like, we haven't had a new amendment since the 70s.
Wait, you don't think the majority of like Congress or Senate and like even half of like America is going to agree with the fact that we shouldn't let mothers die because they're not able to give abortions?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I can actually ask him, do you have a single other thing you support Donald Trump on other than like restricting women's access to abortion?
There's no restricting. I agree with him that he's a hard thumping Christian.
You know that Kamala Harris is also Christian.
Yeah, but she didn't advocate it for nearly just as much as like Trump did.
Okay. So because she didn't advocate for, so do you believe in separation of church and state?
To a degree.
Okay, if you believe in separation of church and state, then why are you using like the Christianity as like an argument for why you should support someone in politics?
Because like I believe Christianity morals and values uphold various amounts of different good things for society, makes it conducive in just kind of like a good melting pot.
So you do believe in church and state together?
Like I said, to a degree. Like I don't want it completely separate.
Why in some scenarios but not in others?
Because I feel like there's certain things that are betterment for the entirety of America, and then there's certain things that they would be divided over.
But you're judging that based upon your own individual standard and not your religion.
Okay, so am I not allowed to have subjective viewpoint even though I have in my own religion?
You're not able to go. You're supposed to go back and forth on it. Either pick one. Either pick your own.
Wait, Parker, aren't you like
either pick your own individual view or go to your religious view?
That's fallacious, but okay, I guess it's using the composition fallacy just because I prescribe to religion.
Fallacy.
It definitely is just because I prescribe to. Okay,
no,
you can keep saying no, it's not.
Is saying because some operate this way, the whole operates that way. That's not what I was arguing.
Well, you said I can't have subjective viewpoint and still prescribe to an objective viewpoint.
That's not what I said at all. I said pick one of the perspectives. Either hold to your religious perspective or hold to your individual perspective, because your individual perspective is not your religious perspective. Does you
Ooh,
understand?
yes, it is.
No, it's not, because it is the case that you're saying not everything that's considered a sin should be considered illegal.
Is that not just like basic logical human reasoning?
That's independent of your religion.
Okay, no, it's not. Park.
Yes,
Aren't
it
you
is.
supposed to be like very well versed in this shit? Because
I
you're
am.
not talking. No, you're not.
What am I getting wrong?
Okay, so can I describe it to you without you getting like pissed off for about 30 seconds? Because I know you're very I hate Christians.
It's not hating Christians. My mom's Christian. I talked to my mom about her Christian views.
Yeah, but the way you pervert the Bible is absolutely insane.
Where did I
But
pervert the Bible?
I like how you quote a lot of things inside of the old covenant, but forget to like remember that there's 7 different covenants.
I don't see what the I'm bringing up the Old Testament specifically because it's still your God doing these certain things, and God's all knowing, all powerful, all good, perfect, and unchanging. That's still him, and he's held accountable for those actions. So that's why I bring it up, because I'm seeing if you hold a defense for those horrible atrocities.
Yeah, so that's called perversion.
That's
because
not
you know
perversion, because I'm just holding you accountable for your scripture that's literally not disputed by scholars.
No. So okay, all right. Let me give you this analogy. Because this is what you're describing to me. Okay, if I decree on April 10th, if you stub your toe, you're gonna go to hell. But I also decree on April 15th that if the people that stub their toe and the people that will stub their toe no longer go to hell, did I just amend what I did on April 10th?
You did amend, but that didn't mean that you
Okay,
didn't have that.
so just because
that didn't mean you didn't
still
have that
want to
position
finish.
prior.
Yeah, okay. So just because God says put something in place inside of the first covenant and says, okay, you shall be stoned to death for such, and such, means inside of the new covenant for the people that have been and will be, right, does not mean that they will be now because he has amended from the old covenant. Do you understand that?
So I'm not saying they will be now. I'm saying back then, do you hold these particular perspectives and saying that it was okay at any point in history?
Not in that point, not in this point in history, because God doesn't agree with it in this point.
I understand. I already acknowledged that. I'm saying at that point in history.
Yeah, but you use it as an argument, as in like kind of like a gotcha moment to say to
It
the
is an
Christians that
argument.
don't know better. You use it to Christians that don't know better.
I'm showing you that you hold to a belief that is independent of the scripture, because you don't think that back then it was justified.
Back then it was justified.
Oh, really? You think that slaughtering of men, women, children, and infants of Amalek was justified? You think that slavery was justified in the past because God commanded it and said that it was okay and said that there were certain conditions around slavery that justified its usage?
Give me the verse real quick.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21, and Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
So do you know the context of Leviticus and like where it
Yes.
was at? Okay, can you please describe to me what the context and where it was at?
Yes.
Because I'm going to ask you a bunch of leading questions. It's just going to make you look like an idiot.
Okay, so specifically Leviticus is describing, right, where and when you can specifically own slaves, specifically for non-Israelites, right? You can own them as property and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. But if there are
Correct.
Israelites, then specifically you would be indentured servitude, which is still wrong.
Correct. So you believe in that certain period of time that Israelites were the God's chosen people, correct?
That's what the Bible claims. I don't believe that.
Yeah. So in that certain point in time, that was God's chosen people. Do you agree with that?
I don't believe that, but that's what your view is.
Okay. Do you believe that the Bible agrees with that viewpoint, that the Israelites are the chosen people in that given period of time in Leviticus?
Sure.
Okay. So using that, right? So if God has a certain chosen people, right, and then he's supposed to be this omniscient, omnipotent being, right? So the God's chosen people would anything other would not be God's people, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they're
you're
not
claiming
God's
that
people,
because even though they're created in the image of God.
Yeah, but they're not God's people.
Okay, you can say that.
So how would you feel about that being how would you feel about just because they're not God's chosen people, correct? That it was amended inside of the new covenant, making that the people that were killed, stoned, enslaved are actually in heaven right now. How do you feel about that?
So you're saying that those people that were slaughtered are in heaven and that justifies it?
I mean, wouldn't you view eternal paradise as justification for being like dead?
No.
You don't think eternal paradise, eternal glory, and
Wait, hold
being
on.
with your
I'm gonna
Savior,
press
Jesus
him on
Christ
this.
is-
Matt, let me respond to this quick.
Okay. All right.
Because God could have sent you to the heaven without sending you to the place of suffering first. So if you can send them to heaven without sending to the place of suffering first, then it doesn't make sense to send them to the place of suffering first. Now, Matt, go ahead.
Also, this is the William Lane Craig argument. Tell me where in the New Testament, from Jesus or Paul or whoever, it says that those who were punished in the Old Testament, in terms of being, let's say, Amalek, for example, that those babies are now in heaven.
Forgive them, Father, for they know I've sinned.
That doesn't say that they're in heaven.
So you would agree that there's three different bodies of Christ, right? Or God, right? The Holy Trinity. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so the Son is asking the Father to forgive them for they do not know that they sin. Do you think
He's asking the
Father is going to
Jews who
listen
are
to the
putting
Son?
him to death? So he's not saying forgive Amalek for what they know, what they did. He's saying,
How do you know he's not regarding the entirety of
because we
humanity?
can read context as they love to do, and he's clearly on the cross, dying, being put to death by the Romans on behalf of, supposedly on behalf of the Jews, right? And so he's saying, forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they do, talking about the Romans and the Jews. He's not talking about Amalek. He's not talking about the slaves. He's not talking about anybody else. Where in that passage are you extrapolating that they're talking about the very sworn enemy?
I love how you
Israel.
say that, because literally 4 verses before that, he's talking about the sin that humankind has committed. So when he's referring to those things 4 verses beforehand, then he gets up on side of the cross and gets nailed, okay, dies for the sins. He's referring to humankind because he's talking about humankind.
Read the verse.
Got you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so while he looks that up, everyone make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, make sure to do so. It helps get it out to more people. I think right now we currently have almost 1,000 likes. If we get to 2,000, I would really appreciate it. I think we have like 3,200 people over on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. And for people who are on TikTok, if you do experience any lag, I recommend to go over to the YouTube stream. We have 31 people, 3,100 people there, actually. And it is higher quality. But yeah.
I don't know why you keep doing TikTok debates when YouTube gives you more freedom.
Because it is the case that I spent years and years and years building it up, and it is the case that I still have people I want to be able to get to on TikTok.
I just figured for like the sake of like the debates, you would just want to have like more free flowing content.
What do you mean?
Like not being like TOS bullshit.
Yeah, that'd be great, but like that's just, I mean, if I want to be able to reach more people, that's just a reality. Kat, think of the $2. Thank you so much.
I low-key think you should do a podcast.
Sure. I mean, I would just do it on YouTube. I recommend to go over to YouTube. Everyone who's on TikTok, I recommend that. Is there any MAGA in the comment section that want to join up, everyone? Let's see.
For if the people do these things when the tree is green, what will happen when it is dry? 2 men, both criminals, were led out with him to be executed. When they came to the place they called Skull, they crucified him there along with the criminals, one on his right hand and the other on his left. So literally 3 verses before that you say he's just referring to the people next to him. He's literally talking about.
You skipped verse 28. You're reading Luke 23. You skipped verse 28. He's talking about the daughters of Jerusalem who are weeping for him. He says, "Daughters, do not weep for me." Right? He's talking about the daughters.
Wait, you said
talking
28?
about all people.
Kit, thank you for the description. Thank you, Kit.
Yeah, Luke 23,
That's
28.
not 28.
Well, it depends on
31.
the version you're reading. I read
31 is 2 verses beforehand.
You probably read a different version. I'm reading a version that has it as.
Does your version magically change from the NIV Bible?
No, I don't know. I don't
so
read the
it's just
NIV.
like you're reading the Philosopher's Stone right now. Like
Kat,
what?
think of it $2.
No, I read. No, the NIV is a evangelical type of.
It's a skewed
translation.
My bad.
It actually is. Yes, it actually is. Go to the preface of the Bible. Go to the preface of the Bible, and they flat out tell you. So, like, yes, I don't read Bible translations.
I mean,
that
anybody
explicitly
inside the
tells
chat
me
can look it up and read it.
that they're going to be biased. Yes, and I'm reading very much prior to that verse, and it says, "But Jesus turned to them and said, 'Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children.'"
You have a master's in theology?
No.
What do you have a master's in?
Political science and library science.
Oh, someone just said you had a master's in theology, and I was gonna die laughing.
Why?
Because he literally okay, just because he's using a different interpretation of the Bible does not mean that it's used from my interpretation.
No.
of the
Wait,
Bible.
hold on.
Any
What-
theologian would say the
No,
exact
hold
same
on.
thing.
What verse has the daughters of Jerusalem?
Do you want me to
passage?
read it verse for verse right before, like even I'll read 4 verses before even what I wrote.
Can we,
Okay,
at some point, can we get back to politics?
Man, shut your politic like talking. But I want to. All right, whatever. If you want to get back to that, fine. I rather get on this because I hate when people pervert the Bible like you do, Parker, and people pervert the Bible like Matt does, and use it as a way to dictate their feelings on MAGA people who also believe in the same religion. So just because like you use this to like
Says the guy who didn't look the fucking
Parker.
NIV.
Do it,
It's like a
Parker.
bad translation. Any theologian or / any biblical scholar would tell you to not use the NIV. That's like basic 101 level stuff. So like you like coming in and be like, oh, I can't believe I don't have a master in theology. I have like 10 Bibles on my fucking bookshelf, right? And so don't tell me about like Bible translation here. So I'm going to critique the one you use because it matters greatly. Okay, so go ahead and read it, and then as Parker said, we will move on to back to politics.
Luke 23:30. Then they will say to the mountains, fall on us, and to the hills cover us. 31. For if the people do these things when the tree is green, what will happen when it is dry? 32. 2 other men, both criminals, were
You're muted. By the way, you're reading verse 30. I said verse 28. So you're reading the wrong verse that I cited. I cited verse 28. Did you not listen to what I said? Like, so everything that you just said there is moot because I told you that start at verse 28. He's talking about the daughters of Jerusalem.
Yeah, just because he's implicating different people does not negate the fact that he's also implicating people.
You're just
Like, what?
taking out an entire sentence. Like, see, who's perverting the Bible here now, right? I'm putting it in its actual context. Jesus starts the sentence at verse 28. You're reading halfway through the fucking sentence.
So wait, so when he's telling to the daughters, right? When he's talking to the daughters and he's talking to the
seconds.
daughters, literally saying people.
If they, well, your Bible translated as people, right? It says as people. My Bible says they.
Okay, so why can't we refer to when we're talking to the 2 daughters? Why can't we refer to like other people as people? Can you explain that?
Because if the they connects back to verse 28, then he's talking about the daughters and their children, which is exactly who he connects to. He says, daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, weep for your children. He's talking about them, right? He's not talking about Amalek. He's not talking about the slave. You're putting that on the verse.
You get it skewed. So the reason why God's word has been preserved for so long is because the interpretation it is so perfectly matched. Because because you say, oh, daughters of Jerusalem, and then it brings up people, right? And it says people, okay? The word people entails the entirety of people. So therefore, you can argue it from that standpoint. But like whatever you want to say, bro, the Bible says what it says. If you want to say that the Bible is contradicting itself within one
the
sentence,
word people is
what
not
you're trying
used
to
there.
say is absolutely
no, because
crazy.
the word people is not used there.
I'm literally reading it off the
That's
Bible.
in English. Read it in Greek. You know the
You
original
want me to read
language.
it in
Go back to
Greek?
Greek. It doesn't say people. It says they.
You want me to read it in Greek?
Yeah, go to the Greek.
You want me to go to the
says
Greek
they.
Bible?
It says they.
Wait, are you just rage baiting Matt?
No, I'm not rage baiting Matt.
Because Matt can understand that.
Like, no. I am not rage baiting Matt. No, what I'm saying is it's just because he decides to dictate whatever words that I could use inside of whatever Bible.
No.
That's what you're doing.
No.
You're literally semanticizing the
No.
Bible.
This is why. And see, this is your problem, Trump guy. I told you this is why the translation that you use matters, because if your translation has a bias, they will translate certain Greek words to suit what they want it to say.
Why
And
is the
in this
NIV
case,
translated biasly? Can you please explain to me why the NIV Bible is translated
yes, I
by?
can. Yes, I can. Because the Bible Translation Committee for that said explicitly in their founding document and in the preface that they hold to a type of inerrancy that the Bible must match point for point, and they will not go away from that. That is not good Bible translation. That is why no one who is critically studying the Bible uses that translation. Because they say explicitly that they are falling in line with a certain evangelical point of view. That makes it fundamentally flawed.
So wait, the Bible being inherently evangelical and it's being
No.
prescribed
Once
as
again, you're
evangelical, that
fucking
means it's
okay,
biased?
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, Parker, go ahead. It's just
No.
He said I could do it.
Yeah, he did. I found that funny.
Yeah, well, he confirmed it. Yo, so how old are you? How old are you? I love the conversations. I just know that people in the chat want to hear politics. So
I want to see if I can get somebody up. I want to see if they invite. There's a lot of haters in the comments, but they don't have the balls to come up here.
I'd love to debate them.
Like, I've invited so many people to come up, and they've just like said nah, but they want to be like fucking keyboard. Oh,
Vane, did
there
you
they
vote
are.
for Donald Trump? Vane, are you there?
Hi, Bonnie. Yes, I'm here. No, I was just trying to come up with other guests, but
Oh, you're good.
thank you,
Don't worry.
Bonnie.
I appreciate you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
All right, nuts. What's your problem with me? You want to be like a keyboard warrior, so like, what's your
Matt
problem?
Matt L. Liberals don't
No
want to talk with the
problem.
Bible because Matt is getting dunked on.
Well, you want to say a lot of shit in the comments, so now you can say it to my voice. So
No,
tell
it
me
just felt like he was walking you down, so
how
I just kind of felt that way. His points were
it
pretty
felt that
good.
way. So you're going on your feelings now.
Yeah, sure.
Ah, I see. So like, now it's feelings over facts, huh?
No, his facts were pretty spot on.
Oh yeah, what part?
I don't know exactly. I was just listening, I was just kind of tuning
Oh,
in.
you don't know what part? Yeah, could have been
Okay.
the fact that like he was like misinterpreting Luke 23, the fact that he doesn't know Greek, the fact that he used the NIV, and he didn't know in the preface that they have like a bad bias. Like what part?
He's got
Here,
nothing
why
else.
don't you bring it back up? I mean, it speaks for itself that you had to kick him.
I was just over the conversation.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It speaks for itself. It was a good conversation.
Well,
It was pretty back and forth.
It's religion on a political live. We'll talk about
I
religion,
mean,
just not
you
so
like
much.
to politicize religion a lot, so is that not?
I
the
will
same thing?
admit though, for Parker's sake, I did kind of push it because I like talking about these things, and so like I kind of pushed it, but still, I mean, Parker has every right to get people off the live.
I mean,
when
I
they're-
get that, but like I said, it was a fair back and forth. Y'all both were bringing up solid points, and then you kind of ended it early.
Yeah, because I told you, and what was the reason I gave?
And then my counter to that was, you like
What
to
was the
politicize
reason I
religion.
gave? I want you to tell me what the reason I gave.
You said it was because politics, but then at the same time, you politicize religion all the time.
I will talk about religion. I'm just not going to make the whole live about only religion.
It was maybe a 10-minute conversation. It's nowhere near the whole
That's
live.
not true.
Okay, maybe 20 minutes.
Of just talking about the Bible.
Why
At
not?
least. Yeah. Why
Why
not?
not let them
Because
come
it's
to a-
politics.
Why not let them come to terms? They were still back and forth.
You have about 10 seconds to talk about the topic, or I'll go on to the next person.
Matt was the one that invited me up here, so I was just talking to him.
Do you want to talk about politics? Your profile picture is political.
What's political about it?
Isn't it Trump?
No.
Sorry, I can't
Who is it?
see. I can't see.
I can't see
Okay,
it.
Parker.
It looked like Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, Parker, I actually do want to ask you a question. Can I ask you just like a random one-off question?
No.
Are you still friends with Harry?
No. Now,
No?
do you want to debate me about politics, or do I have to just go on to the next person?
I don't know. I was here to talk to Matt. He invited me up, and he's been quiet ever since.
I asked you.
Is there anything else that you want to say to me before I kick you?
Kick me, Matt. Bye, y'all.
Dude, they're so
See ya.
annoying. They're so annoying. They're so scared to debate too.
I know.
Yo, what's
Try
up?
to
How
keep
old are
my
you?
words.
Hey, big guy, how we doing?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Peachy.
Not necessarily, but I do agree with some things that are conservative.
Do you
I
support
Do you
wouldn't
support
say,
Donald Trump? Oh, yeah.
no, I don't support Donald Trump
Oh,
at all.
W.
Anyone experiencing lags, tell anyone who's experiencing lag just to go over to the YouTube, because like chat, I think I figured out what it is. I think it's when I add up 2 guests.
Oh shit. It was my fault, y'all.
No, I don't think it was your fault. I think it was just right when I added you up, everyone started experiencing the lag, and I didn't have the lag when I was just debating on one person.
Always my fault.
It's
Blame
not
Matt.
your fault. I promise.
Blame Fat. We need to bring that back. Remember back in the day we had blame Matt, or I blame Matt.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, how old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
So I just had a question about earlier when you were talking to, I think his name was Showers, about like consent and stuff like that, right? And how you should like ask a girl for consent on the first kiss and stuff. I mean, have you seen Joe Biden repeatedly grab little girls' heads and sniff their hair and try to kiss them on the head, while you can clearly see their body language is them pulling away and kind of getting anxious and nervous? I just think that's kind of funny. You point out how Trump made that joke, but he never followed through and did anything.
I mean,
Whereas
he did
Biden
grape
actually-
somebody, so
Whereas Biden
He was
actually like
relatively liable for sexually
kisses-
abusing a woman. He did say he would.
kisses little
He did
girls'
brag about
heads,
walking the changing
lifts
rooms
their
of girls in
hair.
his USA because he couldn't go on
Like,
place
it's
to
just-
inspect them
it's
without their consent.
disgusting.
You're referencing his grandkids, who specifically said that they were uncomfortable in that set of circumstance because of the other people that were around them, not because he was specifically kissing them on the head.
I mean, the
That's
video
what,
says
wait, that's what
You
they
can
said. That's what they
clearly see
said.
the little girl.
That's what they said, though. They
And
said
there
they were
was,
uncomfortable
I
because of
believe,
the fact
2
that there were
younger
so many
Asians
people
as
there,
well.
and that there were a lot of people and cameras and stuff, and not because it was because of him specifically. So,
So
that
the
is one
Asians
thing,
were-
but there is actually genuine things with like specifically him like being like too touchy, like hugging and stuff like that, and being too touchy in that respect, like without people's consent prior, which is something that he's addressed and like something that needs to like continually be addressed, as like that's really important to like ask for and to like make sure that people are consenting specifically of all those different types of things before you do it. I think that's incredibly important.
but also just like mentioned too.
I agree.
We are not just mentioning a one-off thing. Like with Joe Biden, typically people mention one thing. With Donald Trump, we have one thing after another, after another, after another, going back decades, right? That's the problem too. It's like if it's like a one-off, and Donald Trump said, you know what, I was wrong. I apologize to the person. I hope you please forgive me, and I will change. Fine, maybe down the road that'll be okay. But he has never done that, and for the fact that he has repeatedly done this over the course of multiple decades.
Right. No, I hear you. I hear you. Do you guys think that Biden could be capable of holding another term?
No.
I
read the book that,
I still would prefer him as president over Donald Trump.
Right.
Actually, yes, yeah, but I would hope that like should he had ran, that like people would like jump in the race, but I'm not. No.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Okay, that's it. You don't want to debate?
No, I just wanted to say that.
Can I ask you about your views or no?
My what?
Can I ask you about your views why you voted for Donald Trump?
I mean, sure, yeah, you can ask if you want.
So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I don't know. I've always just kind of swung more to the right. I also kind of looked at, the previous presidential candidate, Joe Biden, and I saw that, he kind of couldn't stand on his own, couldn't talk for the life of him. And I was just like, all right,
Do you have a problem with people who can't speak well?
Yeah, so how did you swing to the right? And what is it specifically about Kamala Harris that you thought Donald Trump was better on?
Sorry, what was that?
What specifically about Kamala Harris did you think that Donald Trump was better on? You wouldn't make sense to evaluate Kamala Harris on Joe Biden. just Joe Biden's like, cognitive abilities. That makes no sense.
I just honestly love the way that Trump is for the country and he wants to protect us at all means. And that's what I care about most, is being safe in my house. And
Does he, though?
knowing that. What was that?
Does he actually care, though?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Did you see?
I mean, that's why he took a bullet to the head, damn near. And
did you see that when he
proceeded to go up
was doing the
and do another campaign talk?
Did you see that when he was doing the West Point graduation ceremony, he gave the speech and then left because he said that he had a very important business and he couldn't shake the hands personally of the new graduates. Oh, okay. Well, shit. That would have been a good one to talk about.
Let's see this. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? James, are you there?
Yeah. I'm 33.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
And why'd you do that?
Why wouldn't I? So, question. You guys talked about it already, and it was going to be a point that I hit on, but I have a couple other points. So you're saying that you would have still liked President Biden to be president right now, even over Trump, because of his cognitive decline, correct?
Not because of it, but in despite of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I was like, dude, he's a great candidate because he's cognitively declined.
Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah.
Okay, but so you're saying you would rather have other people, and it really hasn't came out a lot, and there's a lot still to be brought out, but you still believe that Biden was running the country the last 4 years, like completely and utterly.
Yeah. I mean, obviously not completely. Like, there's an administration.
Well, I understand that. I'm not talking about the administration, but do you think he was making most of that policy, like agreed with it?
Well, because the president doesn't make most of the policy. But was he actively involved in a lot of the government's affairs? Absolutely.
Yes.
If you look back at his history, though, like, and even politics have changed in the last 20 years. Like, when Obama was running in 2006 against Hillary, they wanted to shut down the border. They wanted to get illegal immigrants out of the country. But now it's okay for illegal immigrants to be in the country.
No, wait. We as Democrats, or as liberals, I personally, as I speak for myself, I don't really have a problem with like tougher border security. In theory, I don't have a problem with that, right? I have a problem with the way that they're going about it.
Yeah, like we don't have an issue with specifically there being border security on making sure that there aren't violent criminals get into the country, right? Specifically, right? Like we are totally okay with border security as it relates to that. But people who are coming to the country for a better life, who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, they should be allowed to stay in the country. They should be allowed to be citizens in this country. That is a whole very, very important basis of what being an American truly is, right? Immigration is an important aspect and element of that.
Well, I absolutely understand that. But here's my theory behind it. If you're going to come and you're going to, cross the border illegally, which I have friends that have, and of course, some of them left, some of them, went and got their citizenship because they were never caught. Apparently, you have to spend 10 years out of the country before you can come back if you were caught illegally. But here's my point. Like, if you come here, why not do it the legal route? And I know the legal route sucks and it takes a long time, 15, 20 years or even longer.
That's ridiculous. No, that's
right,
why.
But can't blame the current administration for that. Now,
actually, I can.
I can't because it's Donald Trump.
Because they shot. Oh, I'm sorry, Parker.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
No, because they shot down the one chance that we had to actually change the system. Like,
what was the one chance? The whole border bill back in
so that was the most conservative border bill that had been proposed in like 20 years, and it actually would have changed the system in a way that like I may not have liked like all of it, but it would have actually changed the system.
So
we had okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I totally understand where you're coming from, but if that was to be true, why do we have all these bills that have so much stuff into them? And like, why not come out with just a bill for what?
They did.
What bill? Because the
So
2022 bill had a lot more stuff in it
No,
than
because
just dealing with
okay.
immigration.
The bipartisan border bill was first proposed along with foreign aid. That would not pass. So that was separated, and the foreign aid did pass, but the bipartisan bill that was only the border provisions that failed to pass because Donald Trump called the House and the Senate and said, "Do not vote for this bill." That's why it failed because at first the Senate Republicans said we will not vote for this bill because it has foreign aid provisions. So what the Democrats do, they got rid of those.
I understand all that. Here's one of the things though, and Donald Trump was not an elected person during that time. The senators in Congress was, and the people that agreed with Trump to not pass the bill should be voted out, not blaming
He's the
one
leader
person.
of
It
the
doesn't
party.
matter if he's the leader of the party or not.
It does matter.
If the president comes back and says, "I want these bills passed," right? Not every Republican's going to vote his way, correct? We've seen that in the
I'm
last
directly
150
challenging.
days.
I'm directly challenging your idea that he loves America, that he'll do like what's in best, and that he wants to actually fix things. I'm saying he doesn't, because if that was true, he would have called those Republicans and said, "You need to vote for this bill. Yes, this will give Joe Biden a huge win, but we need to do what's best for the country, and you must vote for this bill." He did not do that. Why? Because when he called, he said explicitly, "Do not vote for this because this will give Joe Biden a win." And the border issue, that's our biggest issue. That's what he said to these Republicans. He said, that's our biggest issue, and we don't want to give Joe Biden a win. That's somebody who doesn't care about the country. That's not.
But you're still not answering my legit question. Was Donald Trump a voted elected official at the time that border bill did not pass?
No.
Okay, so
But it
here's
does
my
not
thing.
matter
If
because
you have a
James,
problem
James,
with
respectfully, like James Langford acknowledged this, right? This was acknowledged by plenty of other people within the context of Congress. Lindsey Graham acknowledged this. Mitch McConnell acknowledged this.
I'm
right?
not disregarding the fact that he made the call. Absolutely not
No,
disregarding
he's the
that
one.
fact.
He's the reason why the bill didn't pass. So regardless of whether or not he was actively at that time in political office, it doesn't change whether or not he had a say over that. Same way as, like, for example, Obama has influences specifically over politics today, even though he's not specifically within political office. He still has influence. What he says would affect things politically.
And that's what I'm saying. We should not allow previous presidents or current presidents to influence elected officials in Congress and the House of Representatives.
Well, that's a problem.
to
That's a
make
First Amendment issue. So, like, sorry, but like,
no. They,
like, unless
they
you
should
want
be
to
able
like,
to talk to them, but they should not be able to influence them so much that it changes their vote. They should be voting on their
So I'm a
constituent.
constitutionalist. I believe greatly in our like a Bill of Rights, and every American, whether they be poor, whether they be rich, it doesn't really matter. They all have the right to lobby, and that's what they're doing.
And that's what I'm
is they're
saying is
lobbying.
the constituent should be able
James,
to.
James, can I say thank you to a few people real quick, and
Yeah,
then I'll let you finish on that. Lovey, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is actually horrible to hear. That is actually horrible to hear. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, Lovey. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly sad to hear. That's actually like horrible. Like that's why these lives are so fucking important. Thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, girl. Roxy, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My partner just survived open heart surgery. Oh my gosh, that is so great to hear, Roxy. That is incredible to hear. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that they survived that. I'm so happy they survived that. Can we get some W's for Roxy in the comment section right now? That's incredible to hear. That's so incredible. All right, you can go for it. Well, actually, Justin, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. So, can you give this to Matt? Yes, I got you. I'll make sure to send that. To
By the way, everybody, my link tree is in my bio.
Yes.
So like, please, if you want to give me something, you don't have to. Like, you really don't have to. But if you do want to, then my link tree is in my bio.
Yeah, it's better to do that. It's better to do that as well.
Yeah,
it goes directly to him.
It's just easier for Parker and everything. So
yeah. But yeah, James, go for it. You were saying?
So I think the constituents' voice in their districts should be heard more than a president or previous president of the United States. And what they're doing is voting party lines and not what the people actually want. Like, you're going to tell me that everything the Democrats vote for is what you guys want.
No.
No, that's not what we
Okay.
said. We're just saying
And that's the
Democrats are
same
better.
here.
Of course, we understand, but like
Like-
then you'd have to be
like,
able to
and
tell us
so we
specifically what about Kamala Harris is so bad that you wouldn't support her, right? Given all of the bad things that Donald Trump has done.
Also, just
Okay,
want to
what-
say, if
Go
Joe
ahead.
Biden was out of office and was running for a second term and called up senators to torpedo a bill that I thought was a good bill, I would be calling him out on it just as the same as like I would Trump, because that's bad for the country.
But that's happened every day in this term, in the last term, in every presidential term. It's happened. And not just President Biden or President Trump. Every president does it. Every Congress member does it. And they turn around and say, this bill's bad. And instead, like,
No,
if the
I have
bill's
no
so
problem.
bad, why not
No.
vote it down and put one bill at a time?
No, one, they did, but like two, my problem isn't the fact that like he has an opinion on the bill. My problem is that you're making the claim that like he wants to fix this issue and everything, and we had the first chance in a generation mainly to actually fix this issue in a real way, and we did not get that done because he said verbatim, not that the bill was bad. He said, I don't want the bill to pass because this will give Joe Biden a win, and that this issue is very important to us. That's his reasoning for why he
I
said
totally
this should
disagree.
go down.
I have said this. I have totally disagreed with that happening. And the reason I disagree with it, and not because Trump did it or because I'm a MAGA supporter or anything like that, I disagree with it because the senators and the House representatives should have stood up against them and said, no, we're voting what our constituents wanted to vote. And that's what should have happened. I blame Congress. I don't blame the previous president on that.
Well,
yes,
see,
he had
no,
influence on it. And I agree with that.
I
and
blame
that
both.
shouldn't be allowed. That
Wait,
should
why not
not
both?
be allowed.
Why not both?
What?
Why not both? Why can't I blame Trump and also
Because he
blame
still has a First
spineless
Amendment right
Republicans?
to say anything he wants. And you said that at the very beginning.
No. I am critiquing Trump right now. Like, you want me to critique the Senate Republicans? I will. They're all spineless and they all bow down to Trump in a way that I think is like cultish and like freakish. But
Okay,
that's not my point right now. My point is about Trump.
How did they do that in the last like 160 days? They haven't done shit or passed anything Trump's wanted.
No,
I
they
think
have.
we need an
They
entire
have
rewrite
no,
of Congress.
No, they have. Okay, here. Let me give you one example, right?
Okay, go ahead.
There have been multiple people that Trump has nominated to certain cabinet positions that behind the scenes, the Republicans either do not like or think are batshit crazy. And I can name a few, right? But they still vote for them. Why? Because they say that they're afraid that Trump is going to say, this person is not loyal to me. Now we have to primary him. That's what they're scared of. And they're scared because they like their job. And there are very few Republicans who actually stand up and say, Trump, what you're doing is wrong. And they did that all through the nominee process.
And didn't that kind of happen with Biden and the whole Kamala Harris situation?
No. There was no Senate Democrat that I know of that said, I'm afraid that Joe Biden will, one, nominate crazy people, or two, will say primary this person, because Joe Biden actually was in the Senate, so he knows how to build compromise.
I was talking about the last election with what happened with Kamala Harris getting primaried in without a vote of the primary, and I understand the reason why and everything like that.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah, no. My question to that is,
can I bring you back to the normal debate?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, can you give me like things that you support of Donald Trump's? Because you're just going to bring up like, oh, what happened to this thing specifically with like, actually, I'll address that specifically. Well, I'll respond to that. If you cared specifically about democratic processes, you never supported you shouldn't be supporting a candidate that specifically undermined the 2020 election processes.
So you can, so did Hillary Clinton. You can't turn around and say that
she didn't send false slates of electors. She didn't send false slates of electoral college to cast Trump votes to cast her votes when she didn't win. She didn't get 70% of her party to believe that the election was stolen with no evidence. She didn't do that. Okay, that's what Donald Trump did.
So did not Hillary go out and say that the election was stolen from her, and Obama and Hillary Clinton both investigated Trump the entire time of the 2016-2015 election campaigns?
No,
they didn't.
No. certain Democrats said that there was like funky things going on, and particularly in like
Did they not
Georgia.
get a
I
FISA
don't
warrant to
agree with
spy on
those,
them?
but it never got to the level of what Donald Trump did. Never got to the level.
But
What you're talking about
did
with
they
Hillary
not get a
Clinton
FISA
talking
warrant?
about like a legitimate president, that she's talking about the Electoral College.
I understand, but they still played the system in a different way. They may have not, whatever your guys' concourse with it is, President Trump still left office. He was not a dictator. Dictators are dictating something else. Like if you want to go down by like
He claimed he wanted to be a dictator on day
beyond
one.
his time,
So you might say he's not a dictator, but he wants to be one.
but he
He's a
can
wannabe
have freedom of
dictator.
speech. He can say whatever he wants.
But, okay,
Just
so,
like you can.
But like,
you
it's,
can call him a
but I don't
rapist.
want my
Why do you
president
call
to
him
be a
rapist
wannabe
if he's
dictator.
never been proved
I don't.
guilty in the
He
court
was
of a
held civilly
criminal
liable
court
for forcibly
saying,
penetrating
yeah,
a
he was
woman's
held
vagina against her
civil
will.
liable. Why have you not actually said that? Every time
have.
you say he's a rapist.
Every
No,
single
you say
every
he's a
single time I
rapist.
say he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay,
Every single time I say he was held
misunderstood
civilly
you.
liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. I say that literally every time.
Okay, you're one of the few people. If you can actually say that, congratulations. Thank you for actually being honest. But there's a lot of people out there calling him a rapist when there's no criminal.
He is a rapist.
No. So was
Here,
he
let me
held
be
criminally liable,
be clear.
proven
Donald
beyond
Trump.
a reasonable doubt,
I
or
got
was
you,
he held civilly liable?
James. Donald Trump is a rapist. He was held civilly liable for unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That is rape by definition.
So why not actually hold him accountable, or not hold him accountable? But if you think that he would have been held accountable the same way in a criminal court, do you think that would have actually went through? Beyond a reasonable doubt, not a more than likely account, beyond a reasonable account.
Yes, right. Because I would think that there would have been also DNA. But I mean, the thing is, when it comes to criminal courts, the reason why it wasn't able to be applied in a criminal court is because of the statute of limitations.
Yes, I understand the statute of limitations. I'm not arguing that point of it. I'm just trying to bring up a point here. He was held civilly liable, which is more than likely, but that still doesn't held to the same standard as someone that was held for rape. There's been 30,000 people put in jails here that haven't committed the crime, if not more.
So what is the likelihood of there being a false accusal of rape? Well, in terms of the court system, it's around 2 to 10% based upon the conglomeration of different types of studies, right? Reports, right? And what's called surveys and stuff. Lavender, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. And based upon that evidence, right, that would indicate that if it is the case that just accusals are 2 to 10% likelihood of being inaccurate, well, then people held civilly liable, the percentage of likelihood of that being inaccurate is even lower. So then it would be the case.
Yeah,
that
because
there has
not
to
many
be. It
people
has to
are
be
held civilly liable afterwards. I understand that.
So that
I'm not
means that there's an
disagreeing with
incredibly low chance that it's wrong. And
Yeah,
yet
but it was
you're deciding
actually
there's literally over a 90% accuracy claim, and you're like, oh, I don't know if it's enough.
It's not enough. Nothing is 100% proof. The justice
But
system is screwed in this
90%?
country. No, listen to me for a second. The justice system in our country sucks. Do you not agree with that?
Certain aspects, yes.
Okay, so if someone was to say, hey, this person raped me, they go to jail and they have to go sit in a trial for the next 6 months to many years until the trial ends, correct?
Yeah. What's your point?
Is that not? And then they're found not guilty. Should the person that said, I'm a victim of this, and it was proven not guilty, and they actually went and got all these different things done, wouldn't you say that person should serve the jail time? Because then we wouldn't have any false
just
victims?
because someone's considered not guilty doesn't mean that they didn't do it. But if someone is considered guilty, that is really good reason to believe that they're guilty.
Okay, so what you're
Does that make
saying,
sense?
held in a criminal, but that's exactly what I was getting
When
at.
we're talking, because we're talking
No,
about
no, no.
Donald Trump, a white, cis,
hold
straight,
on.
rich man, in America, right? Therefore, right, there's not going to be any specific reason you can be like, oh, like the justice system would not have properly functioned.
No, what you said
this
was
time.
actually correct. So if they are found guilty, they are more than likely guilty. They're like 99% guilty, right?
What it is again 2 to 10% likelihood of a false accusal when it comes to
No, I was
just accusation with these types of cases, right? And it would
Correct.
be even less for civil liability claims. So over 90% accuracy rate.
So when they're found not guilty, should we not punish the person that said, hey, they were guilty, the victim?
No.
Because you're saying like 2 out of 10, they're mostly. So the not guilties, how many of those not guilty
doesn't not guilty just means that there wasn't necessarily enough evidence given to the courts under their standard to accept guilt. That's all it means.
But
It
what
doesn't
I'm
mean
saying,
it doesn't mean that it was false.
Such a low.
Not guilty
it's
doesn't mean it was
2%.
false.
No, I understand, but 2%. That's such a low standard of saying, hey, more than likely, if they were found not guilty,
I'm not saying most people are found guilty. That's not what my argument.
No, you're saying no. The people that are found not guilty, right? You're saying they are considered in that 2% chance of the victim lying, correct?
Yes. What's your point?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So if you have 5 out of 10 not guilties, right? Shouldn't those be investigated to see if they did wrong? If they put a victim up there that was wrong? That's what's wrong with our justice system. Anybody can say anything and say, "Hey, this person did this to me."
I don't want to. No, I don't think you should start investigating great victims who didn't have enough evidence in the context of the court system. If anything, that would disincentivize victims to come out, right, and to hold their abusers accountable.
Okay, what about
right? Because if they didn't have necessarily enough evidence in order to be able to convict them, it would be the case that they would be held accountable for a crime, which is insane. As a standard.
And I know you live in LA, but I know you have a friend that lives in Georgia or did or whatever. I'm not sure anymore. I don't really care about that. But okay, so I'm not trying to say you are or aren't. I just wasn't sure. So did you hear about the lady that said this person kidnapped my kid in Georgia in the Walmart?
No, I didn't.
Okay. When you get a chance, look that up. This man said he kidnapped the kid in Walmart, and it was a very sad story, but more than likely that did not happen.
I know what
we
you're
saw the
talking
video. Yeah, and we saw the video that, like, I will say if any jury out there convicts him, it's highly
Wait, that may just be like a symptom of like racism because the guy was like not white. So like it may be the fact that like they were just being racist too. I mean,
yeah,
like,
we're talking about
that's a possibility.
Yeah, we're talking about we're talking about a white cis straight or actually orange, right? Again, like rich man, like in America, like this guy. There's nothing that discriminates against
those
him.
people.
There's
Is there no racism
against Trump?
No, against a white cis man. Is there no
Racism?
racism against? Yes.
No, that's impossible.
No, yeah. What are you talking about? What do you mean by racism?
All right. So I'm a white straight man. Do you think I get people that treat me differently because of my race?
If anything, they treat you better. Yeah, that's called white privilege.
So my kid was unalived by a black cop and a black wife, and she served 5 days in jail, 2 years probation. So I want to understand
I'm sorry. What did the race have to do with that?
If it would have been a black family and the white cop killed my kid, would have not changed the history. Look up Rhett Walker.
No,
Florence,
not
Colorado.
what? Wait, you understand? You understand that's the reason why there's been a movement is because historically speaking, it has not been addressed in that way.
But it is. It doesn't matter if you're race or anything. I think it has to do with who you know and what you do.
Okay, so then I'm confused what your argument is here.
So there is no racism. Everyone says there's
You
racism.
say there's no
Yes,
racism?
There's people to people racism.
James,
I
if you
just don't
just really
think
argue there's
system-
no racism, stop.
Yes,
No.
yes, I am arguing
Yeah,
that.
because you're dumb.
Not in
I'm
the court
sorry.
system.
Get off my live, dude. You do
No,
not
you get off my live.
James, I'm the host, right? You
I know you
cannot
are.
just deny
I'm screwing with you, but no,
you
seriously,
cannot, James.
I really
James,
do believe
James,
that. Yes,
James,
I
James.
do believe
You
that.
know what? How about this? You deny the existence of racism. Why do you think there should be allowed asylum from South African refugees who are white?
Wait, explain. I'm sorry.
Why
You got me laughing.
do you agree with Donald Trump allowing for the asylum process for people who are coming from South Africa who are white because he thinks that there's racism that's affecting them? Do you believe? I thought racism doesn't exist.
I don't believe. I think there is a culture where racism does exist, person to person. but not in our court system, not in our country. Yes, there
oh
is
my gosh.
racism person to person.
The amount of evidence, that we have
I understand
the
that.
court
What
system
I'm
is
saying,
racist
though,
is like so hot. Like it's like beyond I'm sorry, but like yes, race absolutely plays a role in like how people are like sentenced and judged. Because the fact is, like we go back to the 80s. I mean, that's a prime example, right? The very people for like DRUG crimes, white people got reduced sentences or no sentence at all for the exact same DRUG. It was the exact same. Like that is a clear-cut case.
well, and
Right?
that's what I'm saying. So my kid was unalive. The lady served 5 days in jail, 2 years probation, pleading guilty. And the same charge for a different couple where the baby was black and a white lady, she served 2 years of prison time.
James, I'm just sorry, James. How you look so ridiculous when you say there's no racism that exists. I hope you realize how stupid that makes you look.
But also
that is an actually embarrassing
I'm
statement.
saying there's person to person racism. Yes, a person can be
That is
racist against
racism.
another person.
That is
James,
racism.
also too, James. One, I'm very sorry about the loss of your son. Okay, but two, without knowing the specific circumstances, right? The fact that a black cop, shot your son does not mean that it was done because of race. I would say the same thing, that if a white cop shot a black person, that doesn't mean that it's because of race, but that's something that needs to be looked into, right? And I don't know what your circumstances were. That maybe, like I said, I don't want to like start making claims about why.
I understand you're not making claims. I was just saying that in our county, there was 2 cases that were similar in circumstances, and the cop didn't kill my kid. It was his wife. He was strangled to death. But another kid had drowned in a pool, and the lady had served 2 years jail time, and yet she was white and the kid was black. So I believed that it didn't have to deal with racism. I believe it had to deal with who you know.
Okay, James, sure. Okay. But James, one instance in your life does not negate the 200+ year history of the.
And I'm not saying there was racism
of the criminal justice. No, not even before. Currently, right now, we have verifiable data. Okay, verifiable data that is hardly ever not refuted at all. It's that the fact is that white people are treated differently for crimes in our system in a more positive way. Black people, Hispanic people, brown people, they all get more harsh sentences. That has been documented for so long that I don't think anybody can actually deny that. Right now, you may be able to pick out one case here or like one case there, but the overwhelming evidence says that across the whole system, that those who are non-white are treated differently.
I mean, I'm gonna agree, but I don't.
You're gonna agree, but then you're gonna deny that racism exists.
Yes, in the court system, I am, because I've seen it firsthand.
Okay, wait. I have a question. I have a question. Are juries juries a part of the court system?
Absolutely.
Does interpersonal racism exist?
Yes.
Okay. Juries, right, will then have interpersonal racism. So then that will affect the
But all it
judgments.
takes is one person
So
not
wait,
voting
so then James, does that affect the judgments then? If again more of that is going to be impacted specifically by racism because you believe there's interpersonal racism.
No, I think our country should change the court system.
Wait,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
again,
saying.
we should change
And
the
then
court
that's where
system. We should change
like,
the court
I'm not
system, but none of the things you
disagreeing
need to
with you
change
that
about the
there's
court
people-
system relate specifically, right, about like Donald Trump being negatively impacted. If anything,
Because
Donald Trump is positively
from many
impacted by it.
people.
Donald Trump is
Do
positively.
you think he had a fair trial that nobody knew him in that and nobody listened to it? That's my question.
I think he had a fair trial and he was proven that he was held liable of sexual abuse.
Do you think that would have been the same thing if 12 people wouldn't have known him? Or he wouldn't have been
the jury
judge
was
in
9
the United
people.
States?
Do you know how I know that it was fair? Because that same jury said no to the top crime, right? They said no to that top thing, right? They had they been right, like I hate Donald Trump, they would have just said that he was liable of grape. Like they would have just said that, like right there on the form, but they didn't do that. Why? Because they weighed the evidence and they found that it was just SA. So that actually proves that it was
Matt, you gotta explain it after now, because now he's gonna run with that. So again, when it comes to how it was defined legally, legally.
I'm not
That's why I said before.
This is why now he's gonna start cutting me off. Oh my god, I'm gonna go insane. Be quiet. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain something to you because you're gonna misunderstand this. So specifically, SA defined under the law, under the context of New York, and grape as defined under the context of the law. Grape is defined as specifically forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, utilizing a male member. And yet we think that there can be grape, right, as forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, utilizing something such as fingers, right? So again, that definition, that legal definition, I'm just trying to clarify, that legal definition at the time was not representative of what we colloquially use the term grape to refer to. So go for it.
Look, I've actually studied these things. I'm not going to disagree with you, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I've watched a lot of your videos. I've watched you for the entire election season. I know exactly what you're going to say. I wasn't trying to cut you off on purpose. I just knew exactly what you were going to say. My thing was, I don't remember.
So then why don't you hold Trump accountable?
I wasn't trying to be a dick. I should have wrote it down.
Well, so then why don't you hold Trump accountable? If you have heard me say this a million times, why don't you hold Trump
because
accountable?
I don't think he did it, and that's my freedom of speech. That's my way of doing it, because you still have the jury of the entire public view. And everyone should respect that. Everyone should respect if you say he didn't do it or did do it.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
So I still have a public view of it, and I don't think he did it. And that's my right to say that. I don't think he did it. There was lots of things. I don't think the case, and listen, I watch a lot of cases. I don't think the case made sense in a sensible manner. Like, if there was DNA on a dress, like, come on, Trump touches thousands of things. He's drank out of thousands of things. You're telling me they couldn't get his DNA?
Here's the galaxy. Thank you so much. Again, the DNA wasn't tested. I'm asking you what specifically about the case you dispute.
Well, I dispute there was no actual. Where was the video of it? Because wasn't there a video of it and then they got rid of it?
There was you said, wait, they got rid of a. Wait, repeat that one.
Like the video wasn't like clearable or anything like that. Like there was a video of this happening.
I'm sorry. I looked down and read something. Can you repeat? No, there was no video of the. We're talking about the SA case.
Yes, the SA case. I'm talking
no
about
video that
yes.
you're referencing. What are you referencing?
So, in the areas that he would have been,
wait,
and
I'll ask you a question. Who was the victim? What's her name?
I don't even know. Don't even care because I'm like
he doesn't
right
care.
Listen. I had something to say. I had something actually.
What was the place she was assaulted in?
Oh my God, bro.
You don't know, do you? So you don't know the place. You don't know her name. You don't know anything about the case. You've been talking about this for a long time.
I'm trying to fucking talk, bro.
Go ahead.
Like, it is kind of nice to talk to you because I do listen. I listen to all of you, and I don't care what's going on with your little friendship. And you and Dean, I've talked to both of you. So I'm gonna get off here. You're probably gonna kick me for that. But listen, I've listened to you guys, and you are the most sensible people out here. And I do believe that you guys are like full-heartedly into it. And just because I don't know every single detail of what happened in that court case doesn't mean that I didn't research it, because I watch a lot of court cases. Look, I don't just sit and watch one thing or beat on Trump or beat on Biden. Like, I watch a lot of shit. And I do want to appreciate your time, and you are the most sensible person out here. I do think that, no offense, you should debate with Charlie Kirk and not Dean, because I think you'd be a better debater with him, only because you have that religion kind of debate right now going on. But there's one thing. You did not cook that dude that you had the Jubilee debate with. That's my opinion.
You think
that's only my
Jordan
Peterson? Dump on me all you want, bro.
Wait, James, can we talk about that? You think Jordan Peterson beat me?
No, I don't think he beat you. I don't think it was. So I don't think you cooked him, and I don't think he definitely beat you. I think he had a sensible reason to say what he said. Because you do come up with the craziest things. Like, listen, I've heard
the hypothetical I brought up is like a philosophy 101 example.
Like, I just don't. He even said, I would not put myself in that position. And I don't think you were listening to that part. You were like, well, what if
that
you
is
did?
that is not a good response to what I'm saying. Everyone who knows what the hell they're talking about knows that is a ridiculous way to respond to a hypothetical such as the one I asked. The one I asked is a known hypothetical that he said he knew about that he could have easily responded to, but the reason he didn't want to respond to it was ridiculous. He said that like, oh, he wouldn't have got himself in that position in the first place. So are you saying that like he thinks it's like a mistake specifically to like take care of his Jewish friends during the Holocaust?
No, I mean, there's 1,000 possibilities. He could have left the country before the Holocaust. He could have done lots of things before that had happened.
But
Now,
you're saying that was a moral obligation by Christianity?
I guarantee. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, but that's not a moral obligation by Christianity.
Like, absolutely. Do I think he would have lied? Absolutely. And do I think that he was trying not to say that because you backed him in a corner for a hypothetical that, to me, like, a lot of people wouldn't be put in that circumstance because they're not comfortable and they would have left the country long before that actually happened. Just like if that was happening here in the US and we were back in the 1930s, you're telling me that you and me and everybody else wouldn't try to leave the country or try to change it?
You could try to change it. You could try to address it. Actually, you'd be the one supporting it, right?
I would not be the one supporting it. Please don't say that. No. I would not be supporting that. And you know that, and I know that. Don't say something that I would not support. I would not support any genocide. I served 8 years in the army. I'm telling you, I would not support that.
Okay, well then, how do you feel about Donald Trump explicitly right, supporting, like, giving funding to Saudi Arabia to help commit a genocide in Yemen, right?
Okay, I haven't done much research on that. I actually haven't heard you talk about that much, and I listen to a lot of your lives. You have been kind of hard to watch lately. Your lives don't pop on my shit anymore, so I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So
that's all. TikTok hates me.
So I'm not, but I will try to research that. Maybe I'll try to pop up and talk about that.
All right, for sure. Do that and come back. I'll talk to someone.
All right, thanks. See you. Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
And also, thank you to Kyle for the $10, and thank you to Markisha also for the 50 on Cash. I thank you both very, very much. I really do appreciate it. And by the way, now my link tree is fixed. I still had yours, Parker, so that's why people probably wouldn't donate to me. So
that makes sense. That makes sense.
I've now fixed it though.
Sam, thank you for the $5. Prime with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then Lovey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bring up Emmett Till. Oh, it would have been perfect to bring up back then. I'm sorry. I should have saw that before. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Jason, if you're still watching, go read about Emmett Till.
Hey, brother.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
1985. I did vote for Trump.
Why so?
To save this godforsaken country.
I'm getting troll.
I was fucking with you.
Appreciate that mustache. All right. Trinity Austin 21. That's actually probably how many accounts have been banned in the past week. All right, well, make it 22. I really don't like Trinity. Horrible person. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Mason?
26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, one of my main reasons was abortion.
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yes. So sorry.
And abortion, is that it?
Abortion, the economy, his first term.
Can you name one of his policies in his first term? Oh, I know who you are.
Chill. No, it's not me, bro. Chill.
Hi, Chris. Or Connor, whatever the fuck your name is.
You know, I didn't even realize that, Tom. I'm not gonna lie. That was only his chat.
I just saw that.
Yo, it's a Paul to you. Hello?
Hey, Jim, you there? Jim is gone.
Yo, it's a Paul to you.
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, Genghis Khan.
Damn. Vote for a guy who's been dead for 1,000 years.
Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Kate, thank you for the $2. Scarlett, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello?
Okay. People are there. They're just not speaking. Like,
yeah, let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people. There's 1.2 thousand likes. We have 3,000 people in the stream. We should easily be able to get that shit up.
W.
We should easily be able to get that shit up. All right. Should I let's go to the next person. All righty. It's not adding this person too. Give it a second. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Wait, hold on. My thing's like lagging really bad. Can I like disconnect the?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo,
Hello?
what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
No, you're not.
you want me to add somebody up?
Go ahead.
They've been spamming in the chat.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if they're a troll or not. Oh, actually, I can't. Sorry, Owen. You don't have access apparently.
I'm pretty sure
Well, if you do,
I added Owen up earlier and he was trolling. You sent 515 comments.
Oh, okay. Well, bye.
Owen, weren't you up here earlier? You've sent 500 comments. No, you didn't.
We can see it, Owen.
Owen, I literally can see it. It tells me in the app.
He said
500
that he has a
comments.
friend. My friend is going to debate.
Okay.
All right, Owen's friend.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Turn the other live off. I'm sorry. Hold on. What was that?
500 comments is diabolical. I'm just letting you know.
No, what was the question? The first question.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
There's actually a few different reasons, and at first I really did not know who I wanted to do, but one of my main reasons was just the border, immigration. That was my main reason, and I think I really agree with his stance on the border, and I don't know. That's
okay. Well, then here's my question: name one border policy you like of Donald Trump's.
I can't really name one off the top of my head, but
so what about the
So
border?
you love it, but you don't know what you love?
Appreciate Connor. Thank you. What about the border?
You said that you love it, so like, what do you love?
The part that I like is that he built. It was, I want to say, like 400 miles of the wall.
Okay, so that was refurbishment. There was only 3.7% new wall that was built specifically, new 52 miles new. And if you want to reference,
what was the percentage when when Joe Biden was in office?
well, they would have done even more than Trump ever did in his entire administration, given that the bipartisan border bill passed, which Donald Trump called the people in Congress to undermine.
But that doesn't make sense. Biden literally stopped the operation.
What do you mean?
No, actually, he didn't. He said that he disagreed with the idea.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
But he waived.
You're correct.
Yeah.
He opened it.
We heard your friend helping you. Does he just want to help you right there?
I mean, like, we don't have a problem with your friend helping you.
No, that was my brother. My brother's literally going upstairs to eat.
Oh, okay. I was about to say we can debate you.
Sorry,
and your brother.
I was upstairs and I had to come downstairs to talk.
Okay.
Wait. So, and I'm also confused because I I really voted with not a whole lot of knowledge, and that's why I like to watch you and Dean and even Charlie Kirk sometimes. I'm not super strong. I don't have a super strong opinion on my vote. That's why that's one of the main reasons I wanted to debate. I really just wanted to get more information on the whole border situation because I do feel strongly about protecting our borders.
I got you. So here's one thing I got you on. Charlie Kirk is literally just changed his mantra on immigration because it literally looks good to his audience. Now, his roots used to be like libertarian-esque, right? And he would argue like essentially that any level of taxation is theft and that like 1% of taxation on like Jeff Bezos's net worth wouldn't be justified, even if it were specifically to lead to getting rid of veterans' homelessness in its entirety. So that's the type of position he took, which typically from that position, you hold like an open border stance, right? So Charlie Kirk is definitely not like a good research, spot for that. I would say at least. I think Charlie Kirk is incredibly misleading when it comes to that information. But when it comes to immigration specifically, I think that immigration is incredibly important for the economy. Anyone who's in the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime should be allowed to stay in the country as they're a benefit to our economy, right? And our process right now, it takes too long and has been unjustified. I don't think the breaking of a law is bad if it is the case that the law in of itself is an unjustified law. Like say there were a law restricting people or saying it's illegal, right, for people to engage in intercourse, right, when they're in relationships, right, because they're not married, right? I would still break that law because I see that law to be unjustified, and I would see nothing wrong with me breaking that law because I see nothing wrong with me engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend in a consensual relationship.
Yeah, and also I'm actually in Canada right now on a fishing trip, and crossing the border actually was very interesting to me, and just seeing like how just the process with it. And obviously,
did you get pulled into secondary?
What's that?
Did you get pulled into secondary?
No.
Oh.
So we're actually fishing off a lake. So we crossed the border by boat. So we had to check into customs through boat. But there are people that vacation on this lake and they do not check into customs, and they'll just go right through, and it's honestly,
Trinity, thank you so much for the $10 for your stalker made everyone hate me. And here I was just taking a nap while listening to you shit on MAGAs. That's so fucking funny. That is so funny to me. Thank you, Trinity. I really appreciate it. We will now for the future refer to her as Evil Trinity. So don't worry. We will make the distinction. We got you, Trinity.
And then I have another question. I was wondering what your stance was on Biden's handling of the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Who's whispering?
The handling of the Afghanistan withdrawal. So specifically the one that was set up by Donald Trump, where he gave 5,000 Taliban members to the Taliban.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was that?
Yeah, like the specific agreement that he upheld through the one that Donald Trump set up, where he gave 5,000 Taliban members to the Taliban.
I'm talking about in
Joe
2021,
Biden executed a plan that Donald Trump set in motion. And one of the things that Donald Trump did in order to get that agreement is he agreed with the Taliban to release thousands of fighters, some of those fighters who would eventually be in the airport bombing.
So my question is, what do you think that what Joe Biden did was good, or what is your stance on this?
I mean, obviously the pullout from the airport could have gone better. Obviously, I mean, because people died, and that's a tragedy. But I think both Joe Biden and Donald Trump have some culpability in this because of the fact that Joe Biden executed it, but the plan that was being executed and that was agreed to by the Taliban was set up under Donald Trump. So all Joe Biden was doing was following through
Just
with that
continuing it.
agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Owen. So I have a question, right? Given that you can't really mention many of the policies or any of the things that you specifically support as it relates to Donald Trump, what gets you to the position where you want to support him?
Well, mainly I voted because obviously, I mean, my parents did, and that's, I mean, it was more of a tradition than it was my decision. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just did it because that's what my friends were doing, and that's what I saw around me, and I wasn't really hearing the other side of the story, and which is one of the main reason I like to watch you guys.
Okay.
And obviously listen.
So are you regretting your vote more now that you hear the other side of the story?
Well, I kind of want to see how this term follows through. Like, if this, like, I feel like there's a few things that I want to see what happens with.
Let me give you some things. Maybe this will get you to reconsider. How do you feel about him saying that he wants to make Canada the 51st state, or he wants to take Panama and Greenland, and he wants to turn
that I
Gaza
absolutely
into Trump
do not.
Gaza because he feels
I absolutely do not agree with. The Canada 51st state, absolutely do not agree with, and also the Gulf of Mexico, him changing that, I did not agree with that either.
So, like,
I thought that was more. I thought that was very I want to say dictatorship, kind of like, oh, we're just gonna. I don't know. It felt like. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like in the past, as Americans, we've kind of more kept the peace instead of, oh, we want to gain more land and we want to make Canada this. And it was more of, we want to be in a position where we have peace instead of war. And I feel like trying to negotiate with countries that are doing well and trying to gain more land, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I don't know. I would have to do more research on that, I guess.
Yeah, so
But-
it seems like Donald Trump isn't anti-war; he's pro-war, right? And he was just running under this anti-war mantra in order to be able to con people into voting for him.
Yeah, and I did. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons I saw. I was like, well, and that was one of Charlie Kirk's main points. Well, what wars have started in under Trump's administration, and it's like, well, there's obviously different circumstances. And that's one of my other questions was, do you think Biden could have done a better job handling the COVID-19 pandemic?
I think Biden handled it much better to Trump, though.
You think he did better than Trump?
Yeah, I mean, Trump. Like, people have like amnesia about about that whole year, but like Donald Trump was like on TV telling people to like drink bleach. Like, well, you know, like I'm being like hyperbolic, but you know, I mean, that's effectively
he said to
like what he said.
inject to disinfectant, like to look at injecting disinfectant.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, but like no rational person who was living through that time and was like watching TV and they were listening to like the president of the United States say, let's inject things into our bodies to like kill a virus. I mean that was just insane times. And so I'm just like, I think Joe Biden handled it to the best of his ability and did a much better job.
Considering the fact
Justin,
that
did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, we'll talk to you in a second. Go ahead, Owen.
And also, like, we don't really know how Trump would have been able to handle it, considering the fact that this has not happened in over, 30 years? Something this, I don't know, of this magnitude.
No, like 100 years, actually.
Oh, is it? Yeah. But, and then also on Kamala Harris, I had heard some things that she kind of blew Trump or Biden off at the end of his term to kind of get on her own or be on, because didn't she?
Do you don't care about Biden's concerns? Do you?
Me?
Yeah, like, do you really care about Biden's concerns?
No, I'm just thinking like, my family is Republican, but I'm thinking on the Democratic side. Like, did they have a chance to vote for their I can't think of it, their main candidate?
There were suggestions being made about having a blitz primary, but that never came to like actually happen.
Oh, okay.
They like should have. I personally think that they should have, but they end up not doing it, and I think that's okay because parties can do that. But I have a fair and open primary.
All right. And also, was that constitutional or is that?
Yes, there's nothing in the there's nothing in the Constitution that says how parties are to operate.
Okay. Well, I think that's all I have. Could you follow me on Instagram, Parker? No, Parker.
That's your answer. Don't vote for Republicans though.
Yeah, rough. People who have seen me in person in real life have I followed them. Like I'll follow people if I'll see them in real life, but like I don't know. Like this one I just debated. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, but yeah, all right. I don't have any guess. Justin, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
What?
Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Why not? Better than Kamala.
Kamala?
How?
Because
Kamala, whatever you want to say her name is.
Okay. Well, her name is Kamala. That's how you say her name.
That's what I said, Kamala.
Yeah. So again, here would be my question. So, is there any like policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
There's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Yeah.
No tax on tips.
Domestic deportation.
So no tax on tips and no tax on overtime are both not policies that he's actually pushing out through, like Congress. Like
Democrats have supported those policies in the past too. By the way.
What?
Democrats have supported those policies in the past. Donald Trump did not just like magically come up with those.
Yeah, he did. He didn't magically come up with
Bernie Sanders has been talking about it for a very long time, actually. So, like, no. There have been Democrats who have been wanting to do this for a very long time.
Nothing? Justin, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, do you want to respond?
Hold on. I'm sending something out. Hold on.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering. Okay, you like at work or something?
Yeah, I just gotta finish this email real quick.
Okay. Do you just want me to talk to someone else in the meantime?
No, I'm good. I'm done. What's up? Okay.
So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because he's better than Kamala. I told you that.
How though?
Kamala.
Like so far, you haven't given us jack shit.
Her name is Kamala.
Okay, Kamala, whatever.
Okay, Kamala. Do it one more time and I'll kick you. Like you can say Harris if you can't say her name correctly.
Kamala.
Okay, bye.
Kick.
I mean, what did he think was going to happen?
He didn't think that far ahead.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, we have like no guest request chat. We're running out of push.
Boo.
It
How long have you been on?
About almost 4 hours.
You want to go to YouTube?
I mean, I have 3K people on YouTube. I might just hit a restart or something, but like
That's a good idea.
I mean, the thing is, I just don't know if that will help it. Hopefully, it'll help push. You know, that'd be great. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. So please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's your birth year?
2004, January 23rd.
Sorry, I just don't believe you're 21. There's no way. Am I crazy? Am I crazy, chat?
I do think that they may be 21.
They
because
may
some people
be,
can
like,
just have like.
Dude.
I mean, they were like very specific.
Okay, enough people believe. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's just because I got my teeth pulled, so my voice might sound a little different. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're totally fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump because of his. I believe his border policies are good. I believe his immigration and abortion.
Okay, border policies. What border policies?
I think it's good that he's building the wall between Mexico. I think it's that he's good trying to make asylum harder, because I think that asylum should only be people that deserve it, and I think him making like the qualifications harder for asylum better is better for America.
Okay, chat. You guys.
Now I'm doubting.
I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
have
I'm
kind of
sorry.
that, like prepubescent type of voice.
I'm sorry. I'm like I thought I was right, and then people were like, "Nah, you're not right." And then I was like, "Oh shit!" And I'm like, all right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, it's about you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We again are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do make sure to like the stream on TikTok or on YouTube. We have 1.4 thousand likes. Try to get to 2,000, everyone. We got 3,000 people
from,
here.
Seesaw McGraw, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. If you want to debate me for MAGA, make sure to send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
I mean, I have three people on YouTube. I might just.
Hello, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Have I had you on the live already?
You kicked me because you didn't think I was 18.
Have we talked before?
I said my birth year, and that's it.
That's it? That's the only time we've ever talked?
Yeah.
Really?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, bye-bye. They left themselves.
Hey.
They said, no, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that.
I mean, good on them.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, I was too young, but I'm 18 now.
So you support him?
Nah, not really.
So why say MAGA?
Ah, dude, it's so good.
Yo,
Yeah,
so
so how old are
gender
you?
ideology.
How old are you?
Gender 2020. Gender
Damn, just like-
ideology.
Hey, hold on, Just.
Can you hold up? I was gonna
Yeah,
ask you.
gender ideology.
We'll get there, Just. Hold on.
What the fuck
We'll
is
get
wrong with you, dude?
Yeah, he like jumps right into it, man. He's
No,
like,
no, we're talking about gender ideology.
Are you what state do you live in?
I'm from the UK.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay, fuck you, bye.
Well, you can say. You can say.
No, no, no. I want to talk. You want to debate? You want to?
ooh.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. I'm actually intimidated by you. I've seen a lot of your videos, and I think you're a very intelligent man, and I am very excited to talk to you.
Nice. Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Just just normal things, like the border stuff and all that kind of stuff, and just in general,
The border. Okay, so can you give me like a border policy of Donald Trump's you like?
Well, it was a lot better when Trump was, or I mean, sorry, when Biden was in control. You know what I mean? And Republicans are all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So you don't support Donald Trump?
No, I do.
Okay, it was better when Biden was in office.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No.
So it was better when Trump was in office. Is that you're claiming?
It's better now, and when Trump was in his first term,
Okay,
is what
so
I'm saying.
how do you determine that it was better?
Well, these trickery questions always get to me, but yeah, you intimidate me, man. You're a good political guy and stuff. But when it comes down to it, God bless Donald Trump.
Why?
Well, he's helped the American people a lot. I've noticed since he won the office. I want to say,
by doing what?
Well, I mean, do you know how many people died from fentanyl? Oh, sorry, hold on my phone.
How many
Do you know how many
people
people
died
from fentanyl? Like over 100,000 people. It's crazy.
Wait, can he say that now?
I think you can. So, yeah, how was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration? It was actually declining at the end of his administration.
It was declining at Biden's administration.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
during
true.
Biden's.
Okay, I don't. Okay, well, I don't believe that at all. It was
it's
just
true. Where do you get your statistics about how many people die from F drug?
Well, just like any of us do. I mean, like we can look up Google, we can do anything. Right.
So you'll accept the statistics I give you then? You don't have a specific one?
No, I do. But you're a very good like I said, you're a very good you intimidate me, man.
So
you shake your head.
so if you want to look specifically at age-adjusted overdose rate, it specifically went up 2019 into 2020, likely related to COVID, and then it started to decline slightly under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the CDC.
Is that right now?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
Well, damn. I didn't know that, but I'm always one to be proven wrong.
Well,
but
don't worry, I got you.
Parker's done it now.
One was, yeah. Well, I always wanted to talk to you one-on-one, and I'm glad I got the chance. And
for sure. Is there any other stuff that you wanted to talk about?
I really don't know right now. I'm just like flabbergasted right now. I'm just like, oh shit,
No, don't worry. If you want to ask any question, go ahead.
I'll message you if I do, but like right now I can't think of anything. You know how it is.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yep. You have a good night, man.
One message I saw on my YouTube channel, because I look at my YouTube comments, I look at all the comments every once in a while. I saw that I thought was pretty good was that like tell people at the end of the debates to watch back the debate, and they think that would be effective. And I actually agree that like telling people at the end of the debates to do that would be effective. Now I got to get myself into the habit of doing it, and that's my issue because I thought about doing that today and I haven't done it yet. So
adding it to your list of already things that you have to say and get used to saying.
Yeah, like that's like a really good idea. Like I think that's just like it's really useful, you know.
I agree. Watch the live, everybody. Quite frankly.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21, and I just wanted to ask you a question, and I just want a clear-cut answer. What do you think about Kamala Harris's stance on Palestine and Israel?
I think it's bad. I'm pro-Palestine myself, so I would prefer like a significantly better position from Democrats on that. Like when we have a candidate next time, I think that their position is not acceptable.
Yeah, but I meant more in relation with like how it compares to Trump's stance.
Better.
Yeah, it is better. but again, we're talking about like still very bad position, but like better, like
No, I
categorically speaking than
understand.
You're
Trump.
comparing two piles of shit. One pile of shit is just a lot bigger.
I get it. I'm just saying, like, would you say that, like, if you were like, say you're trying to convince someone to vote for Kamala, would you use that as a reason?
I wouldn't use the position necessarily, but if it were relating to
But
someone's view,
I've heard you say that before.
like for example, if someone's view was that they specifically they have caring about that, I would specifically bring up as a reference to that conversation that like Kamala Harris is better in terms of Palestine than Donald Trump. Like I would absolutely
How?
acknowledge that. Yeah. But I do think that there are other things that I would address and acknowledge right as well, like alongside that.
How is she better?
For Palestine?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Donald Trump specifically was calling for Trump Gaza, right? For
No, I
literally
know what he did. I know what Trump is. I'm not saying that Trump
So
is
what
good for
he
Palestine.
has done, she would not have done. So that's how
yeah,
she's better.
that's
What would she have done?
we don't
She would-
completely know, but we do know that it would have been better than what Donald Trump has done specifically.
She definitely would have put more pressure on the government to actually draw down what they're doing now. But like right now,
How can you say that
Netanyahu,
when?
because
How can you say
Netanyahu
that?
right
Listen,
now,
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I just wanted to have an understanding of your guys' stance, and it was kind of because I've watched you before, and I've seen like a bunch of your debates and all that, so I have a pretty good understanding of your stance, and I've heard you before say that like, not that like Trump supporters like come up on here and use like Palestine as an excuse for them to vote for Trump. I'm sure someone has before. I haven't seen that. I don't think that they do, but I have seen you say before that yeah, Kamala's bad, the Democratic Party's stance in general is bad, but Trump is worse.
Yes,
Like
that's a true statement.
You say that verbatim.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
is
that's true.
that a true statement?
That is not a true statement.
Okay, well then what is not true
I
about that
think
statement?
that
What makes that statement false?
I'll explain. I think that it's not about this statement itself. It's about saying Trump is worse. I think that is such a ridiculous. It's not even an argument. It's not an argument. It's an excuse that Democrats use so that they can feel comfortable when their vote is literally the reason why people are dying. I think that Kamala is a pathetic person. You guys are saying that she would have put more pressure. She would have done whatever. She would have been better, which is just such a ridiculous statement to say, by
It's
the way.
not.
But
Wait,
Right now,
all you
no,
said
no,
is that
no.
what we're saying.
Now
is
I'm
ridiculous.
going.
Wait, hold
now
on.
I'm going to
Matt,
cut you.
I have one thing I want to say. Like all you're saying is that my position is ridiculous. You're not actually describing
is.
specifically how they are
Well,
equivalent.
I was. You guys interrupted me.
Would you like to describe how they're
Because
equivalent?
you interrupted me, by the way.
Well, yeah, because as I was saying, Matt, you were about to say that she would have put pressure and whatever and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
and you didn't let me finish my
When
statement. I was going to go on and explain more, but apparently you can interrupt people, but I can't, right?
Why are you talking like?
I'm talking about it because you interrupted me.
I-
Like I'm not going to be here and have
I'm
you
sorry
act
for
like
interrupting.
you,
Like, I
you
don't mean
can't
to
interrupt people and
interrupt.
then you get upset at us.
But well, yeah, I think I have a reason to be upset when Democrats are like, listen, because here's the thing. First of all, I know that you guys tend to only want to talk to Americans. I'm not even American. So if you want to kick me off, that's fine. But I think it's kind of annoying how you guys, you clearly talk about foreign policy, you talk about Palestine, you talk about all of these things. And, I think it would be fair for you guys to hear from the people that you're claiming to support. But if you want to kick me off, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I am listening right now, but like I'd still like an answer to my
Okay,
question.
well,
You said that they are
No,
equivalent.
I just wanted to clarify that I'm not American. If you're under the impression that I'm American, I'm not. I'm Syrian. So
Okay. Can I
I
have,
think
can I have an
that.
answer to my question yet?
What question?
Okay. Can you explain to me how they're equivalent?
Wait, did I say that Trump and Kamala are equivalent?
I said Kamala Harris's position on Palestine is better than Donald Trump's, and you said that
Okay.
position was
Can
false.
I ask a question? How is that relevant?
You said that position was false, and I just wanted to clarify why that position is false.
I didn't say it was false. I just said
You said it was
I'm
not
just going to
true?
clarify. I didn't say. Okay, well then I take it back. I'm not going to say it's not true. I'm going to say that it's irrelevant.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything
And
else?
it doesn't really matter in terms of I mean, you're literally just comparing between different degrees of evil. How is that going to help Palestinians and Middle Easterns in general?
Sure, because we have a two-party system here in the United States, and we
Okay.
have to choose between
There are
either
other
one.
candidates, though.
They will never win. I'm sorry, but anybody who claims that
Okay.
a third party is going to win doesn't know the history of the United States. They just don't. And so we have a two-party system here, and you have two parties to choose from. On that issue, it was clear as day that one person would have been better for the Palestinians than the other person. On that issue, like just comparing policy next to each other, it was plain as day. Now, you might not think that it goes as far, and that's true. I think she needed to go much farther. But compared to what we have now, there is no one who can seriously actually claim that VP Harris would have been worse or at the same level. It just is not true.
You guys' comments are insufferable, honestly. Sorry, that was like. Anyways, so you're right, and I'm not here to tell you guys or to tell any American who to vote for. Let me just like make that very clear. Like, you guys can vote for whoever you want to vote for. You guys can, talk about domestic policy and debate people on domestic policy and all that. That is your lane as Americans. That's your right as Americans. That's fine, as well as it is your right to vote. And you're right, they're never gonna win. That's probably right. But in my opinion, I think a vote is not just about like who's going to win. It also like says a lot about you as a person and who you stand for. But that's just my opinion. That's fine. I think that the issue is, and when it becomes, a problem, is when Democrats act like their vote is somehow a favor, because that's essentially what you're saying. When Israel dropped a bomb on Syria back in December, and it literally registered on the earthquake scale, do you think I sat there and thought to myself, let me think about this. Was this Democrat funded or was this Republican funded? Because I promise, whatever scale you guys are setting up to see who's more evil and who's more whatever, when it comes to actual Palestinians and Middle Easterns in general, we don't care. Like, we are getting bombed and killed either way. And like I said, vote for whoever you want to vote for. That's fine. Like, I'm not even telling you guys to not vote for Kamala or that you guys are terrible people. You're Americans. At the end of the day, you're going to do what Americans are going to do. What Americans are going to do. That's fine. But why are you acting like it's a favor? Kamala Harris.
When did I do that?
Here's the thing. Well, that's
we criticize her all the time on this issue.
When did
No,
I act like it was a? When did I act like it was a favor?
Assad? No. For the person who asked me if I support Assad, of course I don't.
Can I have a response? Can I have a response? Like,
sorry, I just needed to like.
When did I act like that? When did
Well,
I
you
act like
didn't
it was a
say
favor?
it like flat out, but you said at the beginning that you would use that as a reason to vote for Kamala and not for Trump.
Wait,
because Trump would be worse.
Yeah, because I would acknowledge that she's better. That's all net. If we're talking about comparing the candidates and it's one or the other, it obviously would make sense to say that you'd pick the candidate and which would lead to less harm targeted towards marginalized communities. Like, that would make sense. Like, so again, we're not arguing
so we're
that
supposed to tell ourselves at least we're not getting killed as much.
that's preferable than people getting killed more.
Are you serious? Like,
yes, people getting killed less is preferable to people getting killed more. I'm confused why
use that as like
that's reason why that it's for limiting harm. Right now, if I could get a position where I could completely get rid of that would be the preferable position. But that isn't an option within candidates or within something that's like meaningfully like we're able to change. If we had the ability to,
I'm not going to be able to really make you understand how ridiculous that is. Like, it just like, I mean, unless you're just saying it.
Oh, hello? Am I lagging or is it the guest lagging?
No, you're good. I think the guest went off a little bit.
All right.
We'll wait for a second.
Everyone on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. I think right now we currently have 1.5 thousand likes. Try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. People are saying I've been lagging a bit, but I'm actually not lagging. Right? They left themselves. That wasn't me.
She might come back up. I'm not sure if she will.
We'll look in the guest box, but yeah, I mean, I typically don't run on conversations with people who are who are not MAGA for very long, but I did want to address that point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Real quick, can you explain why we should vote Kamala?
Well, you don't live in the United States. But yes, you should vote for Kamala Harris because it is the case that she has policy that's better than Donald Trump's, which includes the child tax credit, the housing affordability tax credit, and like the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, things like that. That I would see as preferable compared to Donald Trump's policy, whereas Donald Trump's policy specifically would add $3.8 trillion to this big, beautiful bill to the debt, which is really harmful to our debt alongside cutting Medicaid and food stamps, and things people need. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Here, I think they're back in the guest box.
Hi, sorry, my internet was lagging.
You're good.
Okay, so can you say like the last thing you said? Because it was lagging for me.
Can you remind me what you last heard? Because I kind of forgot.
I forgot to.
I think our main point.
But I just want to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, no, it's just that our main point is, or how I would look at it, is that we got to take everything in totality, because I personally see voting as a moral imperative, that I have a duty to vote for the person who's going to do the least amount of harm and the most good for both my country and for the world, right? And when I compare the two candidates, because we only live in a two-party system, as much as I wish, and I really do wish that we had a viable third party, we don't. It's just not possible given our system. And so until that day comes, I have to vote one of two people, and I have to compare their policies and say whose is less shitty, right? And in this case, on a multitude of issues, it was clear to me that VP Harris had a much better policy. That's our position, or that's just my position. Yes, on Palestine.
And
but even on Palestine.
No, but
yes,
I just want to specifically talk about Palestine, because when it comes to like domestic policy, I don't really care. Like I said, I'm not American. And I know that you guys are saying that you're not making it seem as if you're like doing it a favor. I'm just telling you that's literally how it's coming off. And when you have thousands of people watching you guys, and like, well, like that's your whole thing. You're literally like, the whole purpose is that you want people to vote for Kamala and not for Trump.
Well,
so
now the purpose is that we want people to vote for other candidates than Donald Trump. And actually, I specifically argue for progressive candidates that have pro-Palestinian views, right? Like that's actually my position. So now it's not just about Kamala Harris,
when she was
but
running,
it is looking in retrospect that Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump, the same way that Joe Biden was better than Donald Trump.
Oh, and Biden too?
Yeah, Joe Biden was better than Donald Trump.
Comparing how
you understand everything that has happened since 2023 has been under Biden's presidency?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's worse.
And now Donald Trump, again, if Donald Trump were president, I would have believed that the set of circumstances would be worse. I'm not saying I like Biden for the set of circumstances he created. I'm saying that Biden, the set of circumstances he would create, would be not as bad as the set of circumstances that Donald Trump would create, given the same.
Okay, not as bad as a slap in the face. Like, you understand that, right? Or you don't even have to understand. That's just how it is.
Wait,
like,
I'm sorry.
It's just
can I ask you a question?
Slap in the face, and it's so insensitive. Actually, I was leading up to a question. Like, can I just, do you guys, because Matt, you were saying that like, besides the two-party system, the candidates aren't going to win. Do you guys necessarily, would you say that you blame Arab Americans and Muslim Americans for Trump winning?
No.
Okay, so
can I ask a question?
Everyone who follows you probably disagrees with you. All your comments, you, Parker, and like other people, like I saw this in like Dean's comments, I saw this in like Democrats in general. You guys like tend to always call out Republicans for having like a cult-like party, which I completely agree with, but I think Democrats are just as cultish. All your comments, whenever you guys are talking about Trump's stance of Palestine or Trump winning in general, the comments are filled with basically people using what he's doing as like a gotcha moment to Palestinians and like Middle Easterns, as if we're the ones who voted in the election, as if Arab Americans or Muslim Americans were the ones who made Trump win. And they're all like people being like, this is what happens when you vote for Trump. This is what happens when you don't do your research. I have seen comments, literally, like I will literally send you a screenshot of Democrats being like, well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I would rather Kamala keep killing than Trump. Literally say things like that. And whenever a celebrity or anyone like dares to critique Kamala Harris, people like that. What happened with like Chapel Roan? Like, you guys are just as cultish as Republicans. Like, I think you guys like don't see now people in the comments are being like, okay, so like it's literally just like how it is. And I'm sure you guys are aware because like you guys are on social media. After the election, the amount of insane Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism from the Democratic Party, because people I literally like, I remember this exact moment when I found out that Trump won, and I texted my friend and I was like, how long do you think it's going to be before Democrats blame us? And it literally happened. Like, it was insane. And I didn't see anyone calling it out from the Democratic Party. All I've seen is just like glazing for Kamala. I've never seen any critiques. I've seen plenty of videos of Democrats being like, now that Trump has won, Donald Trump is planning on ethnic cleansing Palestine, but I've never seen a single video being like Kamala Harris has done or Joe Biden has done. Like,
Well,
I'm sure those exist, but I haven't seen it from you guys.
Well, really, I've been going live
And
every
wait,
single
can I
day.
just like finish? Can I just like finish my? And I feel like when it comes to like Israel in general, it's more of like a throwaway comment that you guys say. Like, it's like, yeah, like I wish like her stance on Israel was like different. And like, I don't really see you guys talking about Palestine unless it's in like in defiance with like Trump, not just like as like an issue on itself by itself. And I've seen like clips of you guys even before saying like everything that you know about Palestine, you know, from like other Democrats. I don't think you guys have any actual like Arab friends or actually like talk to like Palestinians that aren't just like Americans or like just like any Middle Easterns in general. And I think that the issue with like Democrats, sorry, I'm like talking a lot, but I just like need to say this. I think like Democrats in general, like you guys like become or like you make yourself like the spokesperson of like every issue that like you claim. Like, I've had like conversations with Democrats before on this, and a lot of them tell me like, well, you're not even Palestinian, like this isn't even your movement or whatever. Suddenly Democrats who haven't even like cared about this since like October 2023, but me, a Syrian, because Israel has bombed Syria multiple times. They occupy Syrian land. The Golan Heights under international law is literally Syrian land, and it's occupied by Israel. And you guys don't really seem to understand that it's more of a regional war. So anyone who is not Palestinian who's critiquing Kamala Harris or critiquing your guys' stance is suddenly overstepping some sort of boundary that you guys put in place. And it's very insufferable. And I don't see any Democrats calling it out. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm going to be fair. Like, it probably does, but it's not like the majority. It doesn't happen as often as you guys want Republicans to call out their own party.
Okay. So I think that one thing that's true here is that you probably aren't as familiar with my lives, and you're judging me based upon how typically Democrats have been in the case of the comment sections or of other people's accounts or channels, which I definitely agree with plenty of the criticisms of plenty of other Democrats in terms of.
I mean, I've watched a lot of your lives, but.
Yeah, so it is the case that like on my lives, I've been very critical of the Democratic Party's position. I've talked about Palestine, right, for a very long time on this live, and I've been very, very open about talking about Palestine prior to the point of the election, right, prior to that point. So I think it's ridiculous for people to be like, oh, you haven't talked about it, when I've been very clear in talking about it for a long time and being very clear in talking about it. Right?
I didn't say you haven't talked about it.
Can I please finish? I let you speak. I would love to be able to finish myself. Is that okay?
Okay.
I actually like genuinely let you win on like 5 to 10 minutes of practically uninterrupted dialogue. So like again, I don't think that it's like genuine for you to like say that my position was that way when I have gone on live and I have addressed these things and I've been very critical of the Democratic Party the entirety of the time. I go live every single day, right? And I was addressing these things prior to the point of the election. Are these critiques true for plenty of other Democrats? Absolutely. But are these critiques true for me or for my position? I don't think so.
And by the way, I just want to say too, by the way,
can I
in your dialogue, well, hold on. In your dialogue, you mentioned also that like we don't speak up enough on these issues and everything, but then at the same time, you are critiquing us for the fact that we're not part of this group and that we like almost should be speaking up on it. So you can't have it both ways. So either you want us to
I
speak
actually
up
did.
on it.
No, wait. I'm sorry. I know I've interrupted, but I just like because this is the defining point. I didn't say that. I didn't say that you guys need to be more involved. I actually said the opposite in the beginning, if you guys remember. I literally told you, like, you can talk about domestic policy, you can talk about like all of that stuff, that's fine. I don't really have the right to tell you not to as a non-American, but if you're just not gonna, if you're gonna act as if it's like, as if voting for Kamala is somehow better for Palestine, I don't really care who's better for or who's worse. If
Our
we're getting
opinion-
killed either
okay,
way,
okay,
if
our
that's what you're gonna
opinion
say,
is-
then just don't talk
Hold
about
up,
the
hold up.
movement.
She just
sorry.
lied. I have to address this. She just lied.
Okay.
She just said that like we can't act as if Kamala Harris is better. You agreed in this live that Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump for Palestine. So are you
I didn't
are
agree.
you
I
acting like that
literally
way?
never said that Kamala is better. I said that
Wait,
it doesn't matter who's better or who's worse based on your standards for who's better. Because what I said is
Okay,
either way,
to
and I'm not
are
even
they
just
are they
talking about.
equivalent? Are they equivalent?
My answer is I don't care.
But that's not an answer.
We do care.
That's not an
Yeah,
answer.
well, okay, well, you're Americans.
That's hold on. That's not an answer though. Like, can we at least acknowledge that it is the case that like Donald Trump does have worse positions?
What if I concede
Because I thought
that
earlier we
Kamala is
did
better?
because this is on live stream.
What then?
Well, then it would contradict what you just said, because you were saying that
Of what?
I'm acting as if Kamala Harris has a better position, and you were saying that that's somehow like bad for me
Okay,
to do.
now that we
Yet
got
you
over
just
that
you just
semantics.
conceded that. You just conceded that.
Okay, we got over semantics. I'm sorry for saying the word acting. Okay, Kamala is better, but I don't care. We're gonna get killed either way.
Oh, I'm confused.
That is literally my whole point, is that you guys are like, you don't have to make it seem like you're, because that literally is what's happening. You don't have to say it like straight up, but you're saying like, I'm not voting for Trump because he would be worse, which by the way isn't an argument, it's an excuse. But
Can I ask
and
you
you're
a
saying that
question?
Kamala is
What
better.
would you prefer we do?
Like I said, I'm not telling you guys what to do.
I'm not saying you have to tell us what to do. I'm asking you, what should we do?
In my opinion, and from this could be wrong, honestly, I don't know, but from my understanding, majority of like Arab Americans and Muslim Americans voted for Jill Stein. Which if I was American,
So vote
that's
for
what
Jill
I've
Stein?
seen from online. If like actual statistics, I have no idea, but like I've seen a lot of them
Well, let's
say that
assume
they
that's
would vote
true.
for Jill
Do you
Stein.
want us to vote for Jill Stein?
Honestly, if you're not gonna like my answer, I don't think you guys should vote for anyone. If I was American, I would literally not vote.
Okay, wait. So then your argument is
Well,
that
I literally said that you wouldn't like my answer, so I don't
wait.
know.
So then your argument is I should do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to like tell you
No,
that you
I'm
need
sorry.
to
Like, fuck
like
that.
vote between?
I'm sorry.
Not
What?
nothing.
Nothing?
Listen, the American politicians, or just American like presidents, is literally just a lineup of psychopathic war criminals. Okay. If I was American, I'm not telling you guys what to do. Like I said, do whatever you want.
But I
Pick
asked you
your
what
poison.
I asked you what I
You-
should do, and you said nothing.
Why do you care what I think you should do?
Well,
Okay, well then wait.
If you
Wait,
guys
wait,
think
wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait,
tell
wait,
you-
wait. Hold up. If I don't care what you think I should do, then why do I have you on the live right now? I should kick you then.
That's not what I said.
Well, okay, so then I should care
I'm
what you
saying
think.
about voting specifically.
So then I
I'm
should.
not talking
so then
about,
I
like-
should care what you think.
Can I like finish, please?
I'm sorry. Like you are not willing to engage in a dialogue with me. Like I'm asking.
I am. I literally am.
I'm asking you like specific questions, and it seems like whenever I ask you
I'm
questions,
being like
you're
very
not willing
careful.
to
I'm
engage with
not
them.
even like infringing on like your guys' right. Like I'm not even telling you like I don't care about any of the other issues that you like guys talk about. I don't think that you should do
You actually
anything. I don't
did.
think that you should vote.
You
You
said, "I
asked me
don't
a
care."
question. I literally told you that my answer is not going to matter because one, I'm not American, and two, it literally doesn't matter
Well,
because
then why come on the live at all? I'm being truthful with you. If it doesn't matter,
because I want you guys to I didn't come on the live to tell you guys who to vote for. I came on the live to tell you to stop acting like you're doing Palestine a favor.
We
That's it.
wait, we never did.
when do we say that we like think that we're doing him a favor? All we critique is the
We
fact that
literally think
they're
the Democratic
doing
haven't, like,
we think
repeat
our
myself over and
party we think our government is complicit in the genocide of the Palestinian people. We don't think that we are doing Palestinians a favor. We think that we are actively engaging in literally a part of funding a genocide towards the Palestinians.
Yeah,
That's
but
what our
also the
position is. Why would we think, given that position, that we are doing a favor for
I
Palestinians?
completely understand what your position is, but also at the same time, you're using that as a reason to encourage people to vote for Kamala. That's my issue. And do you disagree with me
So
that
then I
all
shouldn't have
presidents-
encouraged people to vote for Kamala, and I disagree with that position.
No, you can encourage Kamala all you want, just not for that reason. Talk about abortion, talk about student loans, talk about economic policy, whatever you want. Just don't use Palestine.
Like
That's
Daniel,
literally
for
all I'm
example,
saying.
if someone came on the
here, let me
That
give
is all I'm
hold on,
saying.
let me give her an example of like when we would bring it up, because I think that maybe she doesn't know specifically like the context situations where I would bring it up. Here's the Galaxy. Thank
You
so much.
still haven't
I
answered
would
my
bring it up.
question,
I
by
would
the
bring
way.
it up specifically in situations where people have brought up like maybe they think Trump has a better position on the matter, right? Or they would specifically bring up like, oh, I have
What
this.
would you say in that case?
What's up?
What, like if someone came up and said, I
And that
voted
said
for Trump
Trump is
because Trump is
Trump
better
is
for Palestine?
We've had people
That's
come
what I
up
was
and
gonna
we've
make,
had
by the way.
debates where we've engaged with people. They're on my YouTube channel if you'd go like to specifically watch them. But like that specifically, I would engage in conversation and dialogue with them, showing them that the position that they have is I think ridiculous because of the harmful nature of Donald Trump's position specifically for Palestinians, right? Along with the
Okay.
fact that I think that Harris's position would be better on the matter. So even if you were to consider them the same on that, right, it would be the case that we would have a dialogue on other sorts of things where Harris would be better than Donald Trump on specifically, right? But at least acknowledging, right, from that perspective, if you're going to address that conversation, that it wouldn't make sense to say that Donald Trump is better. It would only make sense to say that Kamala Harris would be better in that context.
Don't you think it would make more sense if someone brought that up as a point and was like, Trump is better for Palestine, for you to say that's not really an issue that either of us can talk about?
No, because
And
I
that's
think
it?
that
I
we
said
can
it's
talk
not
about
an
the
issue. I said even if you consider, right, their
Dude,
positions
you are picking
equivalent.
apart what I'm saying. I didn't say that you should say that it's not an issue. I said that it's not an issue that either of us have the right to talk about.
Why do we not have the right to talk
I was
about it?
not saying that it's not
Because you're both bad.
I was
You're
not
both
saying that
parties.
neither of us have the
are-
ability to talk about it. What I was saying specifically was that it doesn't make sense for them to even say if they
No,
consider it
no,
to
I'm
be
saying that's what you should say.
okay.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. You might think that we're bad on this because we don't agree with your position on it, but we're gonna keep talking about it when someone brings it up.
Not
because we
you
want to.
specifically, the Democratic Party.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else
What?
you'd like to talk
Okay.
about or add?
What conclusion did we reach?
None. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
what,
because you guys
what,
are picking apart what I'm saying and acting like
No, because you won't tell us.
We're
Like,
trying
like,
to
what you
clarify
want us
like
to
what it is
do.
so that we can understand.
I won't tell you what. I
Well,
won't tell you what.
We're just trying to clarify what it is that you're saying so that we can understand your position. I've only tried to understand what your position is and understand where you're coming from.
So you don't understand my position? Like I think
Not
I've made
really,
it
because
pretty
you
clear.
say that you're not here to give us things to do or to tell us what to do, but then you go on to tell us what to do. So just say it plainly and say it right out.
Okay,
What is it
plainly,
that
I'm
that
not
you
telling you
dislike?
guys who to vote for. Okay, I think I made that pretty clear.
Okay,
Maybe I haven't.
okay.
I'm not telling you guys who
So
to
not
vote
telling
for.
us who to vote
I'm not
for,
telling you to.
But you said that I shouldn't say that you should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
You shouldn't make it seem like you're taking a pro-Palestinian stance.
Okay, that's
have a
ridiculous.
pro-Palestinian
I do
stance.
have a pro-Palestinian stance. So I should lie and say that I'm not pro-Palestinian?
Well, when you're voting for her, you don't really have like your
That's your
pro-Palestinian
opinion.
stance is
Okay,
all
wait.
talk.
Sorry, that's your
Her
opinion.
That's
position.
my
Wait,
opinion. Are you
wait.
kidding?
Wait, hold up. Your position is that it's preferable if I wasn't pro-Palestinian.
Wow. Okay.
Is that what your view
literally
is?
not
Wait,
what
is
I'm
your
saying.
view that it's preferable if I wasn't pro-Palestinian?
No, you can say that you have a pro-Palestinian stance, but if you're going to vote for someone like Kamala, then that's all talk.
So then it's preferable that I
She
don't.
is
so
she
it's
is
preferable
harmful
that I
for
don't hold that
Palestine. She
position?
couldn't even like some politicians or just like some people in general who still support Israel can still take a stance and make it seem like it's not about Israel specifically, it's about Netanyahu and like what he's doing and what she couldn't even do that. Like the barest of the bare minimum she couldn't even do.
Wait,
Like
are you saying that she
she
didn't
is
like
pro-
disagree with Netanyahu?
No, she's saying that
no.
She wasn't vocal enough in her opposition to the state of Israel.
At all. And I don't think
Oh,
that you guys
I would
disagree with me
agree.
on
I would
this.
agree with that position.
You literally that's the first
Okay,
thing that you said.
I
when
guess
asked you.
I
So
just
if
don't
you-
understand what your critiques are of the nature
My
of like how
critique
I
is when you
address these
guys
issues.
when you guys are saying that I voted for Kamala because Trump is worse for Palestine. I voted for Kamala because
That's
at
not
least
the
she
only
had
reason.
this.
Yeah, on the Palestinian issue,
How many times do I
I
have to repeat
voted for
myself?
Harris
I
because
understand
she's
that there
better.
are other reasons. I understand that that's not the only thing. That's not even the main reason that you guys voted for Kamala Harris, but it is something that you mentioned countless times. So it must be one of the reasons that you guys voted for
It
Kamala.
is.
I'm telling
Okay.
you that makes no sense. Literally all your comments are like, we don't care what foreigners think. We don't like.
We would disagree with someone saying that. Whoever said that's super fucked up. I absolutely care
Okay,
about
but
people in
Parker,
other
I haven't
countries.
seen. Have you ever like called out like your comments like of people being like using the ethnic cleansing as a gotcha? You haven't. You literally haven't.
I
Like
have.
I've gone
absolutely
to your
have.
account and watched every single video.
I can't respond to every single comment, but I absolutely am critical of things that are written in my
You
comment
don't have to
section.
respond to every. You just have to make one video and that's it.
Wait, you think I need
One
to make
video?
Wait, a video? Wait, you think I need to make a? I mostly
Yeah,
do my.
people. Hey guys, fellow Democrats,
I-
maybe don't use it as a
Wait.
gotcha. Maybe don't be Islamophobic. Maybe don't be anti-Arab. Like.
Wait, I do that on
But-
live. I do that on live. That's my main platform is on live. I don't mostly post video content, right? Most of my content's
But you
live.
understand it's important, right? Like not everyone is going to be able to have access to every single live that you do every single minute. People like.
Yeah, but
you understand that. Like otherwise, why would you do videos? Why can't you just do lives and that's it? Like I don't understand what you're trying
the
to
videos
say.
that I have are of me on live.
No, I'm talking. I understand, but you also have other TikToks and other Instagram posts of you just like saying important things that have happened or whatever. Like
I don't
talking
typically
about
do that. That's very uncommon. But like I address these things on the context of the
Yeah,
live.
but you do. I mean, you have like a video about like when Trump said about his like stupid ethnic cleansing plan. Like you have maybe it
Yeah,
was
because he's the president.
I don't even know if I have a video on that on my
I think
account.
it may have been Dean.
I think you're
honestly.
thinking
I think if that
Dean.
was the case, like he's the president, so
Either
you want to
way.
make a video.
Parker, why are you acting like you're like frustrated? Like I don't understand like what is so hard about like what I'm
It's
saying.
that you're assuming that like I'm Dean or something, or that like all of these things about other Democrats.
It
and then
was
you're applying
one
it to
thing
me.
that I said. I'm
Let's
sorry.
not-
I thought.
Wait,
it
wait,
was
wait,
you.
wait.
It
Hold
was
up. We
Dean.
earlier in this
Like,
conversation, I addressed the same concern earlier in this conversation where you were addressing this with other Democrats. So like, don't act like this is the only time where you've done this in the live, because I
But
think
you
it's
were
a
a
little bit
part of it.
disingenuous.
It's not like I was only critiquing those other. You were a part of that too.
Is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about before I go on to the next person?
Okay, so you're just gonna ignore everything that I'm saying.
We have
spent-
not ignored anything.
That's ridiculous to say I've ignored what you're saying when I've literally you're not even a Trump supporter, right? I'm literally I brought.
Why would I be a Trump supporter? Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean
I'm
that
engaging.
doesn't mean that I'm a Kamala supporter.
I know. I'm
But-
engaging with the concerns. I typically only debate Trump supporters. I'm engaging with the concerns because I thought it as a valid thing to engage with, right? But like
I
I
understand,
think
but
at this
you're
point
using-
you're
like,
engaging disingenuously, and I'm gonna kick you from the stream. So
I think that I have the right.
I'm gonna kick you from the stream at this point. I think that like you were engaging disingenuously at that point, and I don't think that was a genuine argument.
I don't think so. Was that?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Cookie King because I want to vote Trump because
He does not mog Dean. I'm telling you. Dean mogs Cookie King. That's just a fact.
I don't know
okay?
what the fuck that means.
It's just
Like
a
now I'm
fact.
so old. I don't know what that means.
It is a fact. Dean mogs Cookie King. That's a fact.
Cookie King.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lovey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. It's very true. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lovey. I really appreciate it. Mike, thank you for the $2 as well. Ben, thank you for the $5. Mike, thank you for the $5. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Lizzie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Jordan, thank you for the $1. Colleen, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Colleen. I really appreciate it, Colleen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Predictor?
Hey, Parker, I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, in this election I did.
You said what?
In this term I did, yeah.
Okay. So why did you do so?
I regret my vote, but I did it for my Latino people, mostly.
Okay, wait, if you regret the vote, you know what? I appreciate you. That's the whole point of this live. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Up here.
Incredible. Incredible. We love that. We love that. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, I just wanted to talk about the Israel-Palestine thing quickly. That was a frustrating conversation, I'm sure, for you. I'm just a little confused as to why, especially like you are now so pro-Palestine when you know that you should know based on what Obama, Biden, a lot of Democrats have said that Hamas is hiding in schools and hiding in hospitals. And obviously it's horrible that war exists, but like Hamas is the reason why.
No, I don't think Hamas is the reason why Israel's committed these horrible atrocities. These horrible atrocities, right, existed prior to the point in which Hamas engaged in these actions. Now, has Hamas engaged in actions specifically that have prompted the state of Israel to engage in actions that have led to an increase in the level of conflict? Absolutely. Like, we wouldn't dispute that. We're not like someone who can't acknowledge the faults of Hamas. Absolutely, we acknowledge the faults of Hamas. But at the same time, we also acknowledge that the state of Israel is the one that is actively committing a genocide in the context of Palestine.
And
right?
they're the ones who are saying,
go ahead.
Sorry, and they're the ones who are saying that it's Hamas who is in the hospitals and the schools and everything, and so that gives them reason to bomb them.
No, that's the United States. Literally, Obama's come out and said it. That's Democrats have said it.
But that's based on intelligence.
We
from
disagree.
Israel.
We disagree with the Democratic position on Israel.
Well, but here's my point. Why would both you as well as I know,
why are both Democrats
know
and
that they don't agree on anything? So the fact that Democrats and both Republicans are saying that it's Hamas that are doing this, like it's pretty clear.
Wait. You claiming there are bad things about Hamas that both sides can acknowledge means that like there isn't a bad side that Israel's engaged in is just ridiculous, right?
No, I'm not saying Israel's not doing. I'm not saying Israel's doing everything correctly. I don't think that's true. I'm saying that it's the unfortunate situation that we're in war. I do agree that Israel, I don't know the details 100%, but I'm sure that Israel is doing things that are unethical and that I would disagree with. That being said, I think it all stems from Hamas's actions. And Hamas clearly doesn't care about its people. And Hamas is leading the Palestinian people. It's pretty black and white.
No, it's not. At this point in the stage of the conflict, we are way past October 7th. Like now they're talking about full-on ethnic cleansing and like genocide. Like we have actual cabinet members talking about it. Yeah, like we have actual cabinet members.
They're not trying to hide it anymore. That's the point we're saying. Is that like
Oh look, I agree. It's become it's at the state where it's like, well, Israel is afraid and trying to completely decimate Hamas. But it's like, at what point are they doing that? And I agree.
No. When I'm saying that it's now beyond Hamas, it's because the very people who are talking in such genocidal language, they are not even talking about Hamas. They say Palestinians. They say the people of Palestine because people like Smotrich, people like Ben Gvir, they see the Palestinians as not legitimate people of the land, people of Amalek, which is what they quote actually, and they say that we have to drive them out, we have to kill them, and we have to drive them out of that land. That is purposely blank genocidal in its nature, and that is well beyond what happened on October 7th. Well beyond
the Israelis do not want to kill innocent Muslims. Now, is it become a situation where
Palestinians aren't just Muslim?
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, it's become a situation where it's gotten now to war and it's become bad. And I'm not going to disagree. There's not atrocities. And look, every human being doesn't want to see children and people killed. It's horrible. So it's like it's fucking. I cursed. I'm sorry. It's horrible. But at the end of the day, like the fact that you had someone come on here, that lady who just made you guys look. I mean, it's just you have people. They're playing like some victim. They're not even listening to you, and it's like. You have these people who are just unreasonable.
No. She had concerns
I'm not going to let him generalize something like that.
No,
like she had concerns that were like totally valid, and I think that like need to be addressed from a Democratic Party standpoint, and I think it should be addressed, right? So like there are valid concerns I think that like we're wanting to be addressed, and I think that should have been addressed, and that's why I engaged with the conversation on live when I typically don't engage with people who are not like Trump supporters. So I don't like the generalization.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the next person up here. This person really wants to come up on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why were you spamming my comments so much to get on the live, bro?
Because I got to represent for my boy.
Who?
Trump.
Gross.
Okay. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
No, I don't go that far.
Okay, all right. So what?
Unless your name is Harry Sisson.
What's the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Good economy, immigration. What else? Mostly
Okay,
everything.
name one policy that Donald Trump passed that was good for the economy.
The tariffs.
The
That'll be
tariffs.
good.
So the tariffs are so one. The tariffs are on pause right now. Two, what is a tariff?
It's a tax on an import good.
Okay, and who pays that tax?
Well, obviously we do.
Okay, so if we pay the tax, then why are you saying the tax is good for the economy? Because actually, I could give you evidence. It's harmful to the GDP. As such, evidence relates to the Q1 GDP of 2025 that indicates a decline in GDP, whereas we saw an increase in real GDP like for several quarters prior to this, along with the fact that many of the developed nations around the world didn't see this decline in GDP. So it's specific to the United States within that respect.
Problem?
Bro, where do you get your news source from? It has to be CNN.
Bureau of Labor Statistics, St. Louis Federal Reserve, AP News, NPR, Reuters, and PBS.
I get mine from the Daily Wire.
Of course, like Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire. Like, that's ridiculous.
Bro, just trust the process, bro. The tariffs it's going to take some time. Trust the process.
Actually, the Daily Wire reports that the tariffs are harmful to the economy. Did you know Ben Shapiro is very critical of the tariffs?
Bro, just don't mention the Jordan Peterson debate, bro. Like, that's embarrassing. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. I was in that
Bro,
debate.
I
debated Jordan
I just said
Peterson.
not to mention that. Oh my god, bro.
Wait, so how'd you feel about that one?
Next question.
Was that a Biden moment?
Next question.
I'm just asking, was it?
Bro, no comment, bro. Jeez,
now you
bro.
can't acknowledge it. You guys wanted us to acknowledge it so much when it came to Biden, but with Jordan Peterson, you can't acknowledge it.
It was 1L, so what?
That's not 1L. There were multiple people that handed him an L that day. I watched it
Bro,
IRL.
Multiple people.
Bro, let's just go back on talking about the terrorists. We can't just leave, bro. Like,
okay, go ahead. Daily Wire indicates tariffs are harmful to the economy.
Bro, the Daily Wire is the go, bro. Like they
indicate tariffs are harmful for the economy. So that's really funny that you say that you listen to the Daily Wire. Push that mustache. Yeah, keep doing that right in the mic. I really appreciate that.
Brother, come on, bro. You're making me stressed out right now.
Good. I hope so. It should be. You should be so stressed out.
I'm not gonna lie, Parker. You're kind of cute when you smile like that.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
gonna fucking rape you.
Ew. Fuck you. God.
Yo, speak, mute yourself, or leave the live. Or be quiet.
You can't add a caveat.
Wow, what are you good boy, Liam. You're such a good boy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Peter, I'm 28.
What state do you live in?
I live in Queensland, Australia. Can I just say, your mate Dean? He looks like Zed off Pulp Fiction.
I don't even know who that is.
I get that
Push
reference.
mustache.
He kind of, Dean, if Dean was about 20 years older, yes.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
So here's the thing. A few days ago, I saw the video of the crypto coin investors going into the dinner with Trump. And literally that same day, I was watching the Hunger Games with like all the crazy people in the Capitol. And the crypto investors were wearing these giant helmets and they were like stylized and customized to look cool. And something kind of stirred in me, and I can't describe it because Trump always told us that he wanted to protect us and our freedoms and get us our money back and stuff. But I was like, why is he hosting something where people don't want to show their face? Like, I thought he was proud of America, you know? But that realization wasn't quite enough. I'm from Southern Illinois, and we were just raised to be born and bred Republicans. And I was
I'm
really
from that area too. Interesting.
proud. Really, I was really proud of that. But then, literally today, and this is how I found your live just now, because my mom was in the kitchen talking about the Lord, and she said she was going to pray to Donald Trump too. And something like switched, you guys. Like,
That feeling that you had was Trump indigestion.
I recently
Please see a doctor.
No, I recently
I literally, your comments say this isn't her therapy session. Oh my God, kick.
yeah, because she was being so like.
I know.
Trump indigestion is a very real thing.
Like I know that like they're trolling.
If you don't get Trump indigestion treated, it will progress to Trump diarrhea.
Yeah, that is the thing.
Very dangerous.
All right, let's get this next person up here. They said, "See, this is why I hate Democrats." You want to come back up on the live? Yo, it's a pal to you.
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm in Canada. I just have some questions.
I'm sorry.
W Canada.
You've got to be trolling.
See, that was just confusing me because the girl, she wasn't even American. Like, she was talking about how people made her feel, how Americans made her feel. It was irrelevant. I was like, get this girl out of here.
That's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant if I have them up on the stream. But are you actually a Trump supporter?
Well, I was. I don't know. I guess
Are
I'll
you
leave
now?
because I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is in the first few days. I think this is a feeling like I hated the word woke for the longest time. It feels like I'm waking up to something. I guess I'll leave because I guess I could just watch your videos. Like I said, I literally just found it, but I don't know. I thought I'd request and see if you guys had something to say. But then you just kicked me, and so I'm like, well, fuck. Are they like making fun of me? Like,
No, we're not
I
making
don't
fun
know
of
what to think.
So here, I would say to listen to the lives and maybe you'll change your mind. I think that would probably be the most effective for you when it comes to like these different types of debates. So watch the lives and then you can come back and we can see what your thoughts are in the future. I think that'd be effective.
Peace, love, and happiness. I'll do
Appreciate
that.
you.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Appreciate the hand heart. We're going to get the next person up here. Liam's still sitting in the box, bro. Liam, I'm not going to talk to you, bro. I don't know why you're sitting in the box.
Just don't engage.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That Palestine girl sounded bad as hell, bro.
Bro, what is wrong with people? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube for the 3,200 people, make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucking 39.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Fuck yeah.
Why?
Goddamn border.
What about the border?
He's just shooting all the motherfuckers and shit.
Let's go.
Fuck.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, hopefully we can get some people up here. I'm trying to, everyone. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, again, make sure to like this stream. It seriously helps push out to more people. We have 1,700 people that have liked the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's up, 22?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Thought he was better than Kamala.
Why so?
I just think that, well, I'm a Christian, so I want to see more conservative values in society.
Do you
And
believe
Donald
in
Trump is your
separation of church
Christian?
and state?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why do you say that religion should be involved in the context of the argument for whether or not the state should operate a certain way?
No, I just think that the sentiment in society should revolve more around like Christian values rather than like the ultra progressivism that we've been seeing.
The ultra progressivism? What ultra
I would argue that
progressivism?
being conservative is not being Christian at all.
Just like the feminism, think it's gotten out of control, trans ideology,
What?
these sort of things.
Trans ideology? You mean
Yeah.
trans people?
Yeah, I think it's an ideology.
Okay, how are trans people an ideology?
Well, I think that the increase in them isn't a genuine thing. I think it's more so from it being propagandized.
Okay, so how is the propaganda effective?
By influencing kids to become that.
Okay, how do you influence kids to be trans?
You romanticize it. I don't think it should be romanticized.
How is being trans romanticized to children?
Well, I mean, it's just celebrated in a lot of, like with Target doing that, all they're selling the products of it. And
So,
Would you rather that
accepting
that we
trans people?
demonize it?
So you
It's not-
so you think accepting trans people is harmful?
I think that it's seen as a wholly good thing, and I think it's actually more bad than good.
Really, love thy neighbor, Christian? What happened to that?
No, yeah, of course, but I'm not coming out of this from a place of hate. I'm coming out of a place from love. Like, I don't think that you should
You're telling
influence
people that it's a bad thing to be something that they are. I don't see how that's not like a
Well,
place of hate.
No. It's how do you know that they are these things? I don't think that they're
How do you know
natural.
that I'm anything?
How do you
right?
know
Because
that God
listen and you
the Father
understand.
is a father?
Well, he's genderless, but I mean, we see him
So
as
he's
a
not a
father because
father?
it's like a. I mean, he is, but
So he is. So how do you know he's a
encapsulates both.
father?
It's not that he's a father; it's just he represents a father-like
So
role.
then why do you use he him pronouns?
Because he represents like a father-like role, like I just said.
Okay, so then you can represent a father-like role even without male biology. So you don't require male biology to be recognized as a father. So why shouldn't trans
Well,
men be considered
he's
fathers?
not a human.
If they have children.
He's not a human.
I
I mean, Jesus was a human, but I mean, you're talking about God as an entity. I mean,
So
we are humans.
So then he should be considered non-binary, and you should use they
I
them
think
pronouns.
he was at first because
So
it was
use they them pronouns.
it was
Stop using
called
he him pronouns.
Elohim.
So stop using he him pronouns. Use they them pronouns for God.
I would rather not,
Why not?
because as I said before, he represents a father-like role.
Okay, so then you can represent a father-like role without having male biology. So why shouldn't trans men be able to be considered fathers?
Because I just don't think it's a social construct. I think
You don't think it's a social.
men.
You just explained how it was social and not biological
No,
with God.
no, I don't. No, I think that men and women are different.
Thanks for telling us that. That doesn't change the reality that you said that again, God the Father can be considered a father without the context of male biology.
Yeah, we're not talking about God. We're talking about humans right now. And I'm saying that I don't think that these things are just like you
Wait,
can
so to
just
clarify,
change it willy-nilly.
non-humans can be fathers, but not trans men.
Well, God was called Elohim, which is genderless.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, in a biblical Hebrew, the I am ending is a masculine plural.
Okay. But can we talk about what we were
You
just talking
cannot
about?
get away with that when Matt's on the live. You know what I mean? If Matt was not on the live, you could have got away with that. But because Matt's on the
Well,
live, you're fucked, buddy.
No, but that's not how I understood it. I mean, I'll look it up later, but sure, I don't feel like doing it right now since we're having a conversation. I don't think that gender is a social construct. I think that we have innate things that are make us men and women on average. Of
Okay,
course,
so-
you'll have outliers, but I mean, I just don't think that kids should be influenced, especially in the years that they're forming their identity. I don't think that they should be influenced.
how are we influencing kids to be trans?
It's just over glorified, dude.
You mean the fact that we accept trans people?
It's not that. It was considered gender dysphoria, not even like just a couple
Wait.
decades.
still is, by the way.
Wait, by the way, gender dysphoria is still something that's considered under the DSM, but gender dysphoria and being trans are different things. There are people who are not trans that have gender dysphoria.
Okay, well then why are we influencing them to inhabit qualities of gender dysphoria
What do you mean?
if they're not
We're not.
naturally that? If they're not naturally gender dysphoric people, why are we influencing them to even explore those
Because
if we know it breeds, if we know
because-
it breeds mental illness?
Because
No,
you can, wait,
because-
that's not mental illness.
How do you-
Also,
Okay.
most trans people reject the idea that one needs to have gender dysphoria to be trans. Like one doesn't lead to the other. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
But is it the same quality? If someone believes they're trans, isn't it the same quality as having gender dysphoria?
No, because gender dysphoria is a recognized.
If you feel like you're not in
okay,
the
why
right
people keep-
body,
man, people
if you
keep
feel like you're
interrupting
not in
me.
the right body,
No, it's all right, Parker. Don't mute him. It's all right. Okay.
I got it. So
No, it's yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was getting
Okay.
you.
It's just that one does not need to necessarily meet the definitions of gender dysphoria as outlined in the DSM-5, but they still can be trans. Like one doesn't necessarily lead to the other. That's the main point. Okay, now you can unmute.
okay. If gender dysphoria is someone believing they're in the wrong body,
No.
how would influencing
no, it's not.
people?
No, it's not.
Okay, how is that not it? Gender dysphoria. They think that they're in the wrong body. That
No,
they
no,
think
gender
they're the opposite
dysphoria
gender.
is the mental discongruence between one's assigned sex and one's gender.
That's what I'm
identity.
saying.
Wait.
You
No,
just
I'm sorry,
You just
like, I'm-
fluffed up the.
God damn
You
it,
just
God damn
fluffed
it.
up the.
Hold up.
You literally just fluffed up. You fluffed it up.
No, I
River,
didn't.
River,
That's the
River.
definition.
But that's what I was saying.
Ah, shut up. Okay. It's the fear and anxiety or depression associated with the incongruence versus just the incongruence.
Okay. But why are we influencing them to head in that direction if we know that that breeds that sort of mental reaction?
Because that's the reality for them. They are trans.
Yeah,
We're gonna say that we should influence people who are trans to acknowledge and be okay with the fact that they're trans. That should be number one, right, on your right list of what you think we should do, because it is the case that's an incredibly important attribute.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that like gender roles are completely a societal construct?
Do I think gender roles are completely societal? I think that there are aspects of gender that we reference that are biological, and there are aspects of gender that we reference that are social. But I would typically use it in a social context.
So it all is social in a way.
So no, not always social, but mostly.
Mostly. Yeah, I just don't believe that.
Why?
Because I just think that men and women gravitate towards different things because we are different.
Men and women gravitate
still
towards
alike.
different things.
But it's
Okay.
yes.
That doesn't change anything. Even if it's true that men and women gravitate towards different things, that doesn't change that gender is biological or social.
Yeah, I just think that if you're going to influence a kid to be trans, you're kind of
Okay,
making
again, no
them
one's
abandon-
influencing a kid to be trans. We're just accepting when people who are trans come out. That's it. And
Okay,
then
well, then let me ask you
people
this.
are coming out who are trans. That's it.
Okay,
the
let me
fact
ask you
that they're
this.
trans to everyone else, right? Because it is the case that prior they were not able to publicly dress in that type of way that is representative of their gender identity. Because it is the case that they would receive horrible levels of like societal stigmatization and bullying.
Yeah, I just see an incongruence here because it's like, so if I want to be a woman, right? Everything in society, like even the legal system, should apply to me as if I'm a woman.
So again, you don't have those commitments. You can't choose your commitments. So obviously, you can't just
What do you
portray
mean
yourself as
commitments?
something that you are not. What's that?
What do you mean commitments?
Commitments are like your desires to be in accordance with a certain set of social and cultural norms. I don't think you choose your set of desires. I think that set of desires is something that's intrinsic to us as people. Kind,
I have
thank you
no
for the
idea what
$5.
any of
Thank
that
you so
means.
much. What's up?
What I'm saying is, I don't know what any of that means. To be honest with you,
What was confusing?
like literally the whole thing. I don't understand how that pertains to what I'm saying. Say it again.
Did you hear anything that I said?
Yeah,
He
but
heard it,
say
he
it
didn't
again.
understand it.
No, I heard it. I just don't see like
You don't
what I'm
understand it.
asking. What I'm asking is if I want to be considered a woman in every facet that comes with being a woman, should I be considered that, even under the
Trans
law?
women are women and should be considered women.
Okay, so like you know how women get 30% less time in jail than men for the same crime? Should they like? Can I just say I'm a woman after I commit a crime and then automatically get 30% less time?
No, because you saying you're a woman is not classification under my standard for being a woman. It's going to be the set of
But what if I
commitments that
put
you
on a
have.
dress?
You can lie.
But what if I put on a dress and a wig?
Even if you put on dress, you don't have the set of desires or commitments.
How do you know
Because
that you're denying me?
wait.
Commitments.
You saying that I can't be able to determine the truth of the claim doesn't change whether or not the claim is true or false.
Well, this is the thing. Like, you can't really determine if it's true or not
I
because
can.
it's all arbitrary.
I can,
You
River.
can't. Like, because
Yes,
if
I can.
okay, well, then you would be denying some people. You'd have to admit that
Yeah,
you're
like
denying
you,
some
because
people their gender.
because you're a lying piece of shit. That's it.
Okay, but some people wouldn't be, right?
Yeah,
You could admit that
obviously
you would have some fallibility, right?
Yeah, obviously. But like it's going to be
Okay, well,
incredibly
then,
small percentage.
okay, but still, there will be some.
I'm sorry for
So
like
would you want?
so are you going to like pretend to be trans for multiple years for what?
Well, what's the cutoff date? Like, how long would I have to be?
What do you get out of pretending to be trans?
I'm just saying, like, people can take advantage of the
River,
law.
answer the
Like, if
question. What does
do you mean?
one get out of pretending to be trans? More
Nothing. I think it's a bad
more
thing.
societal stigma?
Yeah, I think you'd get worse stigma to you.
Yeah, so why would someone do that?
Because it's glorified in media.
Okay, then
No.
also, why haven't we
Being
seen
trans is not glorified in media. What are you talking about? Where?
Yes, it
Seriously,
is,
where?
dude.
Where?
Dude, everywhere. Elliot
Where?
Page,
Tell me.
the guy with the Bud Light thing. Like, people are promoting this stuff.
What?
Okay, hold
where?
on.
Where?
What
Those
was
are
his
those
name?
are you giving
What
two
was his name?
examples is not enough.
Please don't misgender.
Dude, real
Yeah,
quick.
don't
real
misgender.
quick.
by the
Yeah,
way.
literally.
Real quick. Okay, whatever the person's name was, and Dylan Mulvaney. Companies are hemorrhaging themselves to push this agenda. If you don't think that, then you're not living in reality.
Wait, hold on. I don't understand this,
They're
by the way.
literally
Why is
hemorrhaging
Bud
themselves.
Light trying
What's
to
up?
branch out to reach a new constituency of like people to like reach out to? Why now? Sure, I could agree with you that maybe it was bad marketing, maybe, right? But the
Of course
very
it is.
fact,
That's not their.
River,
That's
hold
not
on,
their
please.
audience.
Please hold on. But the very fact that they used a trans individual does not mean that they're also pushing some kind of big agenda. They just wanted somebody who spoke to a different group of people that they want to like drink their beer.
Yeah, so like are you saying that like anytime companies engage in advertisements specifically with a particular celebrity, it is the case that there's an agenda pushed by that? Or are you saying that there's an agenda only because the person is trans?
No, I think that there definitely are agendas pushed, even if they hurt the company because they want society to be constructed in a sort of way that abandons our true nature.
No, what the agenda is of a
So they can
business,
enslave us.
an agenda of a business is to make money. That's how economics
That's not,
works.
dude. Okay.
That's not
Then why-
true.
then-
It is.
then
It
why
is
would-
not the
well,
ultimate goal of
no,
firms to
no,
make
it's
to
not.
maximize
Well, once you have
profit.
no. Listen, Parker. Once you have a certain amount of money, then you try to you try to construct the world in a certain way so that you can continue to make money forever by enslaving people via their minds. And that's what I think is going on here. Like,
So
why
like you
would
do what
Disney-
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing.
why would Disney continuously put out these heavily LGBTQ movies if they keep failing?
Which
hold on.
movies?
That
which,
does
which
not-
movies?
Buzz Lightyear, the Snow White.
Buzz Lightyear and Snow White. How would those fail?
Dude, they had the worst box offices ever. Like, what are you
Let me
talking
see.
about?
Let me see.
But also, why aren't you like doing the same complaints to all the Disney movies that failed in the 80s and 90s that had like straight protagonists?
Like
And
when?
like, what do you mean?
But the
Like
thing-
when? Like
but the
like,
Buzz
thing
there's
Lightyear
plenty
box
of,
office was 226 million.
Yeah, I've heard it was a big fail because it had that sort of stuff in it.
What are you talking about?
You heard?
Even if it's wait,
Yes.
by the way, I'm not sure if I saw that. What in it was LGBTQ plus?
I don't even know.
Yeah. So
Do you
Like, he
think
just
I'm
pointed
watching
out
that
his
stuff?
ass.
I'm not watching that
Okay, so then how can you claim that it's everywhere?
because it is, and these things keep
Where?
failing.
Where? You don't even
But
know.
this
You
is
didn't
the
even know
thing.
what it was. You
But-
didn't even know what you're
but-
referencing.
but
If
this
it's
is- but this is
everywhere,
the
it should
thing.
wait. If it's everywhere, it should be in all the stuff that you're watching. So wait,
Yeah,
why
it
is
is, dude?
wait? So if it's in
It's
all
at
wait,
Walmart. It's
wait,
at
River, to
Target. It's
clarify.
literally
Wait to
everywhere.
clarify. If LGBTQ stuff is in all the stuff that you're watching, maybe that's just what you engage with. For you page, you know
Ooh,
what I
good
mean?
one.
Maybe
Good one.
that's what you engage with, right? That's like I don't see. None of us see this. Like we
Okay,
say
yeah,
there's
you're-
not
you're so
enough
right.
representation.
You're so right, dude.
We
You
say
got
there's
it.
not
You're
enough
so right.
representation. So this must be your specific For You page, which
No,
is
but
great.
what I'm saying, no, I don't
TJ,
look
thank
at
you for
any of
$2.
this
That's
stuff.
great.
That's why I don't watch the Buzz Lightyear or any of that stuff. I think it's a bad thing to romanticize it, and yes, it obviously is romanticized in media. I
How
think
is it
should be-
romanticized? What, you didn't even give me an example. Give me one example.
Dude, in California, they had a bunch of parents protesting a school because they told the kids to confide in the teachers and
What
and
school?
stuff like that. I don't remember the school name, but you can look it
Go
up.
find a
Look up.
source. I'd love to see it.
Dude, I don't want to find a source. You can just
River,
look this
give
up. I
me
know
any
we have a
specific.
conversation.
Can you give me any specific example?
This happened in California, dude.
I live in California. Didn't hear about it.
Okay, well, it happened. Don't know
Okay,
what
well
to
then
tell
go
you.
provide me the source.
Parents were protesting outside of the school because the teachers were telling them that they could confide in them something about like if they were having problems with their gender and stuff like that. Why would that not be the parents? It's like this. It's a big psyop.
Well, I know
to
the
get
answer,
kids-
but yeah, source.
Okay. Why would the parents not be entitled to know that sort of thing?
Wait, I
They're
have a
literally the
question.
parents.
I have a question.
They're the guys.
I have a question.
that,
If it is the case that in the context of a Disney movie, there is a representation of a gay relationship, is that wrong?
yes, and not even from
Okay,
a religious.
so
point
just
of view.
representing gay relationships within Disney movies is wrong under this guy's perspective. Yet straight
Well,
relationships
even
for
a
decades
secular-
upon
even-
decades upon decades have been
even from a secular
normalized.
point of
Shut
view,
the fuck up. Literally, straight relationships in Disney movies and in plenty of other movies, cartoons, and things that have been shown to children for decades upon decades upon decades have been shown to have straight families and straight relationships all the time. But if there's literally one gay relationship, you're fucking screaming and crying like it's the damn apocalypse.
No,
That's the
listen,
plot of most
listen,
movies, by the
listen.
way.
I'd like to just say this. No. I think that gay people should have representation in movies. In kids' movies, I don't think so.
Wait,
Because
so
even from
why?
do you say the
Why?
same thing about?
Why?
Do you say the same thing about
because
straight
hold up,
people?
Matt. Because no one is predetermined to become gay.
Do
You
you?
have
Yes, they are.
predisposition.
But-
Yo,
No,
whoa.
they're not.
Wait,
they're not.
River. Do you think it's a choice to be gay?
I think you're not predetermined. No, I think
Is
you
it-
have
is it a choice to be
Dude,
gay?
Parker, you got to let me finish. dude.
River, I want an answer to the question.
You
Is
have
it
to let me. Okay.
when I
only if
ask you
let
a
me
question,
finish.
no. If I ask you a question, I
You
want
can-
wait, River. If I ask you a question, I want an answer. I don't want you yapping about random stuff. I want an answer. So provide.
Give
an
me
answer.
5 seconds to respond each time. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, predetermination to be gay is not true at all. Predisposition is true, but no one is predetermined to be gay.
So when you say okay, so do you think it's a choice?
I think you can be influenced to become that, and I think it should be vilified.
Wow.
Not
Thank you for
vilified as in there.
answering
Real
my
fight to be
question.
gay?
Wow, is this Jordan
don't
Peterson?
think-
Am I talking to Jordan Peterson right now?
Dude, I can come from a secular point of view if you want, Parker.
Can I have
They
an
live-
answer to the question?
They literally live like 15 to
What is
20
the answer
years.
to the question, dude? Oh
Sorry,
my god.
I just want
I'm
to point
coming-
out, Parker.
look,
Parker,
Parker,
I just want to
I'm
point
coming
out.
from a secular point of view.
He just said that being gay should be vilified. Like you just said that.
I think that it should be looked down upon because
You
listen,
fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Dude,
No, you
Parker,
should be looked down upon.
can
Homophobia
you-
should be looked
can
down on.
I
No,
fucking
no, you
talk
can't
to you?
speak. No, you cannot say that being gay should be vilified on my fucking stream.
No, I didn't say that.
You just said it. Yes, you did.
No, I said it should be looked down upon.
Yeah,
Because
that,
they-
you should
that's
not be able to say that
vilification.
either. That's
Speak
also
right.
what I
That's
said.
not
You should be able
You
to say.
keep going off because you can't deal with this. What I'm about to say.
Yeah, because it's
They
fucked up.
literally live
Yeah,
They
because
literally live 20 years shorter because of the diseases they
Oh,
contract.
provide me a source.
Look it up on the NIH.
Provide me a source.
You want me to look? Okay.
Jesus Christ, dude. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Helps get it out to more people. If you experience any lag here on TikTok, go over to my YouTube stream. I would really appreciate it. Seems like we've had a little bit of less lagging today. Coral, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's actually ridiculous. Laura, thank you for the $7 Canadian.
Okay,
CJ, thank you for the $2. Thank
CMDA.org.
you. 2 women kiss in the Buzz Lightyear movie. Oh,
hold on.
oh my God,
What's
he's
the
so
source?
ridiculous. Kind, thank you for the $5.
CMDA.org. I
What's
have
the-
multiple sources if you want
What's the
them.
title?
CMDA.org.
No, what's the title?
Negative health consequences of same-sex.
Alrighty.
Same sexual behavior.
Alrighty. Let's. You said CMDA?
Christian Medical and Dental Association.
Okay, you want another one? I have one from the NIH.
Yeah,
if you want.
give us something legitimate. Yeah. That's so ridiculous. Jeanette, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Bro, this is so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you for research. Generally indicates that LGBTQ families, including LGBTQ parents and their children, experience outcomes comparable or even better than those of heterosexual families. I have seen that within the context of childhood development.
That's the new
especially.
data, yeah. But he's going to cite because I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to cite, but I want him.
What am I going to cite?
No, I'm not going to tell you. Just cite it, and I'll tell you.
About what?
Go for it.
Because
Cite it.
You cite it, and I'll tell you the year. If it's the one that I'm thinking of, then I'm gonna.
I would rather use that source that I linked because I can tell you about that.
Yeah, because it's the Christian
Francis
one.
Well, listen, Parker, you're making faces, but Francis Collins is the one who is implicated in that, like a ton.
Wait, again, we're not gonna accept Christian Medical and Dental
Wait,
Association.
That's not a Christian medical place. What are you talking
It
about?
is a CMDA, Christian Medical and Dental Association.
Okay, dude. Do you want a Harvard study?
Okay, dude.
They have a bias towards like being anti-LGBT. So like that's the problem. Is they're going to cite things that make it look in a bad way.
Okay, look up does homosexuality shorten life?
That's the article, 1998. I'm sorry, cite one that's more recent because that is completely
Okay, I have a
incorrect
Harvard
now.
one too if you'd want.
Yes, please do. Harvard, okay.
I'm like, bro's trying to face off against a librarian right now. He's cooked.
I'm
He's
dug
cooked.
in now.
River's cooked, bro. You're going up against Matt, the rockin' librarian.
Bisexual lesbian women live shorter, something like that. It's on Harvard. I mean, this is just true. They have a 40 to 70 times more likelihood to get things like chlamydia, gonorrhea,
I appreciate
HIV,
the galaxy. Wait,
all
are you
sorts
saying
of
this is
things.
only true for men?
No, it's for both.
Okay, so it's for women as well?
Yes.
So what are women at a higher likelihood of getting when they engage in intercourse with other women?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what are women at a higher likelihood of getting in terms of STDs when they engage in intercourse with other women comparative to men?
I don't know the specific like diseases.
Did you know that men are
But same-sex relationships have to rely on inorganic or unnatural forms of sexual behavior.
Wait, unnatural forms of sexual behavior?
Hold on.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Ask
Wait,
me,
no,
Parker.
can I ask him this question real quick?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do you think oral sex is wrong?
Yes.
You do? You think that's wrong?
Yeah.
Well,
You don't.
sorry for you, bro.
Well, I'm a Christian, like
do you
we
think?
said.
Do you think?
sodomy
Do you
is
think
wrong.
kissing is wrong?
No.
Is that natural?
Yeah.
Where?
What do you mean?
Where?
Okay, well, how is anything natural, Parker?
Actually, well, I just want to let you know, gay intercourse is natural. It's prevalent amongst thousands of different animal species within the context of nature, so it is natural. But just because something
Okay,
is
let me ask you
natural,
this, Parker.
wait, just because something is natural is not evidence of it being good or bad. There are plenty of natural things that are horrible, right? Natural illnesses and diseases that are horrible. So, like, I don't know why that's a standard.
Okay. Let me ask Matt something. Matt, you're saying that it's from 1998.
Yeah, that's the old one.
So,
Not the Yama one that
but
you're
doesn't
now
it
citing.
still show that they have like a 40 to 70 times more likelihood to get deadly
Yes,
STDs?
and my answer was that old research has now been supplanted by new research, and even the new one that you cite, if you scroll down to the
What would different years of research? How would it?
Listen,
because in 1998 they were using cohorts of people that were being primarily affected by the AIDS epidemic, and so obviously individuals who are gay are going to have a lower lifespan, right? But since then we have greatly progressed, and that study cannot take into account those progressions in medical technology. But back to your new article that you cite, if you go down to the
Dude, you didn't read it. You didn't read it. You literally
didn't
like
read
to
what?
just skim over it.
No, I didn't say that.
You
I
said
read
that
it.
you read
No,
this whole thing
because
in a minute.
as a librarian, I know where to look to find what they're talking about. And so what I was trying to say is if you go to the discussion, you'll see where they talk about what they think is causing the lower mortality of lesbian and bisexual women, and they say that it's things outside of the orientation. It's things like breast cancer, things like heart disease, things like
Okay, well then
being
why would that be
depressed.
in the study? If they're
Because
dying from
all
things
they
that are not
found were
contingent, if
because
they're
all they
dying from things that are not
all they
contingent from their
found
same
was a
sexuality,
correlation between being lesbian and bisexual and being a woman and having these outcomes. But then they were saying, what is it that may have caused this? And they say a point blank that it's things outside of being.
yeah,
that way.
just
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
So River, unless you can give us evidence that people being gay or engaging in gay intercourse would specifically yield those outcomes, then your argument here is nothing. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube super chat. Thank
okay.
you.
Well, I guess it would give me nothing, but they have higher substance abuse disorders. They have higher
Wait,
likelihoods to get
wait.
certain
So
types of cancer.
wait. Men do comparative to women. So are you saying that like?
So do white men.
Yeah. So what's your argument there?
What does that have to do with anything I'm talking about?
Wait.
So should we like ostracize white men
Yeah.
because white men also have a high, a very high
Okay. Let me ask you this
self-unaliving rate?
hypothetical: if you could wave a wand and make every straight person gay, would that not make us extinct within 100 years?
Wait. Okay. So one, right? No one's magically going to make a wand to do that. But say that is the
Well,
case.
I'm
No, we
asking.
wouldn't be. No, we wouldn't be.
asking.
No, we wouldn't be because of IVF in vitro fertilization, right?
Okay,
Human
you know
beings.
IVF
Wow.
causes
Thank
like
you for cutting
autism
me
and
off
heart
again. I'm just going to
conditions.
mute you. Thank you. Shut the fuck up, River. Just like literally be quiet, please. I would love to address this. We can reference IVF. Right. But actually, this isn't a good argument at all. Right. Assuming that just because all people aren't this way in the first place makes it wrong is ridiculous. For example, right. If there was a magical wand, right, that made every woman in or no, sorry, not every woman, say what's it called? That put you in to a circumstance where you are infertile, would it be wrong for women to engage in intercourse with you? That's actually the perfect way to ask the question.
No, I mean because you're gonna
No,
have anomalies.
but like
You-
that's
you're
not
have
going to produce
anomalies where
any.
people are
Wait,
infertile.
but that's not going to produce
you-
any subjective or that's not going to produce any children. And if everyone engaged in intercourse with men that were infertile, well, then it would be the case that literally no children would ever be produced. So then, obviously, are you saying that like women shouldn't engage in sex with you in that circumstance?
Oh no, of course not. But
Okay,
what I'm
okay.
saying is, I mean, the birth rates are dying off really quickly as well. So like, is that not a problem to you?
Not because people are gay, because women don't want to have sex with men. So,
Well, because
I mean,
yeah,
that's why.
everyone's more
How
isolated
about you stop being
nowadays.
such a shitty person and maybe someone will want to be in a relationship
I'm
with you
not.
long
I'm
term?
not being a shitty person. You think I'm coming out of this from a place of hate? I mean, like if I was a dad and like my kid came like having gender problems and like thinking he's a girl or something, I would be really, especially if someone was putting that in his brain, I would be really pissed for confusing
Wait,
him.
your like first question wouldn't be, okay, tell me about it. Let me hear what you're experiencing. And by the way, I want you to know that I love you, and no matter what you tell me, I'm not going to be upset with you.
Oh,
but
of
but
course
no,
it would be
your
that, but I would not
your
reinforce
first
it.
your first fucking reaction is to be angry. Like, yeah, that's the
If
very good response
someone
to it.
if someone was planting that in his head,
You don't
I
know
would be
that though.
really pissed.
Like if my son or daughter came to me and said that they felt this way. I would want to know what they're feeling, how they're feeling it, and I would try to understand what they're feeling, not being like, "Who's telling you this? How dare they tell you this?" No, you come at it with deep empathy, not with like some kind of deep suspicion.
Well, if it's artificially being put in them and it's not a natural occurring
You're
thing that's
assuming
coming
it's
from them,
artificial.
well, dude, our identities are so malleable, especially at that age, that if someone was putting that in his brain, I would be so pissed because it will confuse him potentially for the rest of his life.
You will
If
find that
it was
out
artificially put in his mind
through
in
empathy,
that
by the
way.
way. You will find that out through empathy because when you sit
Dude,
down
they
and you
have one
talk,
of the highest unalignment rates, and it's not because they're ostracized in society.
it very much is.
No, it's
you
not.
should
It's
River
because of people
River
like
Why in
you.
Canada?
River.
then
You
why in
should
Canada
let
they passed Bill
them
C-16?
figure it out
There was
themselves.
no positive things to come out of that.
River, let them figure it out themselves because it is the case that I, right, never went through a circumstance where I considered it. And there are plenty of other children out there. And I was exposed to plenty of things that you would probably consider, right, like pushing stuff on children, like, you know, getting them to try to think about like being the opposite gender, you know, things like that. Like that type of stuff that you would probably associate with that. Yet that never made me think that I was the opposite gender. Right. So
By the way,
obviously,
Why are they talking about that in the first place,
so
though, Parker? Is that okay to you?
River, obviously, it is the case that like you need to acknowledge like the reality of like that, like if we show that trans people exist to the rest of society, right, and even to children, that's not going to make children trans. It's only going to say to the children that are trans that you are accepted. It's not going to make children trans. So this idea that like we're making children trans is a problematic view because it does not understand that that's not actually happening and it's about acceptance.
And by the way,
Yeah,
you saying that they're not being ostracized while you're on a live ostracizing them is like blatantly ironic
dude,
because
I'm
your whole
ostracizing the
point here is to
ideology from being
ostracize.
promulgated to us. That is my main point of contention here.
You
I have
actually
nothing
said
against.
that you wanted to ostracize like gay people, so like
hold up.
it's not elite.
I have nothing against gay people, them as individuals, or trans people. I have a problem with the ideology being promulgated
You want
in
them to be
society.
looked down upon. That is
No one's
that's the
looking down upon
definition
them, Matt.
of being. No, I said
No,
you want that to
you
happen.
try to lazily call me out for like being a bigot or something like
okay,
that.
no. You're not going to
I don't
gaslight
like
me here.
the,
You
the
said
idea
15
of
minutes
being
ago.
promulgated.
You said 15 minutes ago that you want those people to be looked down upon. That's what you said. You said looked
No,
down
I said
upon.
the ideology looked down
that's
upon, Matt.
definition. Wait, there's no fucking gay ideology. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Yeah,
about. There's
what
no
are you talking
gay
about? What
ideology.
is gay
There
ideology?
is a trans ideology.
Wait, what is that?
A set of ideas that are like incorporated with trans.
Yeah, being trans.
Such as
That
gender
is
is a
circular.
social construct. Such as gender is a social construct. Such as you can just change your gender on a whim. This, that, and the other.
Yes,
I don't
you have a
think that-
problem with trans people.
I have
No one's saying you
Matt,
can change your
Matt,
gender
Matt,
on a
Matt,
whim.
Hold
That's
on,
not
hold
even
on,
the view.
Parker, 1 second. 1 second. So, like, Matt, if I said, like, I didn't like R. Kelly, would that make me racist? By your logic?
What?
Like if I said that, what I'm trying to get at here is like you're trying to say that I hate these people individually. I hate the idea being promulgated in society. That probably was the best analogy.
but the idea
What
that,
idea
that
do
is
you
being
hate?
propagated is the fact that trans
The
people
confusion,
exist.
Parker.
And yes, the
But
fact
this,
that they are trans.
this is my meta point. This is my meta point. It comes from the ultra progressivism because trans ideology is an outgrowth of feminism.
What?
Yes, it is.
No, not necessarily.
No, I promise you. it is.
Wait.
If you look at first wave feminism, what's up?
Yeah. Well,
You want me to go on?
there would be a lot of anti-trans feminists that would be really mad at that statement. Now I would say that a real feminist is intersectional, so obviously would include trans people, right, and would acknowledge things that disenfranchise trans people, right?
Well, there's the
So,
thing.
but
Things
like,
always
not
evolve,
all
Parker.
forms of feminism are trans inclusive.
There's the thing, Parker. Things always evolve into different like outgrowths. Like feminism at first, like in the late 1800s, they just wanted to be able to vote. They always could work. It was looked down upon. It was a sentiment in society that to look down upon, them in the workforce so they could have kids and, be the nurturers of the home. They could always work. That's a fake feminist point that they try to tell you that women couldn't work. They could work. but the sentiment in society was to have kids. And that was first wave feminism, just to trying to get them to vote. But then second wave came around, and then that was to tear down all the traditional social institutions like, marriage and things like that. They just wanted to tear those down. Then third wave came around, and now it's like men and women are equal. There are no, like, the lines between them are just so socially constructed. And then trans ideology comes out of that because, like, if we're equal, then we can just flip flop each other. Like, we can just go from one to the other. So I do think it's an outgrowth.
Dude,
And
this
things
is
always
just
evolve.
like what?
What do you
Wait,
think?
wait,
of
wait,
also-
wait,
what do you
wait,
think of
wait. Do
also
you
trans
think? Wait,
ideology?
do you think men and women should be equal?
Under the law, yes, but I don't think we're equal in our nature. No.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What
And
do
we're
you
not
mean
even
that we're not
we're
equal?
not
in our
even
nature?
equal under the law. We're not even equal under the law.
Yeah, we
Like,
should
men are
be,
the only
right?
ones
You
that have
th-
to.
do,
Men
do
are the only ones that have to go be drafted in war. Violence against women acts laws.
Okay, so
So you
you're
can't.
saying drafting in terms of war? I don't think anyone should be drafted.
That's fine that
Wait,
you think that in your little utopian world, but it's
Are
a
you
reality
saying
of
that
this
like you
world.
disagree with laws that are against like violence against women?
Yes, because they're the weaker smecks. I don't think you should just be able to go
Well,
around
wait.
hitting them or something.
So you
So he
you
agrees
don't
with the violence against women.
okay?
Act.
You
Yeah.
agree with them?
He just doesn't know how to answer questions. Let me thank
Damn.
people real
No,
quick. Hold up.
no,
Hold up.
no.
Hold up. Hold up.
I'm saying
hold
we
up,
are
hold up,
equal.
hold up. Hold up.
How am
Zach,
I misogynistic for saying what people are saying? I'm
shut
misogynistic.
the fuck up. Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sage. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Can we do W's for all of them in the comment section? Kelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. Policy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. That's great. Policy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $50. Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Najia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jem, thank you for the 5 Australian. Yuri, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna win religion and research it. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that you were. I'm so glad that you were. Colleen, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know what? If you want more rights, then River, just change your gender. Then, right? You could just choose to do that, right?
Well, right. I could do that under your worldview.
No, that's not how you can do it, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, then, how long would I have to be?
Tyler, think of the $5. Austin, think of the $5. You don't have the commitments. You don't choose the
See,
commitments.
these are just arbitrarily defined.
I have a
things,
question.
Parker.
Do you choose your sexuality?
No, I guess not.
No,
But
you-
as we said, but no, hold up. As I said earlier, no scientist will say that it's predetermined. People have predispositions.
I understand, but you agree that it's not a choice.
Oh God.
No, I do think it is a choice. I think people have
it is a choice.
predispositions.
Okay.
Did you
I've-
straight?
Yeah.
That's that.
Wait,
No,
hold
no,
up. River, could you choose to find
Dude,
me?
if I was
Hold
what?
up. Could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
What? No, I'm not gay.
Wait, so you couldn't
Oh.
choose to do that, right? So it's not a choice.
Well. Here's the thing, Parker. What if I had been influenced by a bunch of older people whenever I was like 5 years old to go down that path? Would that
So you
maybe
think
that would be
so
different?
to clarify, you think you could have been influenced to be gay?
I think anyone can.
You think
Yes.
you
There's no
so
evidence
you
point
think
that
you
out,
could have?
though.
You think if someone told you that it was okay to be gay when you were 5 years old, that you would have been gay?
I would hope to God not, but maybe they could have confused me into going down that path.
So
Sure.
you think that if it is the case that they said it's okay to be gay, you might have become gay?
Yeah, I think for anyone that would happen. Like if it was a glorified
No.
thing.
If they
No.
said it was okay,
Look, Parker,
that
I've
hold up.
already established
If they
there's
said
no
it was hold on, I
there's
just want to
no
clarify.
predetermination.
I just want to clarify. Yeah. If it is the case that you were told that it's okay to be gay, that doesn't mean that you would do it. I was told that it was when I was told that it was okay to be gay, that doesn't mean that I thought that like I was gay just because I was told that it's okay to be gay. That's
If you're
not what's
5
thought
years
at all.
old, if you're 5 years old,
Wait, are you told
you
that
don't
it's
think that
okay?
I would have-
Wait,
if-
are you wait, is there any food you don't like?
yes.
Tell me, what is it?
Olives.
Olives. So okay, so olives. You don't like olives, right? So if someone told you, right, when you were younger, that it was okay to eat olives. Would you have wanted to eat olives?
I don't think so, but we're
Why
not
not?
talking about.
Why not?
Well,
Would
because
would
this
that
is
have
our
influenced?
taste.
Would that have influenced you
This
to
is
like
our
olives?
palates of our tongue.
Would
Like this
that-
is not who our identity.
Because you don't choose your taste buds. You don't choose your sexuality.
Well, here's the thing,
Sexuality
Parker.
is taste buds for
Parker,
sexual attraction.
This is a false analogy. It's a weak analogy.
No, it's
You're
not.
trying
It
to
is a
say that our
perfect
taste
analogy.
palate. You're trying to equate our palates of our tongue and our preferences for food, or taste or texture of our food, as being what our identity is and what we're sexually attracted to.
Yes, because sexuality is just taste buds, like an analogy, taste buds, right, for sexual attraction.
If a
Perfect
5-year-old,
analogy.
if something is glorified to a 5-year-old, I think that they start to rationalize those sort of things. And I mean, as we said earlier, from the secular point of view, I can even argue that it breeds a lot lower mortality rate. So I
We
think
argued
that,
against that.
well, okay, well, there's multiple things that would show that you're wrong. I know that you have
No, you gave me
uh,
studies that
type-
I have like point out are like wrong.
okay.
Type
do you have a study?
type three in the comment section if you're a straight person that was taught as a kid that it's okay to be gay.
Yeah, I wasn't. They didn't
Yeah, I
even
know,
talk
because you're
about that to
fucked
me. How am I fucked
Look
up?
at that. Look at that. Look at how many straight people that as children were taught it's okay to be gay. It's almost like being taught that it's okay to be gay doesn't make you gay.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you just don't think that there should be like boundaries around anything. You kind of just think that in a
What?
social sense. You just don't think that there should be boundaries around.
That's a boundary I have. No, I was just trolling with you.
Okay, but like from a Christian point of view, I think that there should be.
I'm telling you not to vote for Donald Trump. Like that, isn't that like me trying to establish a
Sentiments.
boundary?
Yo, Matt. So could you pull up like the mortality rate of gay people on average, like a source on that?
Now,
If you'd like to, because I mean, all the studies I showed, they show that they have like a 20-year lower mortality rate
Do you know why?
because of their STDs.
No. Wow. Okay. No, incorrect. Actually, yeah, you can go on to the trevorproject.org if you want like a credible source where they cite everything. They cite all the research that they've done. But spreading misinformation like that, which is a talking point that we have faced, I don't know, since we've existed, which is for forever. Let me introduce myself really quick. I am, my name's Eli. Parker, I haven't been up here since, like I know you and I have been in shared spaces together, but yeah, if you don't recognize me, people in the comments, my online presence was Kale, still me. I started T about 7 weeks ago. And so I've just been chilling. But
Yo, I know you're self-important and you want to hear yourself talk, but we're having a debate. Like,
River, shut the fuck up. How about you listen to someone else speak for 1 second? I know you like to only hear yourself speak, River, but there are other people that exist in the world that are people, are human beings, and deserve to be heard as well. You're not the only person that deserves to be heard, River. So actually, how about you sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and hear Eli speak for 1 second?
yeah,
you
River.
call me biased.
River, you're literally talking about people like me. So it's like, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes when you're talking about a marginalized community, bringing them to the conversation instead of speaking about them as if they're fucking not listening to everything you're saying it's actually like, I don't know, a very smart, sensitive thing to do. Otherwise, you're just fucking like,
talk
I
back.
would be a subject matter expert on this, don't you think?
No.
Oh no.
I know.
Anyway,
No.
I'm just
You think
continue-
that people? No. Hold up.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Your voice is more important. Totally.
Dude,
Get it.
can
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah, whatever you got to say.
I talk?
I'm not the one muting you.
Parker, will you stop being feminine and like just allow me to? I know you don't believe in the first.
So now you're just gonna attack women, bro. Now you're gonna act like it's there's something wrong with being feminine.
No. I think it's not stoic. It's very.
What? I
It's
can't
very
hear.
feminine.
I really can't hear you, River. What?
Okay, dude.
Okay, can you be quiet? Can you sit?
If I can like have a one-on-one or
No,
whatever.
Sit. You do not refer, dude. That is so fucking crazy.
Did you
River,
just
What's your
refer to-
fucking gender?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. What
What's
would
your
you like me to
fucking
refer to
gender?
you?
What's your fucking gender?
He, him.
That-
No, actually,
that's not a
he's Jeremy.
gender.
Those are
It's
pronouns.
Zerame. It's Zerame. What's yours? What are your pronouns or whatever they say?
Gender. He asked for your gender.
Yeah, like you asked for mine. I just asked you in the same way.
Well, I know you'll have a conniption if I don't, refer to you right with your pronouns. So what are your pronouns?
Hey, the only person having any conniption up here whatsoever is you. I haven't. I have like every single time you've interrupted me while I'm speaking, I've shut up.
Well, I mean, you keep giving like a biography, an autobiography. Can you just get to your point so
Yeah,
we
I
can go
wanted
back
to
to our debate?
explain,
I know you
River.
think you're self-important, but you're not.
River, I'm sorry you don't like context. Now listen.
Yeah, I wanted to explain why I'm relevant to even be up here. Like, why is this random fucking person named Eli otherwise would be irrelevant to have me up? I'm a trans man. I'm 32 years old. I have served active duty for the last 13 years. And the discussion that you're having right now, these talking points, directly impact me as a queer trans person. That's why I'm up here. That's why you didn't want to hear me talk. And I know you want to have a one-on-one with Parker, but now I'm up here and you don't want to talk to me. It's interesting. It's very interesting. You just want to like skate by, and you also want to dehumanize me and call me it and act like the English language is like so fucking complex, too fucking hard for you, even though you speak English. I can hear you speaking English. Pronouns are very fucking confusing somehow, and like you wanted to ask me what my fucking gender is, but when I turn around and ask you the same
Look for the
question,
studies.
yeah, sure, I gave you the source already. The reason why I don't have to concede. It's actually a fact. We don't live as long, and that's because of people like you. Because we face harassment, bullying, and all that from the time we're young. And unfortunately, you know what happens when people are bullied over and over and over again? You don't even have to be bullied for being queer to know the end result of that. Kids don't end up making it to adulthood. A lot of them take their lives before they ever get to, experience life. All because people like you call them it or tell them that there's something wrong. Luca, it's not a pity party. I don't need your pity, and I don't care for it. But
Okay,
like,
can I talk
that's the
too?
thing. Oh fuck yeah, yeehaw. Yeah, go ahead, River.
Okay, so if they face these things, which I don't think comes from a lack of external validation, don't you think that we should not promulgate it?
No, that's the problem. What is wrong? Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Tell me
Let
straight up,
me
what is
let me
wrong?
let me refute what you just said.
I didn't get taught
Marcus,
about
unmute
even.
me.
I didn't even get taught about GAY people. I didn't get taught any of that. I grew up in a very Christian conservative household.
Okay, here's the thing. Bill C-16 in Canada was passed. Why were their unalignment rates not improved?
Because a law doesn't take away bigotry.
Well, how else would you govern around it, Eli?
Oh, whoa! I've never seen that shit.
Should there not be punitive action?
I think there should be.
Okay, so there should be punitive action to make sure people don't harass or bully them. Yet, and there was, so they were like treated as, a higher up people of society, and their unalignment rates weren't improved. So
it's
why are we
interesting.
promulgating? Why are we promulgating this? I'm glad that you're happy. Like
Can
seriously.
you tell me? I'm
As long as you're
not
happy, that's
fucking
cool.
happy, River. I'm
But
not happy.
promulgating this onto the younger kids that are
I would love it
impressionable?
if you could give me the definition of the word that you're trying to say, actually.
Like
But
what?
I want you first. I want to say, don't say I'm like happy, because I'm losing my 13-year career right now. Not fucking happy.
Well, you seem joyful.
That's because I'm up here not going to allow people like you to bring me down. I'm up here using my
I'm
voice.
not trying to bring you down.
No, River, just give me a second. I'm up here using my voice, representing, like recognizing that my voice holds like power for the community that I belong to. That's why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking, because I'm not talking just for myself. I'm talking for the community, the capital T, the kids that haven't had access to the things that saved their life. I'm speaking
Or destroyed their life.
representing the 15,000 troops that are getting their careers ended.
or destroying their life, right?
How the fuck do you know? Oh, all right. I need
Because
your.
you just stated that their unalivement rate is a lot, like their unalivement age or their
You know what?
mortality age is a lot lower than normal. So it would be, if we're influencing this onto the youth, then in turn it would be making them susceptible to unaliving sooner than, you know,
No,
a
you're
shit
you're
person,
completely
right?
missing the point. Do you know what saves their lives? Do you know what's been studied, proven, and like effective at saving their lives?
Yeah, I'd love to see the study, and I would love to know who
Will
financed
you
it.
would you love it? Because if it goes against
Yeah,
what
but
you're
I'm
saying,
not reading
it's
it right
going
now.
to disprove your talking point. You're going to have to unpack all the bullshit that you're spewing and actually internalize it and not just go like jump into somebody else's live and then pretend like you didn't just learn all of this information.
Yeah, I'm not doing it right now because unlike these other people in these lives, I'm not going to be able to read the whole study within like 1 minute, like Matt tried to do earlier.
You
So
cited me
you
a
can,
study that you didn't read either, so don't give me that bullshit. You didn't read
no,
that
I definitely
article
have
from
read like
Yama.
all of the CMDA one.
You didn't read the one from JAMA.
You didn't even know what CMDA standard for. Shut up.
Yeah,
Does that
yeah.
matter?
Like, give me a fucking
Does that matter?
break.
They talk about Francis Collins and a bunch
You
of
didn't
other
know-
studies.
you didn't even
And
know it
did
was
you
Christian.
Parker, sorry, I have to make this point. Did you know that when that came out, Francis Collins put out a statement saying that they lied about what he said because, again, you didn't do any fucking research?
Yeah, I would love to see that, Matt.
Sure, I
It's
can read you the
convenient.
quote.
It's
Sure,
convenient.
I can read you
It's
the quote.
convenient how that's still up, isn't it? How this article's still up, yet Francis Collins denounced it.
because it's freedom
That's
of
funny.
speech. Because even though because what happened is the guy who put it out, he had to put a new statement out trying to clarify what he said. Again, if you did any research on it and actually read into it, you would
Oh
have
yeah,
found
like
that
your
statement.
research, how you just like scroll to the bottom and think you know the whole study, even though it
No, it's because I
directly
know where to
opposes your
look. Because
point of view.
unlike you, I do this every single fucking day of my life. Every single day, I am reading an article. I read 10 to 20 articles every week. Okay, you probably haven't even read one probably in like a month. Okay, don't come in here and
More than
pretend
that.
like I don't read.
More than a
Okay,
month.
I know how
Okay,
to.
okay,
I know
Matt.
how
You,
to quickly
okay, Matt.
read.
Yeah, you're so right, dude.
I am
Yeah,
right.
even though
Yeah, I
multiple
actually am
studies
right.
say the same exact thing, right?
What?
Even though multiple studies say the same exact thing as
You
that
only
study,
gave me
right?
two. One from 1998
Gave
and
you
then one from
three.
a fucking Christian place.
Okay, but that still doesn't. We can get back to Eli in a second, but that does not change the fact that they are
Okay,
40
it
to
does change the
70
fact.
times more likely to contract diseases.
Based on data from the 1980s and 90s.
But can I ask him this question? What's more preferable? Gay intercourse with a condom or straight intercourse without a condom?
Unmarried, by the way.
Probably, well, women are super promiscuous nowadays. So I couldn't even answer. Well, obviously, men and women, not the gay.
Wait. So then here's my point. Then in terms of that, then you're saying that like the gay intercourse with a condom, which is less likely to produce an STD, right? You're saying that specifically is less preferable. So it has nothing to do with the likelihood of there being STDs. Also, you saying
Well, they
specifically like
don't.
women have engaged in a
hold
bunch
on.
of intercourse as if men don't have higher body counts on average, as if median body count for men isn't higher, and as if men don't report specifically more sexual partners, right? And specifically wanting to engage, right, in hookups
sex,
to a greater extent. What are you talking
exactly.
about? You have looked at none of the information or the data.
No,
Also,
you're just wrong about this. It's not.
Hey,
It's not
River,
the only.
shush. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
help with the harm that you caused for just a second. Promiscuous women. You know what? There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody practice safe intercourse and like live your life and stop letting like men with profile pictures like this ever live anywhere in your head for even like a second.
It's not
go ahead,
me a
River.
profile picture, so you can say whatever you want.
On
You have
I
some
don't
turn
really
your
care.
turn your camera on, River.
Yes.
Turn your camera on.
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Go ahead, carry on with whatever you were gonna say.
Okay. What's going on? Her, he, whatever you are.
Bro,
Go on with what you're saying.
Get the fuck off my live, you weirdo.
Yeah,
Dude,
fuck
what
you
a
and
fucking
everything you stand
weirdo.
for.
It doesn't hurt me because in order for people to impact my emotions, my feelings, or anything like that, I'd have to respect them as a person. I don't mind if anybody else like is harmed by that. It's valid, and like if you hear that and you're harmed by it, just know that you're loved. You are just as valid as I am. I am no less of a I am no more of a man now on T. Parker has Yeah, Parker has known me for like by like my unalive name for like a long time. Parker has seen me quite literally grow as an individual, and if you are early in your journey, I see you for who you are, sincerely. And I don't just like care about like the T community. I care about you if you are cisgender, if you are straight, if you are any of the letters in our community. Like this notion that like the T in the group are the only people that are harmed. I know that we're not. I know that we are like at the forefront. This conversation, the talking point has shifted from migrants. Like I don't even like saying like undocumented because most of them are asylum seekers and are fucking documented. So just it's just shifting from migrants to the T community, and we're at the forefront, but we represent everybody that's about to be impacted. So just know you're valid no matter where you're at in your journey. If you are a T person, child, adult, no matter what, and I love you. And that person's opinion as a whatever the hell, I don't know what party political affiliation he was, but it's shit. It's completely shit. And to all the women that like I said, that whatever he looks like behind that camera, he wasn't brave enough to turn it on. So thank you for having me up, Parker. Matt, I love to hear your voice all the time.
Bye. Take care of yourself.
See y'all.
Always good to see you, Eli. Always good to see you.
See you, man.
All
Or see you.
right. All right. Let's get on to the next person real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
I'll be on for no more than another 15 minutes because it's getting late here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't vote. Like I turned 18 after the election.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I typically support him. Like, yeah.
Typically support him? What do you mean?
Like I support most of what he says.
Okay. Why so?
Well, it's mainly like social issues when it comes to stuff like you were just talking about transgenderism and stuff like that. But specifically abortion is one of the main things that like I have more interest in.
Okay. So why specifically those things?
Because I believe they're like really important, especially abortion. Because even though when he wasn't president, he still played a very big role in the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and I think that was a very good thing for our country and our society.
You think it was good to like restrict women who have been assaulted from getting access to abortion in certain states because you left it up to the states?
Well, I wouldn't say we're restricting women from being assaulted. I think we're restricting
no, restricted women who have been assaulted from getting access to abortion.
No, we're restricting. Well, it's sending back to the states, but we're restricting, giving them the decision to decide if women can unalive the human being in their womb.
Wait, yeah. Who gives a shit about a zygote or a fucking embryo? Do you care about zygotes and embryos?
Well, I typically care about all human beings. Yes.
Do you think they're people?
Do I think somebody in the womb is a person?
Do you think an embryo is a person?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think it's okay to put babies in freezers?
A born baby in a freezer?
Do you think it's okay to put babies in freezers?
Are you going to try to tie this back to like IVF or something?
I'm just asking if you think it's okay to put babies.
I know exactly what you're doing. You're going to try to tie this back to IVF.
I'm just asking. Do you think it's abusive to put babies in freezers?
Yes, it would be abusive to put a baby in a freezer.
Okay, so then you think it should be illegal to freeze embryos?
I mean, I don't think IVF should be a thing in the first place.
You think it should be illegal to freeze embryos?
Does that not answer your question? I don't think we should be creating human beings in a lab.
So could you say yes?
I mean, if IVF should not be a thing, then I don't think we should be putting frozen embryos in a freezer.
Why can't you just directly answer the question? Why do you have to?
I don't think we should be doing it. I answered your question.
Okay, so you think it should be illegal?
I don't think IVF should be a thing, no.
Do you see how he doesn't want? Why can't you just?
I answered the question. I don't think
just
we should
say
be putting.
Just say it.
I don't think we should be putting human embryos in a freezer.
So you think it should be illegal?
Yes, IVF should be illegal.
Okay, well, I was referencing freezing embryos, but sure. So that should be illegal. So you think anyone who uses IVF should go to prison?
No, not necessarily.
Why not?
Because typically it's people who are actually struggling to like with pregnancy and stuff like that.
Typically, it's people. Wait, let's say that again.
And you
Like
want to
people
take
who
that
are
away from them.
What?
And you want to take that away from them. Like you
It's
want
not
to
that I
add
wanna-
more heartache to what they're experiencing.
Yeah,
It's
also,
not that I wanna
actually,
take-
I have to catch up with a few people. I forgot.
Sure.
Coral, thank you for the
Okay.
$50. Thank you so much for shutting down the homophobe. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Mush, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yo, Rad, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Minnie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Of course, as always. Tessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Sabrina with the $2. Thank you. Kind, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So let me get to some people on PayPal and Venmo. Louise, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please say hello, Louise. What's up? What's up? How you doing? Or Lewis? Is it Lewis? Thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. What's up, Lewis? Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate the $28. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Andrew in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Saying, Eli, you are a champion. Keep stomping those prokaryotes. Thanks, Parker, for giving them a platform. Of course. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Samuel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Political Time, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. It must have been for the last individual. I'm sorry. I didn't see that till now. Alrighty, let me.
W. Lewis.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Reese. You can continue.
Well, I think he was talking.
I just said that all you want to do is compound the grief that struggling couples who want to have children by making IVF illegal.
I don't want to compound the grief. I just don't think that it's very rational or moral to be creating human beings in a lab.
Yeah, that's compounding the grief. You're telling them that the one way that they can have a potential biological kid, that you want to get rid of that one way. So yes, that is compounding grief because they're already extremely upset, sad that the fact that they can't do it in the more typical way, and so now you want to take away one of the greatest medical technologies that we have to solve that problem.
Well, I would say just because something makes you sad or have grief, it doesn't mean you can do something unethical in order to solve that
I don't.
issue.
Yeah. Unless you give me a valid reason for why it's unethical, I think you're
It's
going to have a hard way to prove that.
Well, first of all, I'm talking about abortion as a whole, so I don't know why we're just stuck on IVF right now. But I don't agree with abortion as a whole.
And
okay, well, we were just talking about that because it's an explicit example. You think people who engage in IVF should go to prison because that engages
don't
in a
think
problem?
that.
Can I please finish out answering, asking the question?
Yes.
So you think that people who engage in IVF should go to prison because it is a case that they're engaging in a process knowingly that leads to the deaths of massive amounts of people under your worldview?
I don't think they should go to prison. Just like I don't think everybody every woman who gets an abortion should go to prison.
Why not? They're murderers under your view.
Well, it depends a lot about how much they actually know about what's going on, because typically women are misled into this idea of getting an abortion. They may not even know that it's actually
Okay,
harming a
so if
human
a woman
being.
knows that they're killing it, is it okay to put them in prison?
If a woman knows that her intent is to kill a human being in her womb or unalive a human being in her womb.
Yeah. So only if they're pro-life they should go to prison?
No, because
if they're pro-choice, then they're just being manipulated or something, and they just don't know better.
No, I'm saying some women are actually uneducated about what abortion is. Some just think abortion is just removing the clumps of cells or the contents of a uterus.
It literally is.
Okay, but what is that contents of the uterus? Is it a human being?
No.
It's not a human being.
No, because it's not sentient. No past or present and future subjective experience.
You think in order to be a human being, you have to be a sentient thing?
Yes.
Human being refers to the biological being.
Yeah, you have to meet the criteria of past or present and future subjective experience.
Unless you're
Human being
talking
is
about
a person.
You're talking about personhood.
Yeah, I am.
So it's a human
I
being.
attribute human being to personhood. Once it is a person, it is a human being.
So before 20 to 24 weeks when sentience typically develops, it's not a human being at all?
Yes, it's not a human being. It's a human cellular life, but it's not a human being.
That's factually incorrect, though,
No,
according
it's
to
not.
biology.
Not based upon the way that I'm using the term. If you
It is of
define
the species of human, but
yeah, if you define the term human being in a different way than the way that I was using the term right now, you could say that they are human beings. Although I specifically say that being a human being is tied to being a person. Robin, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
yeah.
But
Mike,
it sounds.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It just sounds like you're trying to say that in order to prop up your narrative, though.
What do you mean? Like I'm
Because
on a
basing-
debate stream. No shit. I have like a particular position that I want people to believe.
I know that, but I mean, like, to say that it's not a human being until sentience is achieved.
It's not a
is just
human being
wrong.
until sentience under my definition.
Wait, hold on. What makes something a human being?
A human being is the biological makeup.
So it's like a cancer cell.
So
like
is it just
Is
DNA?
that a human being?
Is it just DNA?
From the moment of fertilization, there's a unique human organism that's been formed.
Is it based upon unique human DNA?
It's a unique human organism. It's not of the mother.
Okay, I have a question. Conjoined twins, are they one or two people?
Well, I know there's like a process before that. I don't know exactly how it works, but even
one
then,
or two people.
Oh, you said conjoined twins?
Yes.
I mean, I guess it'd be, if they're conjoined twins, it would technically be two people.
It'd be two people, right? Okay, well, what do you mean by organism?
An organism, like,
Are you
you know what an
distincting it?
organism is?
Are you making the distinction based upon the human DNA, or how are you distincting it? Because to me, it would be
Off of
based
what a
upon-
human is?
Yeah, to me, it would be unique subjective experience.
But that's unless you're talking about just personhood.
What? What?
Like,
how I?
are you talking?
Yeah. What? How do I? Yeah. That's why I said that my notion of human being and person are tied. Now, for you specifically, I'm asking you, right? How do you identify it?
How to identify a person?
Yeah, like the difference in people, the difference in human beings, either
A
or.
person would be an individual member of a rational kind.
Person being an individual member. How do you identify an individual member? That's the question. I'm
Rational
asking.
kind?
Yeah, of a rational kind.
So if aliens,
how you define
so
what?
aliens would be people.
Oh, people.
They would be persons.
Okay.
If they were real, if they're an individual member of a rational kind.
Sure. I mean, sure. That's fine. Go ahead and tell me specifically, like what classifies as a member.
Like, just what do you mean by that?
How do you identify the differences between the members?
Be more specific.
I'm about to kick you because this is a very fucking specific question.
You're
How do
gonna
you
kick me.
identify the differences between the fucking people? It's not a fucking difficult question. It's really
I'm talking
not.
about like an
How do you
individual of a rational
differentiate between
kind. What
two
do you mean by the
persons?
differences between them, though?
How do you principally identify the difference?
Between
it DNA?
between an unrational kind and a rational kind?
No, between
between two.
people. Fuck,
Reese,
dude, this guy's
two-
stupid.
Two persons.
I'm not stupid. I'm
Yes,
genuinely
you
trying to-
are. Shut the fuck up. You listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
You're asking me how do I define what a human is, like just by
No,
principle.
Reese.
Yes.
How do you differentiate between two people? Like you have two persons, okay? How do you differentiate between them? What's your line?
If you have two persons, then there's typically, two sets of human DNA.
Why the fuck could he said the same thing I did?
I know.
Matt
I
said
know.
the exact same
It's a-
thing. I'm sorry, dude.
What did
I can't.
what-
Okay,
you-
so
you
it's
didn't say
DNA. So
that.
to clarify, so there are some identical twins that have the same DNA. Not all identical twins have the same DNA. In the circumstances in which some identical twins have the same DNA, are they the same person?
I mean, I'm not entirely educated on the science behind identical twins, but I'm talking about abortion as a whole. Like most
Can
abortions
you answer the
are
question? Just answer the question.
because you're going ultra specific into one
No,
topic.
we're testing your criterion here, and so he's giving you a actual case, and we're testing that criterion. And if it doesn't hold, then it's not a valid criterion.
So he's trying to say that there's identical twins, like two separate identical twins,
Yes.
not
Okay.
conjoined.
So, Reese, you said that how you differentiate between two persons is based on their individual a DNA makeup, correct? Just say yes or no. Yes, right?
Yeah, typically, yes.
Okay. So then, if you have a situation where you have identical twins that have the same DNA, how do you differentiate between those people? Because under that your criterion, they are the same people.
So you're talking about not conjoined twins, just identical twins. to be
Identical
correct.
twins that have the
Yes,
same
ha-
DNA,
the
because
same
not all
DNA.
identical twins have the same DNA.
Well, I guess DNA technically isn't the only thing that would define it as a
What
person.
other
So now you're
characteristics?
adding something.
Yeah, what other?
No,
what other
I'm
thing
just
are you
saying
adding?
like that's just like the broad understanding.
I understand, but what other criteria would you add in order to be able to encompass that they are different people?
That they're two different people.
Yeah.
Well, there's obviously two different beings
Okay, but like, how do you identify that based on what metric?
by looking at them. There's two of them.
So they're separate. So if we could identify identical twins that have the same
Who are
DNA
conjoined.
that are conjoined, right? Would you say that they're the same person?
I don't know. I don't know how rare that is, or like
It doesn't matter if it's rare. Like, let's say it happened one
And
time in history.
literally
But
this
the
one
biology
time.
cor-
There's one
the biology-
circumstance of this being true.
like Jesus' resurrection.
is the
one-time
biology
thing.
correct on that though?
What?
What do you mean?
Like, do conjoined twins have the exact same DNA?
No. But I'm giving you an
No.
example of an identical twin and who's also a conjoined twin.
So it's just a hypothetical, like a
Yeah,
biological.
yes,
hypothetical.
yes. I'm giving you a hypothetical.
We don't know of any cases where there have been conjoined identical twins. Now,
Well, that's kind of-
has it happened? Probably, but like I don't know of any case off the top of my head.
So you're saying typically conjoined twins have each their own set of DNA.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
But
it's kind of a hard question to answer because it's such a strange. Like, it's almost. I think it's biologically impossible.
It's
Unless you wanna look
actually,
it
no,
up.
no.
That's not biologically
I
impossible.
do know of a case. There's that case of the two sisters. They're twins and they're conjoined at the neck. Like it's a very famous case because they were like getting married and everything, and it had like a whole TV show around it.
Yeah, but did they have the same exact? Like, was there one set of DNA?
Oh, well, that I don't know, but
Well,
let's
that's what I'm
assume
discussing, like-
arguendo that they did.
So here, Reese, here's at least the point. We know that it is the case that people can have identical twins, right, that have the same DNA, and we know that people can be conjoined, right? So there
Yes.
can be the case where conjoined twins have the exact same identical DNA in the same way that other identical twins in some circumstances don't have the same DNA, in some circumstances do have the same DNA.
Yeah, but if we can't like verify that biologically right now, I don't know what the point of like discussing it is. Because it just seems like a biological impossibility right now.
So
And either way, that
okay,
wouldn't,
okay.
it wouldn't justify
This is a
unaliving.
I hate when people do this because this is very obvious that there could be circumstances where this is true, and honestly, it could be most circumstances that conjoined twins have identical DNA. I'd have to look at the data.
You
Because
can
if it's
look
the
it
case
up
that
right
you're
now.
referencing. I'm not going to look it up midway through the live right now,
But you look up stuff all the time. I watch your lives.
but I would have to do a little bit more research in order to find that information. You understand?
Then-
There's a bit of a distinction between the level of research I have to do to be able to find this.
Well, then how am I supposed to even answer this question? If, like,
Okay,
we're
by the
both-
way, okay,
but we're both
by the way,
ignorant of this
Reese,
bio.
Reese,
okay,
no, Reese. You wanted a real life example, right? So that we can. So let me give it. Abby and Brittany Hensel are conjoined identical twins. They have the exact same DNA, and they're conjoined at the neck. Okay, they are still alive today. They are in like Minnesota, I think, and they're still alive today. They're in their 30s, I think, and so they're alive today. Do you consider them one person?
they both have. They share one set of DNA.
One set of DNA, one body, two heads.
Wait, so one set of DNA or two sets of the same DNA?
Oh my God. Okay. No, they share one body, meaning that they have one set of DNA throughout the entire body, right? The entire body, they have one set of DNA.
Is that what it says?
Okay. Yes. They have the exact same DNA. They are identical twins that did not split correctly from the egg, meaning that they are conjoined at the neck, but they have the same DNA because they are identical twins.
Well, it's
So
still say.
me, okay,
What are you gonna say?
nothing. So how then would you differentiate those two women? Because I see them as separate, but under your idea that they are actually not separate.
Well, my idea. I was just talking about DNA as one of the factors. Like, because we were talking about the biology of it. Because he said that there's no human being until sentience, which is biologically untrue. If he wants to argue personhood, then you can argue personhood. Because I know he thinks
I
personhood
told
is
you,
sentience.
Reese, this is disingenuous. I told you specifically that my notion of the term human being is tied to my idea of personhood, and then not all definitions of human being are that way.
Well, couldn't
This
I
is
just say the same
incredibly
thing for my
disingenuous.
argument?
That's the fourth time I've told you in this conversation, Reese. This is why I'm getting mad at you, because you're a disingenuous piece of shit.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous. It's
Then
just
you're
that
stupid. Then you're stupid.
I'm stupid because
Yes.
I'm trying to.
Because I've had to say that to you 4 separate times in this conversation.
What if I just said the same thing, but in order to prop up my view, then? Like if I said that's my definition, because that sounds like what you're doing.
Say that again.
Like you're saying that your definition for human being is connected to personhood.
Say that again.
You're saying that your definition for a human being is also connected to personhood.
Say that again.
What do you?
Just say it
what are you
again.
doing?
Just say it again, please.
That's what you said, isn't it?
Just say it one more time.
Why?
Just one more time.
What's the point of even talking to you if you're not going to actually?
I need you to tell me it one more time. I didn't get it. I genuinely did not pay attention to this.
Dude, this is what you do. You come in here and you're.
I'm actually Reese. I'm actually not trolling. I actually literally didn't pay attention to the statement out of spite. So can you please tell me?
You literally said that your definition of a human being is directly tied to being a person.
Yeah.
So couldn't I just say that my definition of being a human being is tied to biology?
It's tied to biology.
Because
Sure,
it is.
you could, but then I would clarify like what biology. Because my definition of being a person is also related to biology as well.
Like embryology? We're talking about
Yeah,
human beings.
Yeah, my definition of a person is related to biology as well. It's just related to the sentience, past or present and future subjective experience.
But why does sentience make somebody a person?
That's my set of qualifications.
Yeah, but can you expand on that?
That's just my
Why-
definition. That's simply
Oh.
that's the simple explanation.
So you think if somebody's not sentient, then they're not a person?
Under my view, yeah. I think it's a necessary attribute of being a person.
So you think that
having the past or present and future subjective experience.
So you think if somebody's already been outside the womb, but they've experienced things and then they're not sentient, you still think they're persons because they've already experienced it before,
Past
right?
or present. So if they're in a coma, they have a past and a future. So the person in the comment section that said that I don't think that people in comas are people is a ridiculous understanding of my view, because I clarified multiple times in this conversation past or present and future subjective experience, meaning that it could be the case where there's past and future or present and future.
I know, I understand what you're saying, because I just don't want to misrepresent what you're saying.
No, it's okay.
So you're basically saying that like they're not a person until they've experienced things. Like they've experienced the past or have the ability to experience
until there is a past or present experience, there would not be value.
So you think there's value past that though in a pregnancy?
What do you mean?
No. Their present will become their past. So like once sentience sets in, it's present, but then 1 second later, then that's a past.
Well, I'm trying to see where he
right?
draws the line for like where abortion's okay and where it's not.
Prior to sentience is okay. After sentience, it's wrong in elective circumstances.
So you're saying after sentience, it would be okay for like extreme medical emergencies or something
grape,
like that?
yeah.
Well, I don't think it would be justified for grape.
Why?
Because at that point, you've already acknowledged that that's a person, and it's wrong to kill innocent human beings, innocent persons.
Wait, that's the same thing can be applied to
There's causal obligation.
Well, that
No
and there's
causal
also
obligation.
there's also, I mean, that logic can be applied to a fetus that is past the sentience mark, but then would go on to survive, but they're killing the mother, and so we still give the woman the more rights in this sense, even though in that scenario we could save the baby, but the woman might die. Right? We still value the woman more, right? And so even past that, we
I don't think you
grant them
should
all rights.
say you value either one more than the other because they're both human.
You have to, because when you're making some kind of value judgment, you have to value one on the other because you have to make a decision. One dies, one lives. So one, those things have to happen, and almost in every single case, a person will instinctively choose the woman. Why? Because they just know
Well,
that person who has had past, future, present, who is in the moment, who's living, who's conscious, all these things, that they are more valuable.
well, and like, are you talking about in the medical emergency scenario?
Yes, that's my scenario right now that I'm talking about right now.
Well, typically, a lot of the times, sometimes it's not even an abortion that's performed. It's like if the mother has a form of cancer and that needs to be treated, that ends up killing the human in the womb. I wouldn't classify that as like an abortion.
No. I'm simply bringing up the possibility of an abortion where a woman's life is going to end if they don't perform this, but the woman might die, but the fetus may live, and we have to choose one or the other. Those cases do happen, and all I'm saying, in those circumstances, hardly anybody will say save the fetus, right? We just know because we grant rights to women more than we do fetuses because we know that this woman here who has had past, present, future, that has full consciousness, that
That's
has
not
family,
how
that has
human rights work, though.
well, yes, but I still say
Would you
that
say that all would you say that all innocent human beings have human rights?
they have yes, yeah.
So then that
Because again, my idea of human being is tied to personhood. If your idea of human
understand.
being is not tied to personhood, then no.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I feel like you're doing that in order to evade questions like that.
Wait, I'm doing that explicitly because that's how I use the term. And of course, it would be to evade questions like that because those types of questions are not real critiques of my worldview, given that I have this identification.
Yeah.
Rad, thank you for the
Parker-
$5. Charles, thank you for the $5. Robin, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Parker ties being a human being to being a person, and so
Yeah, but-
so, like that's like right there, like
But
how
all human beings are persons.
Yeah. That's exactly what I say too.
Yeah, but it's not though, because you say they don't become a person until sentience, but they're a human being before sentience. Is
No,
what
they're
I'm trying
not.
to say.
I never said that.
According
they
to
are
what?
human, but not a human being.
According to my
What do you,
definition.
what's the difference? Wait, what's the difference between a human and a human being?
They are of the species, of being a human, right? They are of the species Homo sapien, but they're not a human being in the sense how it's being defined here, with rights, with personhood.
But they're a human being with human rights. It's a human organism.
It's a definitional matter, right? We apply personhood to the kind of like being part of it, right? They are human, but they're not a human being. Does that make sense? The being here is like leveraging a lot.
No, not really. It's an individual human organism.
It's yes.
That
It's a human organism of the
gain their
species
human
Homo
rights.
sapiens. Yes.
They have human rights because they're a human being. That's the whole point.
No. I think what you're
human rights.
misunderstanding is that simply being human does not mean that you get rights, right? There are cells that are human, but I don't grant them rights.
There are
right?
cells that are
Dead-
human. So you're talking
yeah.
about at early stage pregnancy.
No, I mean like my a skin cell, right? That's
Your
a human
skin cell,
skin cell.
though, is not a human organism.
Yes, it is. Like
No, it is
like,
not. Do you know what an organism is?
Okay. It's a human thing that has DNA.
It's a part of your
can't-
whole. You
yes,
are the whole
still,
organism.
but all I'm saying is right is that once you get past that point, right? Once you get past that point, we are defining it differently than how you define it, which is where this misunderstanding is coming from, because we add something to it.
Yeah, but I don't see it as rational or logical to add that to it, because I'm basing it simply off of embryology. Like if you look at any embryology textbook, it's going to tell you that a new unique human organism is formed at fertilization.
We don't disagree with that. We
You
just
just
don't
don't.
consider it like a person.
You disagree about the part whether they have rights or not, or if it's a person. Correct?
Yes. We think personhood, or I think personhood, kind of begins at sentience.
But that's there's other beings that are also sentient. That's kind of arbitrary.
Not in the way that we're defining sentience.
Why is it literally every guest today is bringing up abortion? Seriously, what has been up with it recently? It's just
I
been
don't
like
know.
literally like today, like it's been like 70% of the conversations have been abortion.
Thank you, Eco, for the $5 and for that clarification.
But why does you got to tell me like why sentience makes something a person?
Again, that's just the definition.
That's your definition. Your
Yes.
definition could apply to other beings that are also have certain levels of sentience. Are they persons?
I actually would be very
Restate
interested
the
in that
question.
case.
I didn't hear. What do you say?
So, like this, I would actually think the argument for non-human primates having personhood is actually somewhat strong. So I'm actually like you can make a good argument that higher order primates do actually have rights. So I
Are
actually
rational
do.
beings?
Yes,
Wait,
there's enough studies coming out.
we could get into that. I think this is going to be a little bit distinct for the conversation. Like the
That's off topic.
notion of personhood, right? All we have to do is just define that this is the way it is. That's how we define it. You can define it a different way. Sure, go for it. Right? That's totally fine. You define it in that way. I don't know what your issue is.
The issue is that your definition is arbitrary. So
everyone's definition is arbitrary. Definitions are subjective.
My definition is arbitrary?
Yes.
An individual member of a rational kind. How is it arbitrary?
That's why should we value those?
Why should you value individual members?
Define rational, define kind, all those different things.
Like all of
well, the
those are
kind would
subjective
be
terms.
humankind. The kind would be humankind.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
And then the
What do you mean by
rationality part would
humankind?
come
Like,
from,
see, like that's the problem is you have to define all these different things.
There's literally two things.
all of those are subjective definitions. Then
member of a rational kind. A member.
Every word is subjective.
How? Irrational?
Dude, what does objective mean?
Objective means something that is like true, doesn't it?
True, independent of a stance. Subjective is true, dependent upon a stance. How the hell could the language be true, independent of our stances? Are you saying that there was truth about language prior to the creation of language?
What are you on about? I'm talking like we're just talking about
objective
words.
would indicate that there was truth about it prior to the point in which we ever created language.
So if I say individual members, you want me to you think every word in this individual member of a rational kind is subjective, every word.
Every member of a rational. Say that again.
Individual member of a rational kind.
Yeah, that's a subjective definition.
But you said each word is subjective and needs to be explained.
Each word. No, subjective does not mean it needs to be explained.
You have to define rational and kind here because rational they get to explain like what do you mean by rational, like what's
rational,
what's the criteria.
You think of people who of rationality as
but
people who can it's like reason and logic and problem solving.
Okay, do like fetuses have that ability?
Yes.
It's like logic.
You got to listen to the definition. An individual member of a rational
Reese,
kind.
I have a question. Do you think that cis children should be able to get access to puberty blockers for medical necessity?
Oh, did you do a little zoom in on my profile picture?
I'm just asking.
Well, I know why you're asking. I saw you look at my profile picture. But what did you say?
Should cis children be able to get access to puberty blockers, right? Within the context of medical necessity?
Well, I don't necessarily believe. Well, if you're going to talk about certain medical conditions, like what's it called when puberty starts early? What's that called?
Precocious puberty.
Yeah, and certain conditions like that, I don't see a problem with it. But if you're doing it
as determined by the doctor,
if we're talking about precocious puberty,
as determined by the doctor, correct?
I mean, I don't know why you're saying that. Precocious puberty, then yes.
Because
so again, but
I know
you let
what
the
Parker's
doctor
getting.
determine it in the same way that you let the doctor determine that way. That should be the same thing for trans people.
Well, that's two different things. Precocious puberty is the early start of a developmental process. Like if a little girl starting puberty at like 8 years old or whenever typically precocious puberty begins, that's something that can be treated and that should be treated. How are you trying to tie that to transgender?
I'm saying that you let the doctors determine it in that scenario. You let the doctor specifically, right, judge what's going to be best for the kid, right? And that's what allows for the kid to consent to it, right?
I mean,
in that same way, right, that would be the case specifically for the context of trans children.
I think that's flawed though, because the doctor isn't the only person with a say.
I would actually say that in the context.
Doctor and
what
parents,
about
right?
The parents as well.
So wait, the parents can, in that process, allow for the children to get access to puberty blockers.
But it
right?
doesn't make it okay or mean that it's necessary.
Are you saying they should be able to get access to puberty blockers in that context then?
Precocious puberty? Yes.
No, you're not, I asked specifically in the context
Transgenderism.
for trans people, given that it was
No,
being
because
identified specifically by a doctor.
I don't think that children should be exposed to that sort of stuff or be undergoing those type of treatments at that age.
Okay,
If you're like,
okay, so then you understand that the children who are cis, you think should be able to get access to it at that age, but then you're saying the age is an issue when it comes to trans children. So that
Because
sounds like you don't really
transgender-
count. It sounds like you don't really care
No,
about
no,
the
no.
age, and it sounds like you just care about the fact that they're trans.
No, you're bundling up a medical condition of pre-puberty to a mental state, a mental.
a medical condition, right? Because I actually would say that.
But
to
do you
get
treat medical? Like,
okay, hold on.
think,
Hold on.
Okay, I'll let you speak.
Just 1 second. To get on puberty blockers for some type of trans related issue, right? You have to actually go through more hoops than you would just for puberty blockers to get on for precocious puberty, because you have to
I'm
go
not sure that's
through.
necessarily true.
Well, yeah, because you have to go to a primary doctor, then to a endocrinologist, then to a psychologist, then to a and all the different hoops, and you have to then go up the league, and only then, after going through some kind of therapy, then do they get to the point where they ask, now may be a good time to go on this. But it takes years and years. Like
No,
it's
it
not like an
doesn't.
instant thing.
There's
Yes,
been,
it does.
No. There's been plenty of examples of people or children in this case who have not gone through like any process and have been just quick rooted straight to
Name
things
one,
like
then.
puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones.
Name one,
one.
then.
Well, there's the case of this girl named Clementine who's actually suing her provider because of damages that it caused to her, and she struggled very greatly with mental.
Wait, hold on. That doesn't mean that she didn't go through hoops. It just means that the outcome
No,
was not
she literally
preferable to what
stated-
she needed.
She literally stated that she went to whatever the clinic or the psychologist, and they just immediately just said, "You should do this. This will help your problems." That's what she's.
Well,
that's her
one,
experience.
as far as I'm aware, a psychologist doesn't prescribe those type of blockers.
Well,
So
I don't know
they
if
would
it
have to
was-
go to another doctor.
Well, I don't remember exactly, but she stated that there was pretty much no process that she had to go through. It was basically just okay, we're going to give you these because you obviously.
Well
are
then,
transgender.
that's a problem for the doctor, then, not for the larger medical establishment, because the medical establishment has clear guidelines on the process in which you go, and puberty blockers is at the end of the list. Like it's at the long end of the list. They have to go through step by step by step.
I mean, there's all kinds of things in the medical field that go undetected, and people who don't actually do things,
Yeah, but
especially.
I don't deal in those type of like not being out there hypotheticals, right? Because you're saying, well, maybe somewhere, I'm not really sure.
I'm not
but,
saying- I know there's
but
been cases
I
of
had
it,
no
I can't
evidence of
name
that,
all
and I
of
sure as hell am not going to take away proven helpful medical care from these trans children who
How is
need
this
it.
medical care? Explain to me.
Because
How
you
is it
agree that because puberty blockers in individuals where it is necessary, right? That's the
No,
important
but
term, necessary. It absolutely saves lives, right? Which is why we have procedures
Here, you're
that
going on.
that
Can
doctors
you be
make
more
sure
specific? Necessary in the case of trans kids?
if a doctor in
No,
in
but just because a
consultation,
doctor says something does not mean that it's
you
true.
didn't let me finish.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
If a doctor in consultation with other doctors and the parent and the child, after going through multiple steps, which include therapy, which include social transitioning, which include all those things, and if at the end of that line they still need better treatment, then puberty blockers can be given. But what you're forgetting is doctors always recommend as the first line of treatment therapy plus social transitioning. Because they
Okay.
want that child to try it out. They don't just say, "Boom, here's drugs."
I know, but
that's
I
not
know
how it
there's
works.
been many cases where that's happened, and there's lawsuits that have occurred. But so you agree that we shouldn't just be giving children puberty blockers or any type of cross-sex hormones or
If there's a
procedures?
scenario, okay, let me be very clear. If there is a scenario where a doctor immediately, right, sees a child, and the child says, "I think I might be trans or something," right? And the doctor says immediately, "Puberty blockers," right? Then yes, I disagree with that because that's bad medicine. Right?
Yes,
That's just bad
but
medicine.
I would
But
argue
that's
that it's
not the
not
norm.
medicine.
But that's not normal, and nor should I think that one doctor's incompetence should then take away from the legitimate health care of trans children.
But I
Simply
don't think
because
it's. Why are you defining it as healthcare?
because it's clearly healthcare.
It is clearly healthcare.
How so, though? How is
Because
blocking
it
the-
is a
What is healthcare?
therapeutic intervention
How is
in
blocking-
order to make somebody feel better. The same way that
wait.
it's a
Just-
medical. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm
go
trying to
ahead.
let you talk, but you're kind of going on for a while.
Okay, all right.
Just because something may make somebody feel better does not mean that it's correct, right?
It is a medical intervention in order to I don't like this word, but it's the best one that I have on top of my head because I'm tired. And so in order to cure something, right? And so what I mean by that is they are having some kind of issue, right? There's something that is interfering with something. Maybe they're thinking, maybe with how they're acting, and it's meant to improve their like daily lives, right? Same way as I
you
have
just say
anxiety.
improve quality of
Yes,
life.
improve their lives. Yes.
But
And
we're
so I have anxiety. I take medication because I
That's
tried
different, though.
therapy and it was not good enough, and so I was on a
This is different, though.
It's not different.
You're kind of going on. I'm trying to actually talk and explain my point of view.
I'm not talking all that much, dude.
I haven't. I'm trying to. I'm letting you talk. I want to talk.
Okay, just go ahead. All right, just go ahead.
Like you're trying to compare this to something like anxiety. Puberty blockers, getting something for puberty blockers and anxiety pills are two vastly different things.
I'm comparing the intervention.
Here,
I'm not comparing the treatment.
Here,
I see what you're saying.
I can give a definition. Efforts made to maintain, restore, or promote someone's physical, mental, or emotional well-being, especially when performed by trained and licensed professionals.
Okay, but how is giving preventing a child's puberty going to help them physically?
Because once again,
physical, mental, or emotional well-being.
Yeah. Because I already told you how that happens.
Well, like
because
when they develop.
They come to the doctor with some kind of dysphoria,
I
potentially.
know. I've heard you say
right?
this.
Okay, then like, what don't you understand?
I'm saying it's not okay to give them cross-sex hormones.
Why? Why? Because we already
Because
said
those
that
can be
that it's a-
detrimental to their health on the long-term run.
Wait,
There's
within
no
what
actually
field?
long-
Wait, have you looked at the data? Are doctors
There's
better at
no-
determining this than you?
There's no long-term study on what this can happen. What happens to
There's
these
not a
children.
long-term study on many things. Long-term studies are always in the progress because you have to treat somebody in order to get the long-term study. Right? Like in order to like have the long-term study, you have to treat somebody.
Okay, so hypothetically, say these long-term studies were performed, and it turned out that they were detrimental to these human beings.
Okay, yes, if the evidence, and I'm not granting this, but if the evidence piled up over a long period of time that it was detrimental, then yes, you would have a point, but they are not there. And the only things that I've seen is by and large, on average, these interventions help children that need them. That's my main
I just
point.
don't agree that it helps them because I don't think any child needs puberty blockers.
Reese, are you trans?
No.
Then then how would you know?
Because
No, hold on.
What do you mean? How would I know?
Because you're not going to understand an experience that you have not
No, just
experienced.
because. What do you? Okay, what do you have to say about all the people who've gone through this process and have grown up with, like, not going through puberty, so they're infertile. They developed like micro penises. They've had their breasts removed because they've
It sounds like you are focused on their genitalia, and you are focused.
I'm not focused on
their
genitalia. I'm just saying, like, people like if a girl grows up and she is infertile because she's decided to or been misled to do these things when she was a little girl, and she ends up regretting this.
Reese, you keep saying all these people.
What do you mean you're gonna act like this is offensive or something? Would you? I'll call them.
Hold on, no.
Please.
Can you let
Don't
me
do that.
speak, bro?
Okay.
Holy shit! Like, damn. What I was saying is, when you say all these people, I'm asking. You gave one account of some person named Clementine. I guess I don't know. And there are, like, as far as gender affirming care goes, whether it's surgical or hormone replacement therapy. There is literally a better success rate for gender affirming care than any other medical intervention, surgical, non-surgical fucking out there. It's like less than 1% regret rate, which would be considered a medical anomaly in the medical field. Additionally, you keep talking about cross-sex hormones. Children are not being just given HRT, hormone replacement therapy. It would be the medically correct way of putting it. They're not just being given these things willy-nilly. Matt already gave you the team of providers that are required. Not to mention, there has to be something called persistency, consistency.
I probably left shit out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no. Because there's a lot, as there should be. But so, like Matt said this earlier, and I don't know if you heard him. Like puberty blockers are not the first line of intervention. That's like so far on. Like you start with something like the least invasive to the most invasive. And like the least invasive, like Matt said, would be like social transition. Just call a person what they're asking you to call them. Use the pronouns that they're asking you to use. Who gives a shit if in 5 years they don't want to use those pronouns anymore? Okay, cool, fine. Like no harm caused. And that's where it'll start.
Literally.
But a kid, if a kid's going for 2 years to a therapist, psychologist, an endocrinologist, like constantly saying, this is me, this is me, this is me. Yeah, puberty blockers save lives. I would have loved to have puberty blockers when I was a kid. Because I wouldn't have had to develop the fucking parts of my body that I now, as like an adult, have to change because I could have had those things. Like that could have happened young, like earlier on in my life. Now I wouldn't have advocated for surgical intervention. I don't advocate for surgical intervention on like those that are minors. And that's not what we're advocating for. And that happens in such rare circumstances. If it does happen. But that's not happening. And puberty blockers, just like in cisgender children, once you come off of puberty blockers, puberty starts. Just like if like a trans adult were to stop taking their hormone replacement therapy, well, certain side effects, certain things do have permanent, like lasting effects. But not everything, right? Like, yeah, sure. Like if I were to come off testosterone, my voice is going to stay deep and all that jazz. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, that's a lot of misinformation that you're spewing. And it just sounds like not only are you misinformed, you don't want to be properly informed. I don't know if you've just been talking behind your muted mic.
Probably.
I don't know how you want me to respond to all that because that was like 5 minutes, but
did he say anything that was like wrong? I mean,
there,
he.
Yep.
He. Did he say anything that was wrong?
Yeah. Did he say anything that was wrong?
I mean, I respect him for saying that we shouldn't be performing like actual surgical procedures on children.
I mean, see, that's the problem is that people don't talk to actual trans individuals.
No,
because
but
that's the mainstream
happened,
position,
though.
by the way.
That has happened.
As Eli said, it's so rare that there's like less than a dozen cases probably. Like it's super rare. It's super rare, right? But even if that was the case, right? It's just that's. I don't know, like people, like you always, you know how people always claim that like we bring up like the very rare scenarios in abortion, talks. Well, you guys bring up very rare, things.
It's not very rare though.
It is rare. Like I have looked into
I don't
it,
believe so.
and maybe Eli has a better numbers than I do, but like I can hardly find like more than like 1 or 2 cases.
Yeah,
One or
it is
two
very
cases
rare.
of children
It's actually
surgery
Having
performed on
actual,
them?
yeah,
Yes.
like major surgery, yes.
Well, how would you define major
It's
surgery?
actually more common for cisgender young adults to get gender affirming surgeries than
Like
trans
you're
kids.
talking about like breast implants or something like that?
Breast reduction, even.
Gynecomastia and
Well, that's
cisgender.
well, of course it would
and
be
cisgender.
less prominent because that's a larger portion. I mean,
It-
no, that's a. Would you say it would be more prominent?
What?
Like they said,
Like,
young
there's
adults.
less
getting-
trans people than there are cisgender people.
Of course, it's going to be more prominent for cisgender.
Yeah, but I would
people
say like
because there's more
even in
of
the
them.
case of like gynecomastia, like even that is like not like super common. Like it is like happening like more often, but it's not super common. And so we want those individuals to get care that they need,
Well, I
and
still
that
haven't
and that
heard
treatment
a justification for
is
why
surgery.
children should be given any of this.
What?
Because they're children. You have to like.
We
w-
had
w-
this. Wait. Should children get any
There's-
a medical help at all?
You keep saying medical help, but I don't 100%
How is it
agree
not medical?
that giving a child, even if you say they have to go through all these other like therapy and all that stuff, I still don't agree with giving a child something like puberty blockers.
So
or
then
prostate
cisgender.
hormones.
So then
You
cisgender
actually
people
do.
shouldn't. Yeah. So then cisgender people shouldn't get puberty blockers either because that's
No,
not.
it depends on the situation. Like obviously, precocious puberty, that's different.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Like
it
it's
is,
a
though. It quite
biological
literally is.
condition,
'Cause one
and
is
if a
okay, see,
doctor
you
in
think we have to
consultation with
we
other
have to
doctors,
separate
no.
reality.
Hold on,
and
Reese.
non-reality.
What if giving puberty blockers to a small child, or like not even small, because it's usually going to be like in precocious puberty, very, very, very early. So cisgender children are usually given puberty blockers way earlier than trans kids are.
Yes, but
that being
that's
hold on.
treating
But that being
precocious
said, if a trans kid, right, just before puberty, said like, "Hey, I'm having like thoughts of wanting to unalive myself because of X, Y, and Z," and puberty blockers are the thing that would
Mm-mm.
save that kid's life.
But-
All it
but-
does, which, mind you,
Where's
there
the
are
proof of that?
there is no Okay, so just let the kid unalive themselves.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's obviously
then what do
other
we do?
means by which you can treat somebody with a mental health condition.
Yeah,
I don't
what do
think
we- and what do
treat-
we- and what
no,
do we-
Excuse me, just can I please talk?
Yeah, but what if this is after therapy? This person has already been given therapy. This person has already been given medications. This person has already gone through everything that you're going to say, interventions wise.
don't think
That
we
we
should
can
be-
treat these things. They're already on all that fucking shit.
I don't think we should be treating mental health issues by doing like physical, like changing of somebody's
Reese,
physical state.
I'm going to
Like,
be
for
very
example,
honest with you.
people with
Have you ever
anorexia-
suffered from a mental condition?
What'd you say?
Have you ever suffered from like a mental condition?
Have I ever suffered from a mental condition?
Yes.
I don't think so. Really.
a diagnosed mental condition.
How,
By like psychiatrist or
I have
psychologist.
Tourette's.
No, what I mean is like anxiety, depression.
No, I've never been diagnosed.
Okay, so I have body dysmorphia. I have anxiety
Okay.
disorder. I've had depression, right? And the first line of treatment in every single one of those that's been told to me, right, is always therapy.
Yeah,
no
it
one
should be.
jumps. No one in my case jumps straight to drugs, right? It was
Okay, that may
always
be for
the
you, though.
last line of treatment when those things did not work. And so
But
even in
shouldn't we
my
be treat-
case, okay, what?
Shouldn't we be telling people that they're okay, they're beautiful just as the way they are? That there's
No,
nothing that we
no,
can change
because
about
that's like telling me that I'm beautiful the way I am when I have constant anxiety. No, what? No.
Then you need to.
No.
Then you obviously things like therapy and stuff.
Okay,
Which is
so
what
then
it's what we're doing.
So then braces. Nobody should have braces. Nobody should hold on. Nobody should ever get- Nobody should ever get piercings.
That's a bad.
Nobody should ever get tattoos.
misrepresentation. No.
Nobody should ever get breast augmentation. When a
No,
person
that's a bad
when a person-
misrepresentation.
When a
Wait, hold on.
person has a mole on their face they want removed, they should
No, that's a bad misrepresentation.
Eli makes a very good point.
No.
about the
Think
braces.
about that. Are both of or what or he or she mentioned?
It's he.
He?
Not
Okay,
I'm done with him. I'm done with him. I
Yeah,
can't do it
it's
anymore.
really fucking easy. It's not hard. When people again, there was people who were like spamming she's and stuff, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
say
saw
because you
that,
went in
yeah,
here.
I'm sorry.
yeah, if you are gonna try to like push me down, like I know that I was socialized as a little girl. I know that I was socialized as a woman. And when I was out as like a mask like lesbian or whatever, that's everybody used to say, oh, like you look like a guy. Like before I said I was a trans man, I used to always get called sir and he and him and he and him. And now that I say I'm a trans man, now you're like she, her, she. Like y'all. I don't care about the opinions of like you very very like simple-minded bigots. The only reason why I'm having these conversations is to hopefully educate people who are sincerely listening, because there's 2,000 plus people watching. Because this is impacting our lives. These children deserve to have representation, have a voice fighting for them against people like you, because you're the reason why these children are not making it to adulthood. Because you don't think that their mental health and their healthcare matters. You think that your opinion is greater than that of the medical professionals. And that you getting up here on your fucking high horse is worthy of changing. Like you're the kind of person who's voting fucking laws into like states that are making it dangerous for trans people to even exist. And so that's the only reason why I'll even talk to you. But yeah, y'all can, the trolls can call me she and her. It doesn't change anything about me, like at all. I'm gonna keep being me regardless. Yeah.
Thanks for coming up. We appreciate you.
Always
Yeah,
appreciate you,
of
Eli.
course, of course.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna
Bye-bye.
go to sleep.
Yeah,
now, though.
I'm
go to bed now.
I'm getting off. Too.
Yeah, yeah. It's time to go to bed.
All right, night, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
night,
Take
y'all.
care.
All right.
Bye,
Good night,
Parker.
everyone. I'm
Thanks for
gonna
having
get
me on,
off.
Parker.
Appreciate you, man. I
Yeah,
would
yeah, thank you so
recommend
much.
everyone to go check out the video
chat.
that I posted on YouTube today. I posted it just a bit ago, so I'd really appreciate if you go check it out. Just posted a few hours ago. Seriously, it would be amazing. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through tonight. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Follow me if you have not already. You already know the deal. I appreciate every single one of y'all. I appreciate everyone. Let me make sure I caught up on with everyone. Coral, think of the $2. Matt does is look up rockin.librarian. Jennifer, think of the $2. Or also you can go to his bio, rockin.librarian on TikTok, and go to his bio, link tree in his bio. Wyatt, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Rad. Thank you for the $5. Charles with the $5. Thank you. I think I catch up with everything. Thank you so much, everyone. Make sure to like the stream here as well. Love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, everyone. All right. Bye. Love y'all. I love y'all so much.